Suin suddenly sat up from his bed with a jolt, gasping heavily, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Subconsciously he reached under the pillow for a weapon, but his hand found only emptiness. He froze for a moment, then slowly surveyed his surroundings. The familiar dormitory bunk, the familiar anime posters. Didn't I die? How am I in the university dorm? As if realizing something, Suin's pupils suddenly contracted. He hastily grabbed his phone. 2026, November 11th, 9:30 a.m. I've been reborn 10 years ago. Despite finding it utterly unbelievable, a decade of surviving the apocalypse had forged a strong heart within Suin, and he quickly calmed down. There was less than half an hour before the apocalypse descended. He had no time to dwell. He quickly jumped off the bed, changed clothes, and headed out. Anzi, get me a meal too. You can pay me back next month with the previous ones. Anzi, get one for me too. Egg fried rice without scallions, thanks. One, and me too. Suin ignored his freeloading roommates, pulled a watermelon knife from under his bed, and walked out without a word. Don't ask where the watermelon knife came from. The apocalypse was imminent. There was no time to waste here. Leaving the dorm, Suin pondered what preparations he could make before the apocalypse to increase his survival rate. Stockpiling food and supplies was impossible. Not enough time and no financial means. Stockpiling weapons was even more far-fetched. He couldn't obtain anything more lethal than a watermelon K. She was the undisputed campus beauty of Su University with countless admirers. The reason Suin managed to be with Su Xiaoyan was partly because he was handsome, but mainly because he was an excellent flatterer. She was a true gold digger, privately extremely vain. She demanded the best clothes, bags, and phones, and when she couldn't afford them, she would pester Suin to buy them, threatening to break up if he didn't. At that time, Suin was blinded by love and complied with her every request. Clothes. Buy. New phone. Buy. A 10th of Sandiyuan bag. Deliver food to pay for it. In his past life, at the very beginning of the apocalypse, he not only survived himself, but also led Su Xiaoyan out of Su University. Later, to provide for her, he risked his life searching for supplies just to find her favorite snacks. With his protection, she managed to survive the apocalypse, even gaining some weight. It could be said that he was utterly devoted to her, flattering her with all his heart and effort. But a devoted simp gets nothing in the end. 3 years into the apocalypse, Su Xiaoyan latched onto the leader of a powerful faction, not only secretly betraying Suin, but also ordering someone to cut off one of his legs, leaving him to fend for himself. He would have died if not for his strength. Suin still couldn't forget the condescending, mocking look in her eyes. Recalling the past, he took out his phone and dialed her number. The call connected, and Su Xiaoyan's irritated voice came through. Hey Suin, it's early morning, and I'm still catching up on beauty sleep. You're so annoying. Baby, can you come to the rooftop of the teaching building? Why there? Are you crazy? Just come, baby, I have a surprise for you. You bought that bag I liked. You'll know when you come. Oh, I promise you won't be disappointed. Alright, I'll come now. So annoying, can't you just deliver it? Within 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyan arrived at the rooftop with measured steps. Usually if Suin asked her out, being an hour late was normal, but when gifts were involved, she was very punctual. She looked Suin up and down with suspicion. Where's the gift? I don't see it. If you're lying to me, Suin, you're finished. I'll break up with you no matter what. I don't care about the gift at all, though I hate being lied to the most. If you're cheating me now, you'll probably beat me when we're married. Looking at the angry, beautiful girl before him, Suin felt dazed, then couldn't help but show a warm smile as he slowly walked up to her. Slap. Suin, without another word, suddenly grabbed her soft throat with one hand, slowly revealing the shiny watermelon knife from behind his back. Is this surprise enough? Su Xiaoyan trembled in terror. Su. Darling, what are you doing? Calm down, I was joking. No breakup, no breakup. I love you so much. I'd never leave you for a lifetime. Suin's expression didn't change, he still wore that warm smile. Did you think of me when you went to hotels with those other men behind my back? Oh, you probably did, since you got the room money from me. Is this what you call loving me? The videos on your phone haven't been deleted yet, have they? Suin hadn't known about these things until his past life, when Su Xiaoyan herself told him while he was being crippled. Su Xiaoyan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. You? How do you know? No. Darling, let me explain. I was forced, I had no choice. Setting aside the facts, don't you have any fault at all? You said you'd protect me, but when I needed you most, you weren't there. Are you even a man? Suin shook his head, helplessly, dying, and still trying to argue. He took half a step back, swung the knife, and a head rolled. He flicked a bloodstain off his clothes, lit a cigarette, and leaned back against the railing to await the apocalypse. He had just killed a person, even his girlfriend, but felt not a single ripple of emotion in his heart. The cold corpse on the ground seemed unrelated to him. He remained his usual lazy self, only feeling a slight sense of clarity. Just then a clap of thunder roared in the sky, and one by one crimson pillars of light shot down from the heavens. Dense hordes of zombies spawned out of thin air across the campus. The apocalyptic game had arrived. Before anyone could react, the zombies launched into a massacre. They pounced on people, tearing and biting, sending blood and flesh flying. The bitten quickly turned into new zombies. Screams of agony and desperate cries for help filled the air. In an instant, the entire college was transformed into a hell on earth. Suin didn't look any longer. He picked up his watermelon knife and silently turned around. On the center of the rooftop, a bronze chest sat quietly. Supply chests come in many types. The lowest grade is wooden, then bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. In the early days of the apocalypse, most chests were wooden, bronze, and silver ones were rare. Suin quickly stepped forward and opened it. Inside were 3 items: a basic defense jacket 1, a zombie virus immune serum 1, and a blue enhancement pill 1. Each was a treasure. Although the defense jacket was only basic, it possessed astonishing defensive power. Ordinary zombies couldn't break through it. The blue enhancement pill was an oral drug that could permanently strengthen the human body. As for the zombie virus immune serum, in the apocalypse, a single vial could be traded for at least a ton of living supplies, plus a dozen beautiful female slaves, showing how precious it was. Yet in his previous life, Suin had never even used it himself before he died, because when he found Su Xiaoyan, she had already been infected, and he unhesitatingly gave the precious serum to her. Suin first swallowed the enhancement pill. A surge of power instantly flowed through his body, significantly strengthening his physique. Then he put on the defense jacket, tucked the immune serum away, picked up his watermelon knife, and hurried downstairs. The university town was not a place to linger. He needed to leave as soon as possible. A dense population would breed a massive zombie horde. When the horde reached a certain size, it would automatically evolve. Evolved zombies would see a sharp increase in aggression, strength, and speed, and he was still not strong enough to handle them. Heading to the outskirts and staying away from the horde was the best plan. Ding system detected that the host is facing an apocalyptic threat. System activated automatically. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine level ability Plunder. Plunder divine level unique ability description. Give it to me. Can replicate all other abilities infinitely. Can plunder others' wealth after upgrade. Suin had not awakened any ability at the beginning of the apocalypse in his previous life. He only awakened a third-rate ability a week after the disaster struck. He never expected to have a divine level ability right from the start in this life. It could only be called a perfect opening. Plunder, huh? So apocalyptic. Suin grinned, more than satisfied. But even with the divine level ability, he was still weak since he hadn't replicated anyone else's ability yet. Plunder itself had no attack power. His current strength was only average enough to handle ordinary zombies. However, the future held infinite possibilities. As long as he kept replicating others' abilities and plundering wealth, it would be hard not to soar. Suin immediately abandoned the plan to go to the outskirts. The priority now was to find other ability users and replicate their abilities, and the higher the level the better. Suin pondered, organizing his memories. According to his memories after the apocalypse, there were not many awakeners at Su University, and even fewer who were noteworthy. Most had grank trash abilities. The only one who left a deep impression on him was Xueqingyu, later known as the Black Widow, and strength lightning ability user. Xueqingyu was also a student at Su University, a sophomore 1 year below him. Before she could finish, the sharp blade of the watermelon knife answered her. Su An's knife fell, and the girl's head was severed. The girl was already infected. Saving her was impossible, and he hadn't intended to anyway. Helping her transcend could be considered earning some merits. Suin bent down, took the car keys from her body, got into the car, started it, and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, and the car shot forward, running over anything in its path, people or zombies alike. Soon Suin drove to the dormitory building where Xueqingyu lived. But the scene before him made him frown. The entire building had fallen with zombies everywhere. Occasionally survivors screamed and ran only to be chased by the horde. Some couldn't bear the horror and jumped off the building to their deaths. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs, blood, and organs splattered everywhere. With such a commotion, I wonder if Xueqingyu is still in her dorm. If not, it'll be troublesome. Ju. Suin let out a soft exclamation of surprise and looked at the girl. Then 2 lines of small text appeared above her head. Strength enhancement ability, drank wealth 5. She was already an awakened ability user, and a drank ability at that. The girl seemed to notice Suin as well. She swung the gas canister a few times to clear the zombies, then ran to Su An's car and tapped on the windshield. Classmate, open the door. Please take me with you. Su An's face lit up with a smile. Wasn't this an opportunity for ability replication coming right to him? He then opened the door, pulled the girl into the car, and silently chanted in his mind, "Give it to me." Detecting a plunderable target, replicate the target's ability, plunder the target's wealth, please choose. Replicate ability. Ability replication successful. Acquired ability strength enhancement level. In the blink of an eye, a level ability was in his grasp, lifting Su An's spirits immensely. Finally, a practical ability, though only level. He would make do with it for now. Better to have it than not. As for the other's wealth, it was merely 5 points. Aside from the clothes on his back, he likely had nothing else. Suin had no peculiar penchant for cross-dressing, so looting it was pointless. Thank you, little brother. You scared me. Is this the end of the world? Back in the car, the girl spoke with a lingering tremor of fear. Suin didn't answer her, but instead asked in return. Do you know Yu? The girl nodded. Of course I do. We're even roommates. Suin's eyes lit up at this, secretly counting his luck as he pressed on. Do you know where she is right now, eh? The girl pondered briefly. I remember she went to her uncle's photography studio today to model for a cover. And do you know where her uncle's studio is? Yes, I've been there twice with her. It's right next to the TV station building to the north. Knowing Yu's whereabouts, Suin wasted no more time. He swung the car around and sped toward the school gate. I can take you with me, but you'll need to guide the way and help me find Yu. I'm sure, no problem. The girl quickly nodded in agreement. With a few taps on the accelerator, the car successfully exited the school gate and headed toward the TV station. Sioux City was already plunged into chaos, with zombies and screaming crowds lining the roads and countless stalled vehicles parked on either side. Thick smoke mingled with cries of agony echoed endlessly through the streets like a hell on earth. Fortunately, it was only the dawn of the apocalypse. Most people were busy fleeing the zombies, so the roads weren't completely blocked yet. Occasionally, a cluster of zombies or people in the way could be rammed through. The girl's face turned pale at the sight outside the window. He stepped on the gas and rammed 2 zombies aside, replying flatly, Suin. Hello, brother Suin. They'll call you Ngu from now on. Ngu, what's your relationship with Yu? Are we going to rescue her? Suin didn't answer, merely nodding faintly as he focused entirely on driving. Seeing that Suin remained silently, Yu didn't press further. Her big eyes brimmed with curiosity along with a hint of envy toward Yu. In her mind, Suin and Yu must be lovers. That was why Suin would risk his life to save Yu even as the world ended. Li Xiaoyu's expression dimmed with melancholy. Yu had such a wonderful boyfriend in Su, and while Li Xiaoyu had nothing. The boys who once swore they liked her and would die for her were now likely struggling to save themselves. Even if they had the means to survive, they would never risk their lives for her. If only Suin were her boyfriend. And he was handsome too. After driving for about 20 minutes, Suin slammed on the brakes, brought the car to a stop, grabbed his watermelon knife, and got out. We're not there yet, she said. Suin replied curtly, switching vehicles. After a journey of constant driving and ramming, this small sedan was already on its last legs. If he didn't switch soon, it would break down eventually. Oh. Li Xiaoyu quickly scrambled out and followed him. Suin approached a Hummer, tapped on the windshield, and a portly middle-aged man rolled down the window and poked his head out. Get lost, kid. Don't bother me while I'm waiting for someone. Without a word, Suin grabbed the man by the collar, yanked him entirely out of the car, then opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Motherfucker. The middle-aged man scrambled to his feet, pulled a dagger from his waist, and lunged at Suin. Suin kicked out with his left foot. Empowered by the strength enhancement ability, the man was sent flying, crashing violently into a trash can by the roadside, unconscious and barely alive. In the passenger seat sat a sweet-faced, fiery young woman, likely the man's lover or something similar. Barely 20 years old, with striking looks that could at least rival a department beauty. Suin emotionlessly grabbed her and kicked her out of the car as well. As he withdrew his foot, he lightly flicked the door shut with the tip of his shoe and shot Li Xiaoyu a meaningful glance. Stop dawdling, get in. Li Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Okay, and go. She had witnessed everything Suin did. Anyone who stood in his way, living or dead, was rammed aside. If he fancied a car, he simply seized it, brutally. But Li Xiaoyu dared not complain. After all, she relied on Suin for survival. Besides, this was the end of the world. Truth, goodness, and beauty were long gone. She had never lived through an apocalypse, but she had seen plenty of apocalyptic movies. In those movies, the naive and saintly usually died early and painfully. She was still young and had never been in love. She didn't want to die, so. Inside the photography studio at that moment, Yu was curled up in a corner of a small photo studio, trembling. Occasional screams from outside made her face grow even paler. Yu, don't be scared. Your uncle will protect you. Thank you, uncle. Yu nodded obediently. Also in the room was a middle-aged man in a suit, quietly comforting her. This man was Yu's uncle, Lu Qingyu, and the owner of the studio. Yu had been naturally beautiful since childhood, and as she grew older, she became even more radiant and ethereal, rivaling or even surpassing famous stars in her pure, otherworldly charm. But her family wasn't well off, so she often worked as a cover model at her uncle's studio to earn some living expenses. Lu Qingyu was happy to have her. Her looks and temperament were so outstanding that she brought in countless customers. Today, as usual, Qingyu had come to shoot a cover. But shortly after they started, something terrifying happened. Around tea, those who were bitten to death soon revived and continued attacking others. Before the studio could close its doors, the madmen rushed in during the chaos and started biting. Lu Qingyu led Qingyu to hide in a small photo studio, barely escaping. Recalling the earlier events, Lu Qingyi's heart sank. He suddenly felt that this scene was exactly like the apocalyptic world in movies. This must be the end of the world. With the apocalypse, the studio he had worked half his life to build would be gone. Wealth, fame, all turned to dust. At this thought, an indescribable restlessness welled up in Lu Qingyu. His gaze fell on the youthful, beautiful Xue Qingyu, and he inexplicably reached out toward her, a flicker of madness in his eyes. Qingyu, come into my arms. You won't be scared then. Uncle will take good care of you. Seeing Lu Qingjia's frenzied expression, Xue Qingyu's heart fluttered with even greater panic. She instinctively stepped back twice. Thank you, but no need. Lu Qingtian froze, his face instantly turning cold. Qingyu, are you being disobedient now? I've watched you grow up since you were little. What's wrong with a hug? Xue Qingyu shook her head, retreating incessantly until she was cornered against the wall with nowhere to go. Please don't be like this. Lu Qingyu let out a sinister chuckle at her words, his eyes bloodshot as he spoke coldly. The apocalypse is here. It's all gone, everything. I've struggled for half my life, and in the end I have nothing. Qingyu, now that the world is ending, morality and ethics don't matter anymore. Can't you just do me this one favor? I've always treated you well, haven't I? Helping me once is the least you could do. With that, he lunged forward. Xue Qingyu was already terrified out of her wits. The zombies earlier had frightened her enough, but Lu Qingjia's beastly behavior was something she had never anticipated. She struggled, desperately crying and begging for mercy. Yet Lu Qingyu turned a deaf ear. Seeing that Xue Qingyu's fierce resistance kept him at bay, he stepped back and began to strip off his clothes. Qingyu, you need to keep your voice down, you know. Those man-eating monsters are outside. If they find you, this tender little body of yours will be devoured alive. Rather than being eaten by them, it's better to let me have you, isn't it? Don't worry, you'll take good care of you. I've wanted this for a long time. Hee hee. Xue Qingyu shook her head, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with despair. Don't come near me, you beast. Lu Qingyu advanced with a lecherous grin, hell-bent on regressing to a primitive state. The more viciously Xue Qingyu cursed, the more excited he became. Bang! Just then the door was kicked open with a thunderous crash, and a man and a woman walked in. It was Su In and his companion. Qingyu, are you alright? Li Xiaoyu rushed in first, immediately seeing Xue Qingyu's miserable state, though thankfully her clothes were still intact. She was merely badly frightened. Li Xiaoyu quickly grabbed a set of clothes from a rack in the studio and draped them over Xue Qingyu's shoulders. Enraged at having his plans interrupted, Lu Qingyu snarled at Suin. Who let you in? This is my studio. Get out. Suin cast an indifferent glance at Lu Qingyu, then looked at Xue Qingyu, who was sobbing with her head down. With a little deduction, Suin figured out roughly what had happened. He wasn't particularly surprised by Lu Qingjia's actions. Having lived through a decade in the apocalypse, he had seen all kinds of scenes, far more insane and depraved than this. The apocalypse was like a ravenous beast that once unleashed devoured all moral and ethical restraints in the human heart. But Lu Qingyu had adapted far too quickly. At the same time, Suin understood why Xue Qingyu had harbored such a hatred for men in his past life. Seeing Suin ignore him, Lu Qingjia's eyes turned cold. He grabbed a stone block used as a photography prop and swung it at Su An's head. Watch out! Li Xiaoyu quickly shouted a warning. Lu Qingjia's movement was swift, his strike decisive and without hesitation. But in front of Su In, it was like showing off one's meager skills. When it came to killing, Su In was a seasoned expert. A flash of a blade, and Lu Qingyu missed his target. He hastily dropped the stone block, clutching his throat with both hands. Yet bright red blood still gushed through his fingers, spilling onto the ground in a spreading pool. Lu Qingyu tried to speak, but only a gurgling sound escaped from his throat along with a stream of bloody foam. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. It seemed he wouldn't die anytime soon. How long he lived depended on how much blood he had. Suin. At that moment, Xue Qingyu, who had been crying, suddenly got up and threw herself into Su In's arms, sobbing. Suin. Suin was flooded with question marks. He wanted to ask, Miss, do we even know each other? Bewildered as he was, he still wrapped his arms around her, holding her clothes while silently chanting in his mind, give it to me. Ding, target available for plunder detected. Please select plunder direction. Duplicate ability. Ability duplication successful. Ability acquired lightning control strength. Having finally obtained the strength ability, Suin smiled with satisfaction. This was a truly strength ability after all, a real asset for the days ahead. But in Li Xiaoyu's eyes, Su In's smile seemed a bit like he was rubbing salt in the wound. The handsome man and beautiful woman were clearly a perfect match with mutual affection. Li Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She was after all not the one who came first. The three of them then left the studio and returned to the car. Suin sat in the driver's seat, while the two girls sat in the back, whispering to each other and occasionally stealing glances at Suin. Xue Qingyu's cheeks were flushed, and she didn't dare meet Su In's eyes at all, while Li Xiaoyu observed the two of them intently. Suin, however, furrowed his brow. The apocalypse had struck suddenly. Only 2 or 3 hours had passed. But many people had already reacted, fleeing in their cars, all trying to reach the suburbs to escape the zombie hordes. However, with everyone trying to escape at once, the roads were quickly jammed. The zombies took advantage of the chaos, running up to the car windows and smashing them open like opening blind boxes. Once a blind box was opened, the people inside were usually done for. The deaths were one thing, but the dying person stepping on the accelerator was the real disaster. Traffic was completely paralyzed. This dashed Su's hopes of leaving the city. Walking out would take several hours, and the risk was too great to be worth it. After some thought, he abandoned the idea of leaving the city and led the two girls out of the car. Following his memory, he headed to a nearby luxury villa district. The security guard at the gate had already fled, leaving the entrance wide. Of course, before moving in, some basic supplies were still needed. Suen left Xue Qingyu in the villa to organize usable items, then took Li Xiaoyu to gather supplies from other residences. They also cleared the zombies in the neighborhood, using the opportunity to hone Li Xiaoyu's personal abilities. Li Xiaoyu was a drank strength enhancement awakened with limited growth potential and an uncertain future. However, in the early stages, she was quite practical, making for a decent laborer. At the very least, her ability was straightforward to use, unlike Xue Qingyu's lightning ability, which required time to master. Li Xiaoyu was naturally delighted with Su's arrangement. She wasn't afraid of being worked like a beast of burden. Her greatest fear was being cast aside, left with no one to rely on in the vast apocalypse. As a strength type awakened, her immense power made her perfectly suited for heavy labor. Li Xiaoyu chose a baseball bat as her weapon, finding it easy to wield. With EAC, Suen shook his head helplessly, unable to bring himself to dampen her spirits. Her ability, much like a certain part of her body, was a drank with little room for growth. For now it sufficed, but in a few days when the zombies evolved, this strength enhancement brawler would be inferior to even an elite monster. Is Qingyu also an awakened? Li Xiaoyu asked curiously. Yes, lightning ability. Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Wow, that sounds so impressive. Suen agreed. It would be strange if lightning ability weren't impressive. Lightning itself could generate electricity, striking with precision unmatched in speed and lethality. In stormy weather, it even received a boost, allowing partial control of lightning for one's own use. Harnessing the power of the heavens, how could it not be strong? Fortunately, he now possessed it as well. Quite satisfying. Suen concentrated, channeling the lightning energy within him toward a nearby zombie. A bolt of lightning arced from his fingertip ends. All three abilities had seen varying degrees of proficiency increase. Strength enhancement had the highest, nearly ready to level up with a max of 5. Lightning mastery's max was 25. Using abilities boosted proficiency. As for plunder, it remained a mystery, though it seemed levelable with an unknown cap. The gap between ability ranks was also evident. Setting aside plunder, comparing lightning mastery and strength enhancement, the latter's initial power was far inferior, and its growth potential was incomparable. One maxed at 5 and the other at 25, a numerical crushing. Suen cast a pitying glance at Li Xiaoyu. Comparisons were odious. Even among awakened there were disparities. Fortunately, he was a cheater. Li Xiaoyu, oblivious to his pity, stared at him wide-eyed. Ange, you can discharge electricity. Are you also a lightning type awakened? Sort of, Suen replied nonchalantly. But I saw you're incredibly strong too. I thought you were a strength enhancer like me. I do have strength enhancement as well. Li Xiaoyu was speechless. As expected of Ange. Li Xiaoyu smiled sweetly, asking no further. The stronger Suen was the happier she felt. Such was the self-awareness of a leech. A strong thigh meant an easy ride. The two spent most of the day clearing the neighborhood of zombies and scavenging supplies. When they returned to their base, Suen walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Li Xiaoyu followed, burdened with hundreds of pounds of goods, bags and bundles nearly burying her petite frame, leaving only her big watery eyes visible. Xue Qingyu had also organized the base's supplies and cleaned every room, giving the temporary haven a hint of home. A preliminary tally of supplies: 9.5 buckets of vegetable oil, over 300 gin of rice and flour, 13 cases of beverages and juice, 629 bottles of liquor and wine, over 60 gin of fresh vegetables, over 40 gin of fresh meat, over 20 cases of canned goods, mostly pet food for cats and dogs, 6 boxes of condiments like soy sauce, MSG, and salt, 2 sacks of assorted snacks, 2 sacks of dried abalone bird's nest and sea cucumber, and 4 large sacks of various medicinal herbs. These supplies could sustain the three of them comfortably for 2 months. Yet this was from over 20 luxury villas and most of the neighborhood. Such was the drawback of high-end areas. Food reserves were pitifully low. The entire luxury district's edible supplies might not match a single unit block in an ordinary neighborhood. It made sense. The rich mostly dined out, and when they cooked at home, they bought small premium portions, rarely stockpiling. Pet food was the exception. Here, however, liquor was abundant: 629 bottles of fine wine and spirits, including rare vintages worth tens of thousands each. In a few months these bottles would be priceless. There were also precious medicinal herbs: ginseng, antler, deer penis, bull penis, tiger penis. These were favorites of middle-aged business tycoons, and would become treasures for the powerful in the post-apocalyptic world, equally invaluable. With the supplies sorted, they stored and preserved everything accordingly. Exhausted from the day's labor, the two girls were famished, their stomachs growling. They busied themselves in the kitchen washing vegetables and cooking with great cheer. Suin went to the spacious third-floor balcony, lounging lazily in a recliner, occasionally sipping juice as the setting sun cast a warm hazy glow. He couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. In his past life at this very moment, he would be shivering with Su Xiaoyan in a sewer pipe far from this leisurely sunbathing. For now he had no plans to venture out for supplies. While the early apocalypse was prime time for hoarding, the problems were obvious where to store it all. He couldn't just haul everything back to this temporary base. Transport alone was a major issue, as was storage management. Moving to a new base later would be even more troublesome. His immediate priority was finding other awakened to replicate their abilities. As for food, others would hoard it. Neighbors hoard food, I hoard guns, my neighbors are my granary. The chicken soup is here. The two girls had prepared a total of 3 dishes and 1 soup with both meat and vegetables. In this apocalyptic world, it was a truly lavish feast. The food was delicious. Suin devoured several large bowls of rice, and still craved more. Li Xiaoyu patted her round belly, completely sprawled out on the recliner, a satisfied silly grin spreading across her face. Xue Qingyu, on the other hand, took out a small notebook to calculate their supplies and plan their daily consumption for the 3 of them, occasionally reaching up with her delicate hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Qingyu, can you control your ability now, eh? Suin took a sip of tea and asked Xue Qingyu. What? What ability? I don't know. Xue Qingyu snapped back to reality, her face slightly flushed. Whenever she faced Suin, she always appeared shy and acted very restrained. Seeing that Xue Qingyu still didn't know she possessed a powerful frantic ability, Suin shook his head helplessly. He simply couldn't connect this shy girl in front of him with the cold-blooded killer from his past life. He then began to explain everything to Xue Qingyu, who listened intently. Let me try. Xue Qingyu immediately stood up, closed her eyes, and focused. Before long, faint arcs of electricity began to flicker around her. Raising her hand, she shot out a bolt of lightning that blasted a small sapling downstairs into charcoal. I did it. Xue Qingyu exclaimed softly, beads of sweat forming excitedly on the tip of her nose. Suin smiled approvingly. Not bad talent. He then gathered arcs of electricity in his own palm, which shot out to envelop a nearby cleaver. With a casual flick of his hand, the cleaver flew up, shot forward rapidly, and embedded itself firmly into the wall. Practice along these lines for now. The uses of lightning abilities were many, including manipulating metal through electromagnetic force, one of the most efficient and lethal applications. Okay, you'll work hard, Xue Qingyu said with earnest determination. Suin stood up and stretched. You 2 take turns keeping watch tonight. Kill any zombies you see, but try not to make 2. Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed. Li Xiaoyu bounced up and gave a playful salute. Suin couldn't help but chuckle. He turned and went into his room, lay down on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. In his mind, he meticulously sorted through the memories of his past life, pondering his next moves, especially how to handle his relationship with Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu. Xue Qingyu was one of the campus beauties at Su University, pure, charming, and stunningly attractive. Li Xiaoyu was cute and lively, a small body brimming with immense energy, and no less attractive than Xue Qingyu. To say Suin felt no stirrings would be a lie. If they were ugly, he would have kicked them away long ago. But after the incident with Su Xiaoyan, he had developed a kind of PTSD, unable to entrust his true heart to any woman. If only I had the slave owner ability, Suin muttered helplessly to himself. As for being friends, he immediately dismissed that option. In the apocalypse, there were no friends, no so-called camaraderie. He didn't intend to seek any friendship in this life. Was it tragic? Tragic indeed. This was the apocalypse, and this was his way of survival. Better to die in solitude than to place hope in the elusive nature of humanity. On the balcony, Li Xiaoyu sat cross-legged on the railing, hands on her knees, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the residential complex. Her expression was intensely focused, and with her petite frame, she looked like a kitten waiting for its prey. Can you go rest first? He'll keep watch here. When I can't hold on anymore, I'll switch with you. Although Suin hadn't said it, Li Xiaoyu could tell she was the weakest of the 3. She didn't want to be abandoned by Suin, so she had to find ways to do more to give her all. It's still early, I can't sleep. He'll keep you company. If you're tired, you sleep first, and he'll take the watch, Xue Qingyu said, shaking her head. She manipulated a fruit knife with her electromagnetic power while chatting with Li Xiaoyu. Before the apocalypse, they had been roommates and had a good relationship, so they never ran out of things to talk about. Qingyu, how long have you and brother been together? How come I never noticed you had a boyfriend? Off. Xue Qingyu stumbled at the question, losing control of the fruit knife, which whizzed past just above Li Xiaoyu's head. Startled, Li Xiaoyu quickly ducked. Wo Qingyu, are you trying to kill me? Even if you found out your secret, there's no need to silence me. Xue Qingyu's face turned crimson, and she waved her hands frantically. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Suin and I are not dating. We've only met a few times. Li Xiaoyu was stunned, her face full of disbelief. How is that possible? Then why would brother risk his life to save you? Xue Qingyu couldn't explain it either. We really have only met a few times. Besides, he's always had a girlfriend. Her expression dimmed as she spoke. What a... Li Xiaoyu raised her voice, then lowered it to ask. Tell me quickly, which little slut is it? Su Xiaoyan from the Chinese department. You've probably seen her too. She's very pretty. Li Xiaoyu's expression twisted strangely. How isn't she that green tea bitch? How could brother and fall for her? She's not even as good as me. If I were just half a... 1.5 heads taller. Just a tiny 20 centimeters. I'd be a campus beauty at Su University too. Both Su Xiaoyan and Xue Qingyu were tall over 1.7 meters. Height had always been a sore point for Li Xiaoyu. Standing at only 1.55 meters, it pained her to the point of breathlessness. Luckily, her face was attractive enough to keep her dignity intact. I heard they've been together for 2 years, but Su Xiaoyan never told anyone. She only went to Su and when she wanted gifts. Su Xiaoyan had a bad reputation among the girls, rumored to have played the field in high school and gotten even wilder in college, hooking up with several wealthy playboys. Xue Qingyu couldn't understand why Suan liked Su Xiaoyan, having personally seen Su Xiaoyan arm-in-arm with other guys heading into hotels. Ugh, that Su Xiaoyan is so disgusting. Hey wait Qingyu, if you and brother aren't close, how do you know so much about him? Li Xiaoyu spotted the inconsistency. Xue Qingyu blushed and sighed. Once I fell off my bike and he helped me up. That's it. And you say you're not giving yourself away? I'm not. The two girls playfully wrestled on the balcony. The sun set and darkness gradually enveloped the earth. A bloated mountainous figure staggered down the street, occasionally gurgling with streams of foul black liquid dripping from its mouth. And it was heading straight for the residential complex where Su and the two girls were staying. As time slipped by, midnight had come and gone. Li Xiaoyu remained on the balcony, standing guard. Xue Qingyu, wrapped in a woolen blanket, slept soundly on the balcony sofa. They had agreed that Li Xiaoyu would take the first watch and Xue Qingyu the second. Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but yawn and stretch, causing a gentle ripple of movement. Edge. At that moment, Li Xiaoyu suddenly spotted a figure standing by the guardrail at the community entrance. Under the glow of the street lamp, she made out what it was. It was a colossal fat man, over 2 meters tall, grotesquely bloated. His bruised purplish flesh had burst through his tattered clothes, and a black liquid dripped incessantly from his mouth. He resembled a giant corpse swollen from prolonged soaking in water, utterly horrifying. Li Xiaoyu shuddered involuntarily and grabbed a baseball bat. She was certain this fat man was a zombie. Her first instinct was to charge downstairs and smash its head with the bat, but looking at its massive size, she hesitated. Such a hulking creature must weigh at least 400 or 500 gene. It looked durable. What if she couldn't defeat it? After much deliberation, Li Xiaoyu woke Xue Qingyu, who was nearby, since Xue Qingyu possessed long-range attack abilities. The two girls then quietly crept downstairs, tiptoeing toward the community entrance. Bang! A dull explosion echoed as the fat zombie's entire body burst apart. The immense shockwave sent stinking, rotting flesh splattering everywhere and shattered the community guardrail into several sections. Meanwhile, the blast's aftershock triggered the alarms of several cars parked near the entrance. In the dead silence of the night, the alarms were ear-piercing, instantly spreading through the surrounding streets. One by one, zombies suddenly sprang up, howling as they charged toward the sound. When Li Xiaoyu heard the car alarms, she muttered a curse and dashed out with her baseball bat. Suan had previously warned that zombies' hearing sharpened significantly at night. Such piercing alarms would surely attract a horde. She had to find a way to silence the car alarms. But before Li Xiaoyu could reach them, a massive tide of zombies, at least 100 strong, surged toward the community. Li Xiaoyu immediately turned around and ran back, shouting at Xue Qingyu, "Qingyu, run!" There was no W. Once injured, it would explode violently, killing anyone too close. After the explosion, a pungent, nauseating odor lingered in the air. Zombies within hundreds of meters would be drawn to this scent, and anyone tainted by it would become their primary target. Even if not killed by the blast, they would be torn apart by the converging horde. It seemed that Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu had accidentally killed an explosive type, triggering the explosion that attracted the zombie swarm. Suan stopped overthinking. He led the zombie horde in a zigzag through the streets, retreating while fighting. After 20 minutes of continuous slaughter, the horde had been halved. And we're here to help. Li Xiaoyu sprinted out of the community with her baseball bat and smashed a zombie's head with a single swing. Xue Qingyu followed silently, lightning surging from her palm as she fought fiercely. With the two girls joining in, the zombie horde was nearly wiped out in less than 10 minutes. The ground W. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Seeing Xue Qingyu's self-reproachful expression, Suan waved his hand. Don't blame yourself too much, it was my oversight. He hadn't anticipated that on the very first day zombies would evolve into LV3 burst variants. His carelessness indeed. Thankfully, it was Xue Qingyu who acted. Had it been Li Xiaoyu, a single swing of her baseball bat might have resulted in a mutual destruction with the burst variant. It seemed necessary to find time to educate them on basic zombie classifications. You two head back first, they'll check the vicinity. Ordinary zombies became motionless at night, entering a brief dormant state, only awakening upon hearing abnormal sounds. But LV3 and above zombies were different. They moved freely even in the dark. If ordinary zombies were merely virus-infected walking corpses, those at LV3 and above had fully evolved into a new species possessing their own movement patterns and a rudimentary form of biological consciousness. The commotion here might attract other LV3Z. Brother, don't be so stubborn. You've seen it yourself. These zombies are multiplying every day. It's tough for the three of you to survive alone. Listen to me, come with us. We can look out for each other. We've stocked up on plenty of supplies, food and drink. Better than starving out here. You might handle it, but the two young ladies can't endure it, right? Isn't that the truth? Seeing Sue-Ann didn't immediately refuse, as if slightly tempted, Huzi quickly added, I want beat around the bush. You're clearly a trained fighter, brother. With you joining us, our safety's guaranteed. But don't worry, I promise you 3 square meals a day. Our stockpile could last years. This whole truck is full of it. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Huzi walked over to Sue and casually slung an arm around his shoulder and headed toward the truck. Let me tell you, there's plenty of seafood too, but the northern guys here find it too fishy. If you like it, you're in for a treat. Really, you'd better not be lying to me. Would I lie to you? Just take a look in. Just then, Huzi's hand on Sue-Ann's shoulder began to gleam with a metallic sheen. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm transformed into a steel limb, and his formerly honest expression twisted into a ferocious, murderous intent. Huzi's steel arm suddenly tightened, aiming to crush Sue-Ann's head. In that instant, a flash of electric light surrounded Sue-Ann. Huzi was horrified to find his steel arm uncontrollable. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it an inch. Boss, make a move. This kid's got something weird. My arm won't obey me. Worthless. A chilling sneer came from the truck roof, followed by a dark shadow leaping down and charging swiftly at Sue-Ann. Another flash of electric light, and the watermelon knife shot out with a cold gleam, striking the shadow instantly. No gory scene unfolded. With a clang and sparks flying, the knife was deflected. The shadow was also knocked back, landing not far away. Sue-Ann finally saw the creature's true form. It was a humanoid being over 2 meters tall. From ankles to head, it was covered in bluish-black scales with elongated claws at the ends of its limbs and sharp fangs. A thick meter-long tail dragged behind it. Overall, it resembled an upright walking giant lizard. Under Sue-Ann's gaze, 2 lines of text appeared above the lizard man's head. Ability: Beast Transformation, B, Irreversible Wealth 16,000. Sue-Ann was slightly surprised by the opponent's ability and wealth. 1600 wealth marked him as a substantial prize. Sue-Ann himself had only a little over 3000. Clearly, this lizard man was the GR. Facing the lizard man's threat, Sue-Ann remained expressionless. With one hand, he gripped the immobilized Huzi by the neck, lifting him up, while silently reciting in his mind, "Take it from you." Detecting a plunderable target, please select a plundering direction, duplicate ability. Ability acquired Iron Arm F. Although the Iron Arm ability was somewhat lackluster, every bit counted, like gathering scraps to hone skill proficiency. Boss, save me. Hughes's face flushed red as he weakly pleaded for help from the lizard man. The lizard man's feet suddenly propelled him forward, transforming into a dark shadow hurtling toward Sue-Ann with incredible speed. Sue-Ann swung his hand, hurling Huzi directly at the lizard man. Before Huzi could even revel in his temporary escape, the lizard man lunged without pause, swiping a claw down. Get lost. With 2 muffled thuds, Huzi didn't even have time to scream before he was torn apart, scattering into several chunks of mangled flesh on the ground. The lizard man continued charging at Sue-Ann. Electricity crackled around Sue-Ann, and a watermelon knife nearby spun in an arc, slicing toward the lizard man's eyes. The lizard man roared hastily, shielding his eyes with both hands. Sparks flew as metal clashed, and the watermelon knife was sent flying again. Yet the lizard man remained unscathed, with only a faint white mark left on the back of his hand, proving his hand's superior defense. Kid, it's useless. I'm invul. But in that brief moment, when the lizard man's vision was blocked, Sue-Ann burst forward, closing the distance in an instant. His right arm shimmered with a metallic gleam. Startled by Sue-Ann's speed, the lizard man's claws shot towards Sue-Ann's head. Die, damn you. Yet Sue-Ann was faster. Activating his power enhancement, he punched upward into the lizard man's jaw with all his might. A dull thud rang out, and the lizard man's massive body was sent flying several meters into the air, letting out a beastly howl. Electricity flared again. Sue-Ann snorted coldly. Lock. Several steel barriers shot over, twisting and coiling like serpents, instantly enveloping the lizard man. Moments later, the lizard man was encased in a massive iron ball, thudding to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Even so, the lizard man refused to give up, snarling as he struggled to break free. His scale-covered muscular limbs erupted with immense strength, causing the steel bindings to creak and groan. Rip! Another surge of electricity struck, and the entire iron ball erupted with blinding currents. Ugh! Under the immense electrical assault, within a minute the lizard man completely lost the will to resist, collapsing limply to the ground, his body charred black and reeking of burnt flesh. Suin walked over expressionlessly, placed a hand on the lizard man's forehead, and silently recited, "Take it from you." Detecting a plunderable target, please select a plundering direction, plunder wealth. Wealth plunder successful, obtained 1700 wealth points and resources. Remaining 100 population wealth points cannot be plundered due to insufficient skill proficiency. Please select a storage location for resources. Store them in the base villa. Resources transferred. Please check soon. Big brother, please spare my life. I'll follow you from now on, do whatever you say. The lizard man weakly begged for mercy. Suin glanced at him indifferently, stood up, dusted off his hands, and turned to leave. Sorry, you're worthless to me now. The iron ball tightened instead of loosening. Several steel rods snaked into the lizard man's orifices in an instant, shredding him from the inside out into a pulp. The lizard man couldn't even let out a death cry. "Enter, you hurt?" Li Xiaoyu ran over carrying a baseball bat, her face full of concern, while dragging a severely beaten man. The enemy had come with 3, you 2 were dead, and the sole survivor had been crippled and captured by Li Xiaoyu during his escape. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Suin glanced at the groaning man and said flatly, "Kill him. No use keeping him alive." "Huh. I have to do it." Li Xiaoyu shrank back. She had no qualms about killing zombies, but taking a human life was another matter. Raised in a civilized society, facing Su An's cold gaze, Li Xiaoyu's heart tightened. She dared not meet his eyes, lowering her head and stammering, "I understand." "Understood." After much hesitation, Li Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, raised the baseball bat, and ended the man. Staring at the pool of blood, her hands trembled slightly. Suin reached out and gently patted her head to comfort her. "To survive in the apocalypse, you must dirty your own hands. Otherwise, you'll be the one dead. You can even pity zombies, but never others. In this world, human hearts are more terrifying than beasts." In their short time together, Li Xiaoyu had exceeded his expectations. Her combat instincts were sharp, and she was clever. Suin began to consider mentoring her. "MMO, listen to Ange." Li Xiaoyu flashed a sweet smile. She knew Suin meant well, but she still needed time to adjust her mindset to this harsh reality. As for Xue Qingyu, she remained aloof, showing little discomfort over the deaths of the 3 men. Suin said no more, turning to the back of the truck and opening the cargo door. He wasn't searching for supplies, having already plundered their wealth. Suin controlled a piece of iron, weaving through the crowd, and soon freed everyone from their bonds. "Thank you, young man, for saving us. When that monster caught me, I thought I was done for. Bro, that thing is fierce. Let's get out of here before it catches us again." Yeah, let's hurry." The group scrambled off the truck, ready to flee. Suin punched the truck side, producing a deafening bang and leaving a deep dent. He glared at the panicked crowd and said coldly, "Did I say you could leave? Rest assured, the monster that captured you is dead, and you are all free now. But on one condition: you must load all the nearby corpses into the vehicle and take them away. A bit of labor in exchange for your lives seems like a fair deal to me." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, yet no one made a move to lift the bodies. Since the lizard man was dead, what was there to fear? A woman in office attire, brushing dirt off her clothes, grumbled discontentedly, "Why should we listen to you? We're not your slaves. Just because you say something, we have to do it." "I'm not doing it." The others chimed in. "Exactly, no pay, and you want free labor." "I'm out too. Ill work for money or food. I haven't eaten all day and have no strength, and you want me to haul corpses? Are you even human? I'm a girl, you know. No gentlemanly manners at all. Are you even a man? Such a clueless straight guy destined to be alone. Little brother, you saved us, true, but please respect our human rights. We are free people with rights. If you had a better attitude and kindly asked us, considering your kindness, we might oblige. But with this bossy tone, who would listen? Young man, learn some social graces, or you won't know how you'll suffer later. There are many of us, so what can you do? These young people today have no manners at all." Hearing about work, the group grew displeased, chattering and blaming Su in a flurry of words. Some resorted to moral blackmail, while others, slightly older than Su, outright lectured him on how to behave. Li Xiaoyu, standing by, was furious, her blood pressure spiking as she spat angrily. "Hey, have you no shame, brother, and saved your lives? Just helping move the corpses is a huge bargain. If that monster had caught you, you'd be dead without knowing how. Little girl, no one asked for your opinion. Did we ask him to save us?" Seeing the situation escalate, Suin raised a hand to stop Li Xiaoyu from arguing with the crowd. With a flicker of movement, he appeared before the OL woman who had spoken first, grabbed her, lifted her into the air, and with a squeeze killed her, instantly tossing her into the truck with a loud thud. Without pause, he repeated the same action, killing the next and throwing them in. Then the next. "You want human rights? They'll fast-track you to the afterlife to claim them. Want to fight? Let me try too. Trying to teach me? You're not worthy." In moments, Suin had dispatched 5 people. "Murder! Help!" The others screamed and tried to flee, but Suin caught them one by one. Any swift runners were electrocuted by Xue Qingyu and dragged back by Li Xiaoyu. Anyone else still want human rights? Suin looked down at the trembling group with icy eyes. They shuddered, too afraid to speak. The timid ones had wet themselves, collapsing to the ground and shaking uncontrollably. My patience is limited. I hope you won't try to mess with my blood pressure again. You have 10 minutes. Either carry the nearby corpses into the truck and drive off, or become corpses yourselves and be thrown in. Choose. The group, terrified out of their wits, scrambled to their feet and hurriedly began moving the bodies. Their legs stopped aching, backs stopped hurting, stomachs stopped growling. Each worked more diligently than the last. Within 10 minutes, all the corpses were cleared, even those from the residential areas stuffed into the vehicle. Can any of you drive? I can. One person timidly raised a hand. You then. Drive the truck, take everyone and go. I don't care where, just as far as possible. But don't drive too fast or make too much noise, or don't blame me for not warning you if you die. The group, as if granted amnesty, piled onto the truck, floored the accelerator, and sped away. They seemed to ignore Su's warning, roaring off and vanishing down the road. Suin shook his head. Good advice is wasted on the doomed. Making such a racket, who knows how many zombies they'd attract along the way. With the roads in bad shape if they had to stop. Let's go back. Suin called the two girls to return. Tonight's harvest was decent. He replicated an ability and plundered plenty of supplies. Before returning to the villa, Su and had Li Xiaoyu push several cars in front of the community entrance in a row, while he used magnetism to pull metal guardrails from the street and stack them on the car roofs. Thus a simple yet practical barrier was built. It wouldn't hold off a zombie horde, but it could prevent wandering undead from entering the community. To enter or leave, one could simply open a car door and pass through. When the trio returned to the villa, they opened the door to find a mountain of supplies spilling out. Meat, eggs, milk, fruits, vegetables, snacks, drinks, pots, pans. Everything imaginable. Suin. It seemed the lizard man had led a raid on several small to medium supermarkets. The 170 wealth points were indeed impressive, filling the entire small villa to the brim. The two girls gaped at the sudden deluge of supplies. What are you staring at? Start organizing. Xueqingyu turned in shock. Suin, where did this come from? I made a wish to the Bodhisattva, and they granted it for free. Suin brushed it off casually. Xueqingyu didn't press further, and called Li Xiaoyu to start sorting the supplies. These were their lifeline in the apocalypse. With so much, they could live comfortably for a year. The two girls categorized the goods, while Suin went to fetch refrigerators from other villas. Unfortunately, among the supplies, fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat made up a significant portion, at least 1 or 2 tons. It was midsummer, and the heat would spoil these fresh items quickly. Left outside, vegetables and fruits would rot in 3 days, while meat would stink overnight. Refrigerators were essential. Suin lugged over 20 refrigerators, placing them in a neighboring villa, and connected them to power strips. That villa would serve as a dedicated food storage. After setting up the fridges, Suin searched the community for generators, luckily finding 4. Even if the power went out, they could temporarily rely on generators to keep the fridges running. As a last resort, Xueqingyu could act as a human generator, though endurance was a problem. By the time all supplies were stored, the sky was already turning pale with dawn. They had worked through the night. Even Suin felt sore and stiff, dirty and smelly, complaining loudly. It proved that having too many supplies wasn't always a good thing. He then called the two girls to the indoor swimming pool in the community. What else? To enjoy themselves, of course. After a night of hard work, couldn't they indulge a little? Suin, wearing sunglasses and swimming trunks, reclined leisurely on a lounge chair. He casually picked up a piece of steak with his fork, chewed it, and took a small sip of red wine. The aroma of meat mingled with the fragrance of wine spread across his tongue. The steak was his own, expertly pan-fried by Xueqingyu using an induction cooker. Two girls were frolicking in the pool, their sexy swimsuits outlining their alluring figures, dazzling to the eyes. Suin couldn't help but sigh. This was how life should be lived. Brother, and come down and play with us, he. Li Xiaoyu waved at Suin persistently. Suin grinned, rose, and walked to the edge of the pool, then leaped with it. I'm jumping. He executed a 900-degree spin, entering the water with a Philippine freed fish-style dive, sending splashes flying which made the two girls giggle. The pool was filled with laughter and invisible youthful hormones. After playing for a while, they returned to the villa contentedly. Before leaving, Suin drained both pools and refilled them with fresh water. Soon the entire city of Su would lose power and water. Electricity could barely be managed, but water had to be stored in advance. Fortunately, the two pools were large, and since they were indoors, evaporation was slow and contamination was less likely. The water would last the 3 of them a long time. Back at the villa, Suin didn't rest, but took Li Xiaoyu out of the neighborhood, while Xueqingyu stayed to guard the base. With her level ability, ordinary people couldn't break into loot. Though exhausted, it wasn't time to rest yet. It was the second day of the apocalypse, and the situation was relatively safe. The zombies were still at a low evolution level, and most people hadn't snapped out of their shock, staying in relatively safe places, hoping for a rescue that would never come. In a few days, when everyone woke up, true chaos would. Soon he had collected over 20 bags of medicine. He found 2 large sacks and stuffed them all in, feeling a sense of bounty. But Suin couldn't muster any joy. It was too little. He hadn't even taken half of what was on the counter, let alone the small storage room in the back. His heart ached. These were all easily accessible treasures, yet he simply couldn't carry more. After a moment's thought, he told Li Xiaoyu to haul out all the medicine from the storeroom, while he dashed off to find a truck. Not far away, he spotted a double-axle truck parked by the roadside surrounded by dozens of zombies. Why does that look so familiar? Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the same truck from yesterday? Talk about fate. But the truck was now empty. Either the people from yesterday had escaped or been devoured by zombies. Suin recognized one of the zombies as a member of that group. He roughly counted about 40 zombies around the truck, not including those roaming the streets, adding up to over 100. With his current strength, he could kill them all, but it would take time and energy. After surveying the surroundings, Suin quietly climbed to the third floor of a shop overlooking the horde. Lightning crackled in his hand as he controlled an iron table, throwing it dozens of meters ahead of the truck. The table hit the ground with a dull thud, and the horde howled as they surged toward it. Suin took the chance to climb out a window, scaling the balcony of the adjacent building, and threw another table even farther. His control over lightning extended about 200 meters, so he had to use this clumsy Yet the seemingly inevitable strike missed its mark. The corpse eater evaded the iron block with an eerily contorted motion, then vanished with a single kick of its hind legs. Suin cursed under his breath and lunged out of the carriage in a flying leap. The moment he exited, a pale figure pounced onto the spot he had just occupied. It was the very corpse eater. Clinging to the carriage, its pallid eyes betrayed no hint of emotion, while its upper and lower rows of sharp teeth clattered rhythmically, blood slowly dripping from between them. The spot where Suin had leaned was now torn into a gaping hole by its claws. Anyone unfamiliar with the corpse eater's attack patterns would have perished by now. This creature's counterattack was instantaneous and blindingly fast. If the first strike failed to kill, one must immediately relocate. Suin hunched low, assuming a stance poised to strike. The corpse eater shrieked and lunged at him even faster. A smirk curled at the corner of Suin's mouth. Fei! Lightning surged forth, electrocuting the airborne corpse eater squarely. Simultaneously, his steel-hardened right arm swept upward, clamping around its throat, then slammed it forcefully to the ground. The corpse eater let out a pained wail and flailed its claws to counterattack. But Suin was quicker. He had already manipulated an iron block to plunge straight into the creature's skull, stirring it around. After a few feeble convulsions, the corpse eater lay still. This type of zombie had an overwhelming attack instinct. Once you showed intent to strike, it would attack first. Mastering this allowed one to intercept and kill it. Suin spat, kicked the corpse away, locked the carriage, jogged back to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and drove over the littered bodies toward Li Xiaoyu's pharmacy. He could handle corpse eaters, but Li Xiaoyu would surely die if she encountered one. He prayed she hadn't. When Suin returned to the pharmacy, Li Xiaoyu had already moved out all the medicine. Li Xiaoyu had already collapsed into the passenger seat. Well, whatever you say, brethren. Suin then stepped on the gas, turned the wheel, and drove back along the route toward the stronghold. To avoid making too much noise, and due to road conditions, the truck moved slowly, barely over 30 kilometers per hour. Even so, it attracted a considerable number of trailing zombies. Suin had to drive while diverting his focus to manipulate metal objects to block the pursuing horde. The truck not only drew the attention of zombies, but also many survivors. Heads occasionally popped out from residential buildings along the road. Brother, can you get me some food? He'll give you $1,000. He'll give you 5,000 for a box of instant noodles. He'll pay 200,000. Just bring me a pound of steak, 2A grade. Brother, he'll offer $1 million for a bag of rice and a pound of pork. He'll write you a check. Suin ignored them all. Money was utterly useless in the apocalypse. Too rough for wiping, too poor for kindling. With his frequent use of abilities, his proficiency, sword lightning ability, had grown from level 1 to level 5. His strength enhancement reached max at level 5. Iron arm was maxed at level 1. Frank abilities were that pathetic. No room for growth. With level 5 strength enhancement, Suin could lift about a ton barehanded. Level 5 lightning allowed him to remotely control roughly 2 tons of metal objects, and its power had surged dramatically each shock, reducing a zombie to charred flesh. As always, abilities differed even among the same rank. As time passed, the stronghold drew nearer, and the zombie horde trailing the truck swelled to an astonishing number. Dense and uncountable, over 1,000, including several evolved variants, bloated exploders, fully calcified armored types, and leapers with incredible jumping power. This was despite Suin's efforts to clear them while driving. If he led this horde back to the stronghold, it would be flattened. Suin accelerated, unleashing the full power of his lightning ability, frequently hurling small roadside vehicles into the horde. He targeted exploders specifically. Each hit triggered an explosion, sending flesh flying. With his interference, the horde soon fell behind, and the truck disappeared from their sight. The leaderless horde paused in confusion before dispersing, aimlessly chasing any living person they encountered. The survivors who had poked their heads out earlier inadvertently attracted the attention of mutated leapers. Several leapers leaped up the building's crash. A, B, C, D, E, F, and G 8 levels in total. Assuming max proficiency F and rank ability users could at best handle LV2 mutated zombies against LV3, a desperate struggle might yield hope. D and A rank users could tackle LV3 to LV4. B and crank users could manage LV5. A rank users could handle up to LV7. Rank users were the most extreme, capable of dealing with LV7 to LV8 top-tier mutated zombies, or even higher. LV8 was the apex of zombie evolution. None of this was absolute, however. High-rank ability users with low proficiency could still fall to advanced zombies. For instance, rank users had high theoretical potential, but at this stage with low proficiency, or even ignorance of training, being killed by an LV4 zombie was not surprising. This was a race against time. Zombies evolved daily, and awakened individuals grew daily. The winner was whoever developed faster. Abilities came in many forms, broadly categorized into three types: combat, functional, and support. The first two excelled in bat. Ultimately, abilities were static, but people were dynamic. The same ability yielded different results in different hands. Some could exceed limits while others couldn't even meet the baseline. Just as some might turn $1 million into a thriving business, others would squander it and end up in debt within months. Nothing was absolute. This was the true era of apocalypse, testing your survival limits every second. After driving the truck back to the base, Suin first moved the barriers aside and drove the large truck directly into the community. The heavy lifting would have to wait until tomorrow. Both he and Li Xiaoyu were exhausted. Xueqingyu, lacking any power amplification abilities, found the moving labor quite strenuous. Nonetheless, the medicine was safe in the truck, shielded from rain and sun. It could stay there for the night without issue. Once back at the villa, Li Xiaoyu was too tired to even return to her room and collapsed on the sofa, falling asleep in an instant. Having not slept all night, and having worked all day, Suin felt equally worn out and lay down on the sofa resembling a corpse. Seeing this, Xueqingyu first covered Li Xiaoyu with a blanket to prevent her from catching cold. Then she walked gracefully to Suin, speaking softly, "You've worked hard." Suin weakly replied, "It's fine," though in truth, it was far from fine. His lightning abilities were indeed formidable, but while Suin was lost in thought, he pondered that 3 people were ultimately too few. Although they had combat strength, they lacked laborers. He had to do everything himself, which made it too cumbersome. Take today's stockpiling of medicine, for instance. If they had just a few more people, they could have filled the truck completely. He considered whether to find a few more loyal individuals to help with the heavy lifting, keeping watch, and moving things. Overall, they had an abundance of resources, but the means to stockpile them were severely lacking. Besides recruiting laborers, he had other better options. That was to replicate the space-type abilities. Space abilities may not be combat-oriented, but they were incredibly precious. Every awakened individual with space powers possessed an independent alternate space, capable of storing everything except living beings. Furthermore, this independent space could preserve items indefinitely, no matter how long ago something was placed. He was merely stating facts while also giving Xueqingyu a precautionary warning. He hadn't even mentioned the more desperate aspects yet. Bloodthirsty bats only operate at night and rest during the day, but that didn't mean daytime was safe. Most zombies are active during the day, and besides zombies, there are also bloodthirsty crows that resemble bloodthirsty bats. Like the bats, the number of crows would also increase exponentially, eventually leading to swarms of crows and bats blotting out the sky. One operates in the day while the other operates at night. Both hunt the living. Compared to these crows and bats, zombies were mere child's play. In the face of millions of bats and crows, even the strongest class ability user would meet their demise in an instant. However, the crows and bats wouldn't exist forever. They would vanish without a trace after the 14th day. Their emergence resembled a massive funnel filtering out those unfit for survival in the apocalypse. It was the next morning after breakfast, Suin set out once again with Li Xiaoyu. Today he had only 2 objectives: first, to find an oil tanker and haul back a full load of fuel for future use; second, to seek out other awakened individuals and replicate their abilities. The 2 of them commandeered a motorcycle and sped toward the city center. Compared to the previous day, the streets were now teeming with even denser hordes of zombies, and evolved variants had grown far more numerous. The once dominant ordinary zombies had become a minority. LV2 hardened zombies now made up the majority, while fat exploders and leapers were a common sight everywhere. After 3 days of apocalyptic baptism, most survivors had finally come to their senses, abandoning any hope of rescue and leaving their shelters to scavenge for supplies. For ordinary people, however, it was already too late to start gathering resources. The zombies had evolved into higher tiers, and bloodthirsty crows preyed on the living. He immediately dashed toward the motorcycle. However, Li Xiaoyu was sitting sideways on the bike, swinging her feet idly. The middle-aged man brandished his fire axe at her and barked, "Get lost if you don't want to die." Unfazed, Li Xiaoyu replied with a grin, "You're pretty scary, uncle." The man's face darkened completely. "Don't push me, you little brat, or he'll chop you up," he snarled, reaching out to grab her. In his eyes, Li Xiaoyu was just a pampered child who had never faced the harsh realities of life, utterly oblivious to the dangers of this new world. But in a flash, Li Xiaoyu shot out a swift kick. Caught off guard, the man was sent flying, tumbling several meters before landing on the ground, writhing and groaning in agony. With that single kick, she had shattered several of his ribs. Seeing this, his companions rushed over to help him up. Ugh, damn it, my ribs feel broken, he gasped. The others stared at Li Xiaoyu in shock, utterly unable to believe that such a seemingly fragile girl could break a man's ribs with one kick. Grab her, drag her inside, and teach her a lesson, one of them said, licking his lips as he eyed Li Xiaoyu's delicate features. The rest exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was the apocalypse after all. They could do whatever they pleased with no guarantee of surviving until tomorrow. They quickly surrounded Li Xiaoyu but set down their weapons, intending to take her alive with sheer numbers. As for Suin, who was tinkering with the fuel tanks in the distance, they dismissed him entirely. Just a greenhorn kid, a coward who didn't even dare to check on his companion when she was surrounded. Li Xiaoyu maintained her cheerful smile, showing no trace of panic. Suin, far away, completely ignored the scene, busying himself with inspecting the tanks. He had already assessed the situation. These were all ordinary people, posing no real threat to Li Xiaoyu. Even if they were armed, they would be no match for her. Her strength enhancement was already maxed out, a single punch from H. Thud! A sharp whistling sound cut through the air as a dagger glinting coldly pierced straight through one man's head. He dropped dead on the spot, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Then a roar of engines filled the air as several motorcycles screeched into the gas station. The riders were all young men in their early 20s, about a dozen in number. They let out wild yells, brandishing machetes they had prepared beforehand, slashing at anyone in sight. The men who had been surrounding Li Xiaoyu barely had time to react before they turned and fled in terror. But their legs were no match for the wheels. Before they could get far, they were caught and cut down. The youths jumped off their bikes and swarmed around the groaning victims, hacking wildly, but deliberately avoiding fatal blows, targeting only limbs and fleshy areas. They seemed to be toying with their prey. The gas station was soon filled with screams of agony. Enough, stop playing around. Check how much fuel is left in the tank. The bald man turned his gaze to Li Xiaoyu, his eyes lighting up. Lady Luck's on my side today. Ran into the bald man sidled up to Li Xiaoyu, grinning lewdly. Little beauty, don't you know it's dangerous to wander around alone out here? Li Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. I'm here with my husband, I'm not alone. Where is your husband? I don't see him. Li Xiaoyu pointed at Suin, who was crouching on a distant oil tank. There he is. The bald man signaled to a young thug nearby. The thug understood, and brandishing a machete walked towards Suin. Little beauty, how about you come with me instead? I guarantee you'll have food on the table every day. In this world, that useless husband of yours can't even support you. Li Xiaoyu's face turned cold, but then she suddenly put on a sweet smile and reached out her hand to the bald man. All right, take me away then. The bald man was overjoyed. Smart girl. He'll make sure you live a comfortable life, ha ha ha. He moved to grab her waist. In that instant, a cold glint flashed in Li Xiaoyu's eyes. Bracing herself against the motorcycle, she kicked him hard in the chest. Against an ordinary person, the kick would have landed solidly, but the bald man was quick. He raised his arms to block, but he underestimated her strength. The force sent him flying, and his left arm was broken from the impact. You're the useless one, your whole family is useless. She couldn't tolerate anyone insulting her, and the bald man staggered to his feet, his left arm hanging limp. Sweat dripped down his forehead from the searing pain. Gritting his teeth, he said, damn it, you're an awakened too. The bald man cursed his bad luck. Li Xiaoyu's strength was beyond normal limits. Only an awakened could possess such power. As an awakened himself, he knew full well how terrifying their abilities could be. He dared not provoke another awakened unless absolutely necessary, but now that the conflict had begun, he had to eliminate the threat. He didn't dare underestimate her. Quickly pulling a dagger from his waist, he shouted and activated his ability. Eagle-eye tracking. He hurled the dagger straight at Li Xiaoyu. She was prepared and dodged it easily. But the bald man grinned unnaturally. Die, you bitch. The dagger that had flown past suddenly curved in midair and shot back toward Li Xiaoyu. By the time she noticed, it was too late. The blade was inches away. Just as it was about to strike, it froze in midair, suspended motionless. The bald man's vicious grin froze on his face. His ability, Eagle-eye tracking, ensured that any thrown weapon would hit its target with near-perfect accuracy. Even if the attack was dodged, the weapon would automatically track the target until it struck. His flying daggers were more terrifying than bullets. Yet now his sure-hit dagger hung still. How is this possible? What did you do? He roared at Li Xiaoyu. A brank ability, not bad, a calm voice said. Suin walked slowly to stand before Li Xiaoyu and flicked her forehead. Next time, remember to finish the job immediately. Don't give your opponent a chance to recover. There are many kinds of abilities, you never know when you might be ambushed. In theory, higher-ranked abilities were stronger, but that did. Suin chuckled and teased her. Repayment doesn't have to be that way. You could also serve me like a beast of burden. What? Li Xiaoyu pouted in dissatisfaction, then a sly smile spread across her face. It's pretty much the same thing. Su An's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Your driving skills are truly outstanding, the wheels are rolling over my face. Li Xiaoyu giggled and hugged him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of piercing air rang out repeatedly as several daggers flew toward the pair. The bald man, enraged that they had ignored him, hurled a series of daggers in a sneak attack. Both of you die. Suin merely glanced at them and the daggers froze in midair. It was you, wasn't it? You're an awakened too. The bald man pointed at Suin, trembling. Even a fool could see now that they had run into a formidable opponent. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He instinctively backed away, glancing around, wondering why his men hadn't come to help. But when he looked, his soul nearly fled his body. The ground was littered with corpses. All his men were dead. Each had been pierced through the mouth and throat by steel bars or machetes, dying silently, without even a scream. The bald man's spirit crumbled. He collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Give the Dragon Tiger gang some face. From now on, if you ever need me, wild dog, just say the word. But my boss is Tiger Yi, also an awakened, a very strong one. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Suin pondered for a moment. Dragon Tiger gang. Tiger Yi. In his memory, there was indeed some recollection of that faction, though not very clear. He only knew that the Dragon Tiger gang was originally an underground gang in Sioux City. After the apocalypse, Awakened emerged within the gang, allowing them to carve out a territory in Sioux City and build a decent post-apocalyptic force. It seemed he would have to pay the Dragon Tiger gang a visit. Suin waved his hand casually, and the daggers reversed direction, flying back to pin the bald man to the ground. Then he walked over, placed his hand on the man's head, and muttered to himself, "Give it up. Big brother, this is the place." Led by a bald man nicknamed Wild Dog, the trio arrived at a district of towering buildings. This was once the most bustling entertainment street in Sioux City, lined with dozens of bars and nightclubs, commonly known as the Night Metropolis. Before the apocalypse, the Dragon Tiger gang had already entrenched themselves here, and after the apocalypse, they turned it into their stronghold. Now the once labyrinthine Night Metropolis had completely transformed. Most intersections were sealed off with fences and iron nets, leaving only a single straight street leading to the deepest part. Big brother, let me lead the way. Lord Tiger will be delighted to see you. He admires heroes like you the most. Wild Dog stumbled ahead, his wounds causing him to wince, yet he maintained a fawning demeanor, though a flicker of malice occasionally glinted in his eyes. His mind churned with schemes to eliminate Suin. He couldn't defeat him, but that didn't mean Lord Tiger Co. Seeing Suin and his companion, one of the men quickly stood up, drawing a pistol and aiming at Suin with a wary expression. Suin was somewhat surprised to see they had firearms, but it was just a pistol. Useful against humans, but ineffective against zombies, unable to even breach the defense of a level 2 hardened zombie. Still, they were clever enough to set the entrance on the 3rd floor. Hardened zombies couldn't climb up, and while leaping zombies couldn't withstand pistol fire. Overall, it was relatively safe, for now. In a couple of days that might change. We've come to pledge allegiance to Lord Tiger. Could you let us up? Suin explained with a smile. The two men exchanged a few words, then shouted down. Fine. The woman comes up first. The man waits below. One of them quietly released the pistol's safety catch. It was clear they had no intention of letting Suin up, only Li Xiaoyu. In the apocalypse, women were also a form of resource, especially young and beautiful ones. With Li Xiaoyu, such a delicate girl, offering herself, they naturally wouldn't refuse. With the enhancement of his eagle eye ability, Su An's vision was several times better than an ordinary person's. He saw their subtle movements clearly. He had wanted to blend in as discreetly as possible to avoid alerting the enemy, but it seemed low-key wasn't an option now. Suin suddenly burst forward, running straight up the wall. The floor-to-ceiling window was only about 8 or 9 meters above the ground. Close enough for him to sprint up. A 5th or 6th floor would have been too high. Seeing Suin run up the wall, the two guards cried out in disbelief and fired 2 shots at him without hesitation. The bullets whistled out of the chamber, speeding towards Suin, but in the next instant they curved back and struck the 2 guards in the head. Suin leaped lightly into the window and glanced around the room. Several daggers flew from behind Suin, crisscrossing the room. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen warm bodies lay on the floor. The leader was terrified, hastily drawing his pistol and firing wildly at Suin. The bullets curved in midair and pierced through the leader's limbs. He collapsed weakly, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Suin walked over, stepped on the leader's chest, and said coldly, "Where's Lord Tiger?" The leader's face turned ashen. T-Tiger is in his 5th floor office. Spare me, big brother, I can. Before the leader could finish, a dagger flew through the air and slit his throat. Suin kicked aside the corpse blocking the door and walked in slowly. Li Xiaoyu gripped her baseball bat tightly and followed. Suin stepped into the corridor. Several men carrying weapons approached and demanded coldly, "Who are you, kid?" Suin said nothing, using his daggers to take them out one by one. Blood flowed everywhere, filling the air with a pungent metallic stench. At the end of the corridor was a large door behind, which faint jarring rock music could be heard. A dagger flew out, taking out the two guards at the door. Suin pushed the door open. Before him lay a vast dance hall, neon lights flashing, the harsh rock music pounding against his eardrums. Dozens of men and women swayed to the music on the dance floor. At the center of the dance floor stood a large iron cage. Inside, a zombie with its mouth sewn shut and claws clipped was chasing a woman. A few thugs were jeering at the cage, occasionally splashing a basin of water inside. Suin frowned in distaste. Li Xiaoyu, go stand guard at the door. Don't let anyone escape. Suin patted Li Xiaoyu on the back. Such a scene was nothing to him, but for Li Xiaoyu it was far too nauseating. Even more repulsive than a bloodbath. Li Xiaoyu nodded, covered her mouth, and left the dance hall, closing the door behind her to stand watch outside. By now the people in the dance hall had noticed Suin. Hey kid, who are you? I've never seen you before. Who brought you up here? Suin waved his hand and several daggers shot through the hall in a whirlwind, spinning and slicing. Men's screams and women's shrieks rang out, drowning even the blaring music. 5 minutes later a dagger pierced the speakers, and the hall fell silent. Looking around, the floor was littered with corpses and blood. Only a few women remained huddled in corners, trembling incessantly. Every single man lay dead. It wasn't that Suin harbored mercy solely for women, it was simply that most of these women were playthings of the Dragon Tiger gang, seeking shelter here to survive in this chaotic world. Their ties to the gang were shallow, and killing them would only add to his sins. He was no bloodthirsty demon. He had no desire to waste energy on the irrelevant. Of course, he had dispatched a few women who had shown him hostility earlier. As for the Dragon Tiger gang members, he would spare none. To uproot weeds, one must dig out the roots. He strode slowly upstairs, several daggers floating behind him like a retinue. He eliminated everyone he encountered, leaving a trail of blood and corpses. Suin's gaze remained calm throughout, neither stirred by pleas for mercy nor driven mad by slaughter. Soon he reached the 4th floor, only to be stopped by a burly man covered in tattoos. Kid, this isn't your place. I'll overlook your killing of my Dragon Tiger gang members. Get lost now, and I might spare your dog's life, the man rumbled. Suin glanced at the man's head. Ability Iron Body, a Wealth 2000. Seeing the man's information, Suin felt fortunate. A rank ability, the strongest he had encountered besides Shueqingyu. It was the exceedingly rare Iron Body, capable of turning the body into steel, offering formidable defense that even shotguns couldn't pierce, immunity to most abilities, invulnerability to fire and water, and... Suin shrugged. From a corpse, of course. I think his name was Wild Dog or something. Don't worry, my killing technique is exquisite. He passed peacefully. The Iron Man's eyes blazed with fury. You dared to kill third brother. His voice was low, trembling on the edge of rage. He and Wild Dog had always been close. Not brothers by blood, but closer than kin. They had grown up together, roaming the streets. After the apocalypse erupted, they struck gold and awakened abilities simultaneously. They then pledged allegiance to Master Tiger, becoming the second and third in command of the Dragon Tiger gang. They had dreamed of carving out a legacy in this chaotic world, but before they could enjoy even a few days of glory, Wild Dog was gone. His favorite daggers had been taken, and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Bastard, I'll rip out your bones one by one and crush them. The Iron Man roared and lunged at Suin, swinging a metallic fist. Suin dared not meet the blow, and he leaped back. 3 steel bars shot out from the wall, like serpents binding the Iron Man. One bar drove straight toward his iron rear. A metallic clang rang out, scattering sparks. A petty trick, huh? The Iron Man sneered, tearing the bars apart with his bare hands, a mocking grin curling on his lips. He smashed through another wall. Tisk, even that works. Suin gasped in disbelief. Compared to this brute, even the legendary Lao AI seemed like a mere amateur. What do you think? Impressive, aren't I? I've changed my mind. I don't want to kill you anymore. Since you killed third brother, you'll take his place and serve me. But don't expect the same gentleness I showed him. Heh. Suin stumbled back several steps. He'll lead the charge. He never imagined the Iron Man had such depraved tastes. Thinking of Wild Dog's smiling face alongside this brute, one in front, one behind. How could Wild Dog's frail body endure that? A wave of revulsion washed over Suin. Don't just stand there, kid. Keep running. Your ability is indeed formidable, but it is not invincible. Lightning-based abilities can effortlessly counter you. Once you turn to steel, your defense and strength become terrifying, but since your body is already metallic, it becomes directly influenced, even controlled, by electromagnetic forces. Suin slowly approached the ironclad figure, frozen in place, his palm crackling with rolling thunder and dancing arcs of lightning. As luck would have it, I happen to possess lightning abilities. You have no reason to feel wronged in defeat. The Iron Man remained standing, his fist still poised mid-swing, his eyes filled with shock and reluctance. He wanted to speak, but could not even move his lips. Do you have any last words? Never mind, I'm afraid your words might disgust me. Suin pressed his hand against the other's head and silently murmured, hand it over. Plunder target detected. Please select plunder direction. He'll take everything. Ability replication successful. Gained ability steel body, grade A wealth, plundered successfully. Gained 2,000 supplies. Please select transfer location. Suin silently chose to transfer the supplies to the courtyard of his stronghold. Done. 2,000 supplies were not much, but the grade A steel body ability perfectly compensated for his weakness in defense. Replicating even this single ability made the trip worthwhile, a bountiful harvest. Suin patted the Iron Man's shoulder. Brother, I still feel the urge to say, you two brothers really play a twisted game. With that he snapped his fingers. The Iron Man began to warp and deform his head and torso, twisting in opposite directions. Moments later, with a loud crack, the head separated from the body, thudding to the ground. The Iron Man died, his ability dissipating, and the corpse reverted to its original form. Suin stretched lazily and headed up the stairs toward the 5th floor. Tiger Lord was on the 5th floor. He wondered, that can't be right. The mighty Tiger Lord shouldn't be such a coward. But even after searching the entire 5th floor, Suin still found no sign of him. Suin entered a luxurious office, flopped into a chair, and propped his feet on the desk, feeling deeply frustrated. If only I had dealt with that iron lump sooner. What a massive loss. Damn it. In his irritation, Suin kicked the desk, sending it crashing into the wall with a dull thud. Oh, that's not right. The sound of the desk hitting the wall was off. The noise was muffled with a faint echo. The office's size also seemed wrong. Judging by the decor and opulence, it was undoubtedly Tiger Lord's office, yet the space was strangely small, less than 40 square meters. Suin's eyes lit up. He approached the wall for a closer inspection, then pushed aside a bookshelf. Behind it, a faint crack was barely visible on the wall. He knocked twice and heard the metallic resonance of the sound. So there is a secret room. Suin stepped back a few paces and shouted, steel body. A metallic sheen spread across his body, turning it entirely to steel. Then he charged straight at the wall. With a dull crash, the wall burst open into a large hole. Suin tore away the rubble and stuck his head through, grinning menacingly. Found you. Clang. His response was a frying pan smacking him in the face. Suin's expression darkened instantly. He exerted a little force to widen the hole and squeezed his entire body inside. What greeted him was a lavishly furnished sealed bedroom. In the center of the room stood a large bed, beside which was a computer playing martial arts action films. In front of the bed stood a fat man in a bathrobe holding a frying pan. Seeing Suin break through the wall, the fat man decisively dropped the pan and laughed nervously. Brother, your ironhead kung fu is truly impressive. I, Tiger Lord, admire it. Suin tilted his head. Do you think you're funny? The fat man's legs gave way, and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing incessantly. Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. They'll give you anything you want. Take everything. The Dragon Tiger Gang is all yours. The fat man scrambled to the bed and dragged out a woman with a seductive figure and delicate features. Big brother, look. This is Xiao Bingbing, a top-tier star. I'm giving her to you. I've already taught her well, you'll like her. Suin stared at the pair, his pupils contracting sharply, his breathing turning ragged. Seeing this, Tiger Lord quickly pushed Xiao Bingbing. Hurry up and go over there. Xiao Bingbing shot Tiger Lord a glare, her expression full of resentment. I'm not going. What do you take me for? What am I? A top-tier actress, you know. What status does he have to deserve me? I'm not going. You go if you want. Tiger Lord was nearly choked with rage. Clearly his training hadn't been very successful. But then again, he couldn't help it. He loved Xiao Bingbing's proud demeanor, didn't he? Yet now that his own life was hanging by a thread, he couldn't afford to care about anything else. He slapped Xiao Bingbing hard across the face and roared. How dare you? Do you realize it's the end of the world now? A top-tier actress. You're nothing. If it weren't for me, you'd have been zombie chow by now. Do whatever I say, or I'll chop you up and feed you to the zombies. Seeing the enraged Tiger Lord, Xiao Bingbing covered her burning cheek, on the verge of tears, feeling deeply wronged. Fine. Fine, I'll listen to you. Xiao Bingbing clenched her silver teeth, shot a vicious glare at Tiger Lord, and walked towards Suin. She had seen plenty of young men like him. She had absolute confidence in her looks. A little seduction would surely leave him spellbound. Perhaps he was even a brainless fan of hers. He was already breathing heavily. She would have to settle for this wild brat. Once she had him under her control, she would make sure that fat bastard paid dearly, chopping him up to feed the zombies. Little brother, you have to stand up for me. Boo-hoo. Xiao Bingbing leaned in, trying to burrow into Suin's arms. Slap. Suin delivered a heavy blow, sending the mysterious whining creature flying. His eyes locked onto Tiger Lord, and he licked his parched lips. The one who should come over is you, Tiger Lord. Boss, don't joke like that. This flabby body of mine is hardly worthy of your attention. Tiger Lord covered his rear and kept retreating, his large face turning pale with terror. He never imagined Suin had such a taste, just as peculiar as his two dim-witted underlings. Boss, if you're into this sort of thing, I've got two guys who share your fetish. Why not go chat with them? Suin flashed before Tiger Lord in an instant, seizing him by the throat and lifting him up. He shouted, come here. Detectable target acquired. Please select the direction of plunder. I want it all. Replication successful. Ability acquired. Wide area space. Wealth plunder successful. 50 million wealth points in materials obtained. Please select the transfer location for materials. Transfer all to wide area space. Transfer successful. Please check as soon as possible. Heh. Ha ha ha. Suin shook with wild laughter. Finally he had obtained a spatial ability, and the most supreme one at that. Wide area space with an area vast as 100,000 football fields. Now he would never have to worry about where to store his supplies. What thrilled him even more was that Tiger Lord had hoarded a massive amount of goods worth 50 million wealth points, which in RMB would be worth at least several billion. There were 1 million tons of assorted meat, eggs, and dairy, 2 million tons of vegetables and fruits, over 100,000 tons of fresh produce, 100,000 tons of seasonings, and 500,000 tons of alcoholic beverages. Considering the 10,000 wealth points he had plundered from the lizard man were already substantial, Tiger Lord's stash was 5,000 times that. A pile the size of several basketball courts, enough to last him several lifetimes. There were even over a dozen oil tankers filled to the brim. One had to admit, Tiger Lord. Give it back. Give it back to me. Tiger Lord's eyes blazed with fury as he clawed wildly at Suin. This was his entire fortune and his only support. Supplies he had gathered with immense effort, sacrificing over 100 underlings. Without these things, how could he survive from now on? Enough noise. Suin flung Tiger Lord against the wall with a single motion. For helping me stockpile so much, I'll grant you a painless death. Tiger Lord glared at Suin with venomous hatred. I curse you to die a miserable death. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. Your wish might not come true. There are very few who can kill me. You'd better pray for a better reincarnation next life. Also, I suggest you don't cut in line when reincarnating. Wait until after the apocalypse to be reborn. With that, Suin's palm erupted with electric light, instantly incinerating Tiger Lord into a pile of black ash. Little Bing Bing, standing nearby, screamed and bolted for the door. Almost forgot, there's a witness. He couldn't let news of his massive loot from Tiger Lord spread. An innocent man with jade invites trouble. Such a vast horde would draw covetous eyes from many factions. A single bolt of lightning dispatched the former A-list actress, as well, sending her off in a flash of joy. He hoped she would create classic films again in heaven. If she made it there, that is, and not to hell. With that, the Dragon Tiger gang was completely annihilated. The trip had been highly fruitful, and Suin's heart blossomed with joy. He then checked Tiger Lord's computer. Good heavens, dozens of USB drives full of educational material, every kind of adult film imaginable from home and abroad. This was a treasure. Take it. Suin stored the entire computer into wide area space. Then, humming a tune, he went downstairs. On the 3rd floor, the women in the dance hall were still there, cowering in the corner. Suin ruffled Li Xiaoyu's hair. Look at you, so capable. Why didn't you stay outside? Isn't it disgusting in here? Li Xiaoyu shook her head, glancing at the women nearby, hesitating to speak. You sympathize with them? Li Xiaoyu felt deep sympathy for these women's plight. They were all women after all. At the same time, she felt fortunate to have met Suino, otherwise she might be starving somewhere, or like these women, kept as playthings for amusement. There are many more like them. You can't sympathize with them all. I know. Li Xiaoyu nodded somberly. She understood the logic, and she wouldn't ask Suin to help these people, but her heart still ached, especially since half of the girls were very young, just 11 or 12. Suin sighed and spoke softly to the group of women. I left some food for you in the room on the 5th floor. Ration it carefully. The food was deliberately left by Suin just a drop in the bucket of Tiger Lord's stash. Leaving a little for these women was his way of doing good deeds. In poverty, one cultivates virtue alone. In prosperity, one helps the world. He wouldn't save the world, but occasionally earning some karma was fine. With that, Suin turned and left. Suin smiled without a word. The women burst into sobs, some even kneeling and kowtowing in the direction Suin had left, endlessly murmuring thanks, thank you. When the world has turned as cold as hell, even a sliver of compassion burns with fierce warmth. Leaving the Longhu gang stronghold, Suin led Li Xiaoyu towards the commercial street. Xiaoyu, do you want to visit them? Suin asked Li Xiaoyu. Yes. The stronghold had enough food, but other supplies were scarce, especially feminine products, which were nearly non-existent. They then arrived at a Wanda mall, which mainly sold clothes, bags, and cosmetics with little to no food. Anything edible had long been scavenged, so few survivors bothered to visit. Li Xiaoyu hopped into a clothing store, happily beginning her zero-cost shopping, picking and choosing items, taking her time. Suin waved his hand and stored the entire store's contents into his spatial domain. Li Xiaoyu screamed in fright, a ghost. Ouch! Suin winced, covering his ears. Don't make a fuss. I've put everything into my ability space. You can pick through it when we get back. Ability space? What's that? Li Xiaoyu asked, extremely curious. Literally speaking, I have a very large ability space. It can store anything except living animals and people, Suin explained patiently. Really? Then can I take all the other things I want to? Li Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Of course, but going door to door is too troublesome. Suin then transferred the entire mall's contents into his spatial domain. Then another mall. Emptied. Then another and yet another. All emptied. Passing a 4S car dealership, he took everything. A hardware store, no disdain, emptied as well. A hospital. This was good. All equipment and medicine taken. A steel mill, he collected hundreds of tons of steel cement and lime, sparing nothing. A paper mill, this he couldn't miss. A seasoning factory, needless to say, he wished he could strip the very ground. A library, humanity's spiritual and cultural heritage depended on him, taken. A brewery, not a drop left. A cigarette factory, same as above. After wandering around Sioux City until the moon rose, Suin reluctantly stopped, still wanting more. By the end of the day, his spatial domain was stocked with a vast amount of supplies, enough to fill hundreds of football fields. It contained all sorts of things. Li Xiaoyu then recounted everything she had seen in the past 2 days, and continued, "Look at those men living a life of debauchery. But Brotherin seems completely uninterested in such things. Why? He's far better than them. He should be even more indulgent, having already devoured us both by now. I'm starting to doubt my own charm, and yours too." Xueqingyu blushed and spat lightly. Shameless. Doesn't this just prove he's special? Not like those beasts. He's a trustworthy gentleman. Li Xiaoyu clutched her forehead in pain, exasperated at her lack of ambition. "Oh dear, my innocent school beauty Shui, you're thinking too simplistically. I actually wish Brotherin were a bit more beastly. Do you think it's possible that the reason he doesn't touch us is because of Li Xiaoyan? That he's been looking for her all along?" Xueqingyu froze at those words. "No. It can't be." Xueqingyu was uncertain about Li Xiaoyu's conjecture. After all, she had witnessed Su In and Su Xiaoyan's relationship firsthand. Su In's love for Su Xiaoyan was genuine. Even if he were being strung along, he would deliver food just to buy her gifts. Such was the depth of his devotion. It was entirely possible that Su In still harbored lingering feelings for Su Xiaoyan. With this thought, Xueqingyu involuntarily began to trust Li Xiaoyu's speculation. "Qingyu, think about it. If Brotherin finds Su Xiaoyan and brings her back, given her personality, we probably won't get any good treatment. We might even be kicked out." It seemed there was indeed such a possibility. "What should we do?" Li Xiaoyu raised her little fist, making a grasping gesture. "Let's take action, push the high ground, and destroy the crystal. Before he finds Su Xiaoyan, well, take Brotherin down and make it official. Once we're the mistresses, we won't have to fear Su Xiaoyan. Besides, it's 2 against 1. We'll win the team fight for sure." Li Xiaoyu looked solemnly at Xueqingyu. "I've even thought of the titles. Qingyu, you'll be the first wife, and I'll be the concubine. Together we'll squeeze out that green tea bitch Su Xiaoyan's living space and drive her away, or simply make Brotherin give up on finding her. Anyone else is fine, but I absolutely cannot accept Su Xiaoyan coming into this house. She's both fake and rotten. Who knows what diseases she might carry? I don't want to catch anything indirectly." Xueqingyu's red lips parted in shock. Could this really work? Did Li Xiaoyu have no sense of shame at all? How could she say such things so openly? She had never realized Li Xiaoyu was so bold before. Xueqingyu's worldview was shattered, leaving her speechless. Seeing Xueqingyu still hesitating, Li Xiaoyu grew impatient. "Qingyu, this is no time for shyness. Hesitation leads to defeat. It's better to seize the chance and surrender. If you want, go for it. I'll do it myself. But I still hope you'll join me as sisters in alliance, united against the outsider to increase our odds." "But..." Xueqingyu's face flushed crimson. "No buts. This is the apocalypse. There's no time for hesitation. I like Brotherin anyway, and I don't mind surrendering at all. I'm sure Brotherin has feelings for you, or he wouldn't have traveled so far to save you. Qingyu, you've got to seize the chance, or it'll be too late." Under Li Xiaoyu's relentless brainwashing, Xueqingyu's worldview gradually twisted, and she began to agree with Li Xiaoyu's point of view. Her face burned like fire, and sweat beaded on her nose. The truth was, she had harbored a secret crush on Suin for a long time. Giving herself to him didn't repel her, in fact it filled her heart with joy. Thus the 2 women officially formed a sisterhood alliance. Li Xiaoyu devised the battle plan, and both were to execute the strategy together. The motto was simple: surrender, surrender, and surrender again. While the 2 girls secretly plotted their imaginary battle, Suin remained blissfully unaware. He was still lying in bed, pondering what to eat tomorrow, or where to find a cook. The next morning the sun was high in the sky when Suin lazily rose. It had been a long time since he slept so soundly. Without the worry of supplies, he felt much lighter. After washing up, he went downstairs to the living room. Li Xiaoyu and Xueqingyu were already up, huddled together on the sofa, whispering. Li Xiaoyu spoke with animated excitement, while Xueqingyu listened with a faint blush. Seeing Suin come down, Li Xiaoyu greeted him with a grin, trotting over to hook her arm through his. "Hubby, you're awake. You must be hungry. Breakfast is ready for you." She led Suin to the table and pressed him into a chair. Xueqingyu, blushing, ladled a bowl of porridge and set it before him. "Thanks. You're welcome." Suin thanked her and lowered his head to drink the porridge. Li Xiaoyu took the chance to gesture at Xueqingyu with a pout, signaling her. Xueqingyu turned away, pretending not to see, chickening out at the crucial moment. frustrated by her cowardice. Li Xiaoyu glar. Could it be that both girls had a crush on him? That was impossible. One must never be too arrogant. Self-awareness was key. He was just a bit more handsome, had a bit more supplies, a bit more abilities, a bit more familiarity with the apocalypse, and a bit more charisma. Otherwise he was quite ordinary. Just a joke, a harmless daydream. Li Xiaoyu was mischievous and easygoing, but Xue Qingyu was naturally shy and reserved. Surely she wouldn't do something like surrendering. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out, so Suan decided not to bother. After breakfast, he prepared to head out. You two shouldn't go out if you don't have to. It's dangerous outside now. Li Xiaoyu pouted. Aren't you taking me out today? No. The zombies outside are already high-level, and the crow flocks have formed. It'd be too dangerous for you to come with me. Stay home. Alright then. If you're bored, you can go to the basement gym and practice your abilities. I'm going out to find someone, and probably won't be back until evening. Okay, hubby, be safe on the road, and come back early. Safe travels. I'll have dinner ready for you. After bidding the girls farewell, Suan pushed open the heavy iron door and left. Li Xiaoyu planted her hands on her hips. See, I was right. Brother-in is going to look for that little. She suddenly felt afraid that Su Xiaoyan would be found, and she would lose this haven. She truly didn't want to leave Suan. Suan left the neighborhood and walked slowly down the street. The telephone poles lining the road were already covered with bloodthirsty crows, their grating caws echoing frequently. When they spotted Suan, they flapped their wings and flew toward him, their crimson eyes filled with bloodlust. Suan manipulated his dagger to spin, piercing and popping each head in turn, sending feathers fluttering to the ground. After slaughtering hundreds of bloodthirsty crows, the flock only grew in number. Suan was exasperated, it seemed endless. He had no choice but to pull a racing motorcycle from his spatial storage, rev the throttle, and sped off, vanishing at the end of the street. Tom was running out for him to find a chef. The crow swarm would only increase after tomorrow, even he couldn't guarantee his safety outdoors. Against millions of bloodthirsty crows, any superpower was useless. He had to find a suitable cook today, or else he'd have to wait half a month for the swarm to dissipate. Who knew if any good cooks would still be alive, or if they'd already been fed to the crows and bats. Suan pinpointed several potential locations to find a cook, gunned the engine, and casually stabbed a fat zombie blocking his path with a dagger. Haitian Hotel. On the day the apocalypse struck, the Haitian Hotel was hosting its annual charity auction. Elites and celebrities from all walks of life gathered there, including numerous prominent nobles, corporate magnates, and many A-list stars and starlets. Over 1,000 people attended the charity event. The ground was covered in red carpets, and major media reporters scrambled for interviews, making it grand and solemn. But with the advent of the apocalypse, everything changed. Suddenly appearing zombies surged into the crowd, unleashing merciless slaughter. The dead were either devoured by zombies or resurrected, dragging their broken bodies to join the zombie horde. Chaos soon spiraled out of control. Some risked their lives to flee the hotel, but more were trapped inside, scrambling desperately to the upper floors. In the pandemonium, many were trampled to death. The turmoil raged for an entire day and night before gradually subsiding. Of the original 1,000, fewer than 200 remained after just one day. These survivors retreated to the floors above the 18th, hiding and clinging to life. With all communication devices dead, the hotel became an isolated island. Thousands of zombies roamed the lower floors while above was a. Moreover, they were the first to reach the 22nd floor. When other survivors arrived, it was the mother and daughter who opened the door for them. The entrance to the 22nd floor was well hidden, making it hard for zombies to find, which was why everyone had survived this long. Lu Hui, do you have any more food? Share some with us, Hua Guo asked, hope in his eyes. Lu Hui shook her head. There's none left. But where did those bread rolls come from? Are you hiding more? Hua Guo persisted. Lu Hui frowned. Really, there's nothing left. I gave away the only 3 rolls. Hua Guo grew agitated. Impossible. You must have more food. You two were the first to hide here. Who knows how much you've stashed away? Bring it out now. Hurry up. By now Hua Guo was shouting, his emotions spiraling into frenzy. Lu Hui, if you have something, bring it out now. Yes, we're all in the same boat now, so stop being selfish. Hand over the food, and well, I'll owe you a favor. Think about who we are, you won't lose out. Once rescue comes, and we get out, you'll be well rewarded. I'm about to start shooting a major film. If you bring out the food, Xiao Qiao will be the guaranteed leading lady. Not only did the crowd not stop Brother Hua, but they all chimed in unison, urging Lu Hui to produce the food. Lu Hui sighed helplessly. There really isn't any left. I'm not lying to you. Those bread rolls I grabbed from the restaurant on the 21st floor. There weren't many to begin with. I've already handed over the remaining 3. If you're so desperate, go get them yourselves from the 21st floor. There should still be some left. The crowd exchanged glances, but no one volunteered to fetch the bread. By now the 21st floor was surely a paradise for zombies. Going there would be suicide. They were all from the PRI. Lu Hui, why don't you go to the 21st floor and get the bread? You've been there before and know the route. Once it's done, Ili Dagon will owe you a favor. You should know how much my favor is worth. Just then a lean middle-aged man spoke up. This man was Lee Dagong, one of the highest-ranking individuals present, known as the premier director of Dragon Country, with countless artists under his wing and numerous blockbuster films to his name. A veritable titan in the industry. Director Gang is right, Lu Hui. Just make the trip and everyone will be grateful. Yes, Director Gang is right. After all, you know the route best. What are you waiting for? Director Gang has already spoken. Having him owe you a favor. You should be thrilled. Listening to the chorus of voices, Lu Hui's face turned deathly pale. This was clearly sending her to her doom. The chances of returning alive were negligible. Mom, don't go. Yu Chao quickly stepped in front of Lu Hui, glaring at the crowd. We kindly opened the door for you and shared our food, and now you want my mom to go die for you. You're scum, ungrateful scum. At Yu Qiao's words, many averted their eyes in shame. After all, she spoke the truth. Without the mother and daughter opening the door, everyone would have been bitten to death by zombies long ago. But what could be done now? They couldn't just starve to death here, could they? Someone had to make a sacrifice. Little girl, how dare you speak like that? Who gave you the right? Li Dagong's face darkened. Lu Hui, you will go today whether you like it or not. You are the only one who knows where the bread is. You have a duty to fetch it for everyone. If you don't, not only will we all starve, but what about your daughter? As a mother, can't you think of your child? If you insist on refusing, you'll incur everyone's wrath, and you won't be allowed to stay here. Li Dagong stood up, abruptly pressuring Lu Hui to go to the 21st floor for food. Lu Hui pressed her lips together, her expression gradually calming, still maintaining her refined and intellectual demeanor. Final go. She cast a cold glance at the crowd, then took Yu Qiao's hand to leave. Stop right there. Li Dagong blocked the mother and daughter. Who said your daughter could leave too? She's still so young with a whole life ahead of her. If you want to die, don't drag her along. You can go alone. At this, Lu Hui's face turned icy cold. These shameless scumbags planned to use her daughter to force her submission. If she left alone and left her daughter behind, she could only imagine the inhuman treatment her daughter would suffer. These people, having completely abandoned their conscience, were capable of anything. Lu Hui looked at the crowd with a sneer. Don't say there might not be rescue. Even if it comes, will the people saved from here still be human? You're all sanctimonious hypocrites, nothing but beasts in human skin. Even a stray dog knows gratitude, but you're worse than stray dogs. Final, go get the food for you. I hope when I bring it back you can swallow the blood-soaked food that a weak woman risked her life for. With that, Lu Hui let go of Yu Qiao's hand, gently pulling her into an embrace, and said softly, Chao, I'm sorry. Mom couldn't protect you. Yu Chao sobbed, choking on her tears, clinging tightly to Lu Hui, unwilling to let her mother leave. Lu Hui tenderly wiped away Yu Qiao's tears, a doting smile on her face. A tear-streaked face isn't pretty, my little star. She leaned in close to Yu Qiao's ear and whispered, if Mom hasn't returned by nightfall, when no one's watching, jump from the building. Don't be afraid, just close your eyes. Leave cleanly, you understand? Yu Chao trembled slightly, nodded earnestly, and replied hoarsely, I understand, Mom. Good girl. Lu Hui smiled faintly, turned, and walked away, still composed and graceful. Her heart held only one conviction: if she couldn't return, even if she became a flesh-eating demon, she would crawl out from the depths of hell to devour the flesh and blood of these people. Meanwhile, Suin had spent half the day wandering the city without finding a suitable chef. His target was high-end hotels where he hoped to find the right candidate. Unfortunately, after numerous detours, he had killed quite a few zombies and encountered many survivors, but none fit the bill. Most of the chefs in the hotels had perished, turned into mindless, groaning zombies. Even the few who remained alive were unsatisfactory, either too ugly, too old, or mostly burly fat men. And they were all male. He had 2 delicate girls at home, all living under the same roof, and daily life inevitably led to accidental glimpses of bare skin. He didn't mind the view for himself, but he had no desire to bring a man home to annoy him. After searching for a while, Suin finally arrived at the Haitian Grand Hotel. This was the most upscale hotel in Sioux City, a favorite of celebrities and socialites. Surely the chefs here were top-notch, though he had never eaten there himself. With a per-person dining. Sighing at the thought, Suin stored his motorcycle in the vast spatial realm and, hands in pockets, strolled into the Haitian Hotel. With a plop, Suin casually dispatched a zombie and stepped slowly up the stairs. The situation inside Haitian Hotel was even worse than he had imagined. The number of zombies was considerable. As expected, a large crowd must have gathered here when the apocalypse struck, otherwise so many zombies wouldn't have spawned in such a confined space. A zombie in a suit screeched and charged at him. Suin took a closer look and found it somewhat familiar. Oh, isn't this the big star brother Ga? What are you doing here? How long has it been since you slept? Your dark circles are dragging down to your chin. You shouldn't work so hard on set, it's time to rest. Suin finished it off with one strike. Another zombie in overalls stumbled forward. Brother Kuin, what's wrong with you? Got a canker sore. It's rotting pretty badly. Where's your basketball? Get back to practice. Suin kindly sent Brother Kuin back to the fountain to look for his basketball. Boundless merit, boundless merit. Suin killed as he ascended, ignoring floors overrun with zombies, assuming no survivors remained. Only when he reached the 20th floor did he notice the zombie numbers had thinned. The hotel had only 22 floors. He was almost at the top. Whether he'd find survivors depended on these last few floors. He searched every room on the 20th floor, finding dozens of zombies, but not a single living person. Just then a faint sobbing reached his ears. Listening closely, it was a woman's cry. As everyone knew, zombies generally didn't cry, and there are still survivors. Following the sound, Suin arrived at a room at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and the mournful cries came from within. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open slowly, and the crying became clearer. Inside, a woman in a white dress sat on the floor, her hair disheveled. Her back was to him, so he couldn't see her face, but the sobbing was definitely hers, low and filled with sorrow. Suin was about to speak, but when he saw the small text above her head, his heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed his words. Zombie Witch LV7 Skills Pursuit Tier. Suin drew a sharp breath. He never expected to encounter this nightmare, which, also known as a banshee or sorceress, was a type of evolved zombie. It was a ceiling-level existence in the zombie world. Its base level was a terrifying 7, a height most mutated zombies could never reach, and it possessed exclusive skills. Its aggression and attack power were extremely high, even for ordinary people, let alone most awakened. Carelessly, he stepped on an aluminum can which clattered loudly. Steel Body. Suin instantly activated his Steel Body ability without hesitation. The witch let out a piercing shriek, whirled around, and revealed a pale, terrifying face. Then it turned into a white blur, charging at Suin with a speed so fast that even his eagle eye ability couldn't track it. By the time he reacted, the witch was already in front of him, its pair of scarlet claws extending 30 to 40 centimeters long. The sharp claws, glowing with red light, tore down like lightning. Suin had no time to dodge. A series of crisp metallic clangs rang out, sparks flying. In an instant, his chest was scratched dozens or even hundreds of times. Fortunately, the defense of his steel body held, leaving only dense, white claw marks on his chest's surface. But if it kept clawing like this, it would break through eventually. Without hesitation, Suin threw a charged punch, hitting the witch square in the abdomen and sending it flying. Several daggers flew out, pinning it to the ground. The witch screeched, trying to get up. With a wave of Suin's hand, a massive surge of electricity engulfed it. Amidst the crackling lightning, the witch's screams gradually faded until it turned into a pile of charcoal. Seeing the witch was dead, Suin slowly deactivated his ability, his chest a bright red. The upper part of his clothes was reduced to rags. This was only thanks to him. Any other awakened, even in strength like Xue Qingyu, would be instantly killed by the witch in a single encounter if careless. This creature's defense was virtually zero, but its strength lay in speed and attack power, capable of instantly killing its opponent. Because of its tracking skill, prey it targeted could hardly escape, and its tier was devastating. Even if surrounded, it could still manage a one-for-one trade. Before Suin could catch his breath, another sharp screech came from outside the window. This sound was even more piercing than the witch's, making his eardrums ache and swell. After searching the 21st floor for about an hour, Lu Hui, through tremendous hardship, finally managed to find a few baguettes in the kitchen. She then planned to sneak back along the route. But a zombie staggered in, forcing her to crawl on the ground and wriggle to avoid it, not daring to make a sound. Fortunately, she remained calm enough to make accurate judgments and evade the zombie's line of sight. She was about to leave the kitchen when a bloodthirsty crow outside the window spotted her figure through the glass. The crow screeched and lunged, but was blocked by the window, only able to beat against the glass, producing a constant clatter. Attracted by the noise, the zombie pounced, and immediately saw Lu Hui on the floor. Without hesitation, Lu Hui got up and ran, the zombie howling in pursuit. Leaving the kitchen, she ran straight for the 22nd floor, attracting zombies along the way, the horde growing. Seeing so many zombies gathered, she dared not return directly to the 22nd. Lu Hui's face turned cold. Open the door first. Li Dagong sneered, his expression gradually turning vicious. Hey you bitch, you're in no position to bargain with me. If you don't want your daughter to end up as sashimi, hand the stuff in first, then go find a bucket of water. I'm parched. Your daughter's still a virgin, isn't she? Lu Hui's heart trembled, her face losing all color. She hurriedly handed over the food she had risked her life to find. No. Please don't hurt Xiao Xiao. He'll give you the food. He'll go find water for you right now. She had long since given up hope in humanity, which was why she had told her daughter to jump out the window if she never returned. But she had still underestimated the ugliness of human nature. These beasts had never been after bread from the start. They wanted her daughter herself. Indeed, how could a few loaves of bread compare to the flesh and blood of a living person? Just as Lu Hui was pleading, a sudden shadow quietly appeared behind her. It seemed Lu Hui sensed it and hurriedly turned around. There at the stairway, a naked little boy was squatting quietly. The boy was entirely covered in dark bruises, and his large eyes lacked visible sclera, the entire eyeball as black as ink. Then the boy opened his mouth, making a clicking sound as his teeth clashed. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide and his face seemed to tear apart in an instant, his bright red throat hanging out and writhing continuously. In the next moment the throat trembled, followed by a piercing scream, "Ah!" The shrill sound instantly filled the entire hotel, causing the horde of zombies to stir and rush towards the 22nd floor recklessly. Under the sharp cry, Lu Hui nearly fainted, desperately covering her ears to barely hold on. Li Dagong, who had stuck half his head out, was directly pierced by the scream. His eardrums pained, and he screamed in agony, rolling to the ground while clutching his ears. Seeing this, Lu Hui gritted her teeth and crawled toward the door, slamming it open and bracing herself against it. This unknown monster had caused such a commotion that it would surely attract many zombies. The 22nd floor was no longer safe. She didn't hope to survive, as she only wished for all these beasts inside to die. Not a single one should live. The other people in the room, seeing Lu Hui bracing the door, were immediately alarmed and rushed over to pull Lu Hui, shouting, "Quick, throw her out. This wretch wants to kill us." However, in just this short moment, a large number of zombies had already rushed up, but it was too late to close the door now. Looking at the approaching tide of corpses, everyone was filled with despair, collapsing onto the ground. Lu Hui's expression was calm as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, quietly awaiting death. Bang crash. A dagger shattered the glass, spinning around and decapitating the little boy instantly, the piercing scream also fading away. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the ground trembled. The staircase from the 21st to the 22nd floor collapsed entirely, and the densely packed tide of corpses fell down, while the remaining zombies could no longer ascend, only spinning in place. A figure leaped onto the windowsill and crouched down, tilting his head to clean his ears. Damn those screamers, they never stop howling, it's deafening. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently falling on the angular face of the newcomer, his pitch-black eyes as deep as a cold pool. Several daggers gleamed with cold light, quietly hovering behind him, so pure and noble. Lu Hui stared blankly at the suddenly appearing handsome man. If there were deities in this world, he would surely be one. She had never believed in gods, nor had she earnestly prayed for redemption, yet in that moment, she felt an impulse to kneel. She did not want to die, she wanted to live alongside her daughter. "God have mercy on me." Lu Hui's eyes reddened, and Suen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. It seemed he couldn't find a chef again. Yet adhering to the principle of having come this far, he still asked hopefully, "Hey, does anyone know how to cook? Someone who can handle all 8 major cuisines, I need a chef at home, with decent pay. Anyone interested and capable?" The group of survivors were dumbfounded. Cooking? Chef? What on earth? They were all people of status. How could they personally cook? They usually dined at upscale restaurants. Become a chef? Don't joke. Those present were either celebrities or renowned directors. Who would want to be a servant? Just then Lu Hui spoke slowly. "I can cook. I can make many dishes. I can handle all 8 major cuisines." She wasn't lying. Coming from a single-parent family, she had always lived with her daughter, cooking at home for her daughter's health. She enjoyed making delicious food, which was one of her few hobbies. She could whip up many international cuisines as well. Hearing Lu Hui's response, Suan's eyes brightened. She was the most satisfactory chef he had encountered so far, and she was quite pretty as well. "Then let's discuss the salary and benefits," Suen said, lightly jumping over to the door, reaching out to pull Lu Hui, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet, then walked straight into the room. Inside were over 20 people, both male and female, young and old, and in the corner a girl was bound, her mouth gagged. Suen didn't pay them much mind, and went straight to a table, sitting down, casually beckoning Lu Hui. "Don't just stand there, come sit down, and let's talk slow." Lu Hui then realized, hurrying into the room, but rushing to the corner to help the girl untie her. As soon as the bindings were released, the girl burst into tears and threw herself into Lu Hui's arms. Lu Hui comforted Yu Qiao Qiao with a guilty expression. "Don't cry, Qiao Qiao. It's Mommy's fault for making you suffer." Yu Qiao Qiao sniffled and looked up. "It's not Mommy's fault, it's all my fault for being a burden to you." Lu Hui shook her head tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Then she hurriedly pulled Yu Qiao Qiao in front of Suen, apologizing. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Suen waved his hand dismissively, looking at Yu Qiao Qiao. "It's fine. Is she your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter, Qiao Qiao," Lu Hui nodded. Yu Qiao Qiao wiped her tears and managed to force a smile, politely saying, "Hello, big brother." "Hello, little sister." Suen smiled slightly, admiring the girl's politeness. "Don't just stand there, sit down, and let's talk. If you agree, you could start working today." Lu Hui nodded seriously, sitting down with Qiao Qiao. Seeing the three of them start their conversation as if no one else was around, Brother Hua leaned over. "Little brother, who are you? Are you the rescue team sent to save us? I knew Guijia hasn't given up on us yet." Suen glanced at Brother Hua with indifference. "Did I speak to you?" Brother Hua was taken aback. "Little brother, could you be a bit more polite? Mind your status, not everyone can be offended. Do you believe that once I'm rescued, a single call could get you fired? Get lost." Suen snorted coldly, sending Brother Hua flying with a single strike. Brother Hua crashed against the wall, the tremendous force knocking out his back teeth, blood flowing from his mouth. Seeing Brother Hua being hit, the others couldn't bear it any longer. Why are you hitting people, young man? That's where you went wrong. Young people are too impulsive, completely oblivious to the hierarchy, provoking those they shouldn't. Your future is ruined now. The rescue team should be downstairs, right? Once Brother Hua is rescued, I don't think this slap will end well for you. Hurry down and make the rescue team act faster. Suin looked at the crowd speechlessly. You guys don't really think any rescue team is coming to save you, do you? Upon hearing Su An's words, the crowd was stunned. A global catastrophe. No rescue. No one would come to save them. Could it truly be the end of the world? Impossible, you're lying. I won't believe it unless you show me proof. Someone else, unable to accept reality, questioned. Believe it or not, your life or death has nothing to do with me. Suin shrugged indifferently. The most tragic thing about people living in an apocalypse is their inability to learn to face reality, still clinging to all sorts of unrealistic illusions. Such people often die the fastest, unable to survive even a single phase. Let's continue our talk. He'll first lay out the conditions and benefits I'm offering, and you can see if they're acceptable. Suin turned back to speak with Lu Hui. All right, please go ahead. Lu Hui nodded in agreement. She no longer harbored high hopes for the benefits. As long as she and her child could have a warm meal every day, she would be content. In fact, without Suin needing to say it, she had already realized that this was the end of the world and no rescue team would ever come. You'll need. As for material benefits, you'll get a new set of clothes each month, and you can choose your preferred style and type. Cosmetics will also be provided: monthly sanitary pads, 2 packs a month, and shampoo and body wash, 1 bottle each per month. If you fall ill, it'll provide medicine. If you want to keep a pet, you'll need to apply, and it'll decide based on the situation whether to allow it. As for entertainment, resources are still scarce for now. I can only offer you fitness equipment, books, and the chance to listen to music. Of course, if you have other requests, you can also apply, but I can't guarantee they'll all be fulfilled. Hearing the conditions Suin laid out, Lu Hu's mouth hung open in shock. Were these the kind of benefits one could expect during an apocalypse? They were 100 times better than what she had imagined. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. I accept, Lu Hui blurted out without hesitation. Suin waved his hand. I'm not done yet. Don't rush to agree. The hiring system I'm using is a lifetime appointment. You can't unilaterally break the contract unless I fire you one day. Suin grinned. In other words, you'll be working for me for the rest of your life. Once you agree, your free life is basically over. Think it over before you answer me. Lu Hui. Lifetime appointment. Cooking for a lifetime. My goodness. Are you sure this isn't a blessing? Did she even need to think about it? Absolutely not. I accept. As long as you don't mind, I'll cook for you for the rest of my life. Suin nodded with satisfaction, extending his hand to shake Lu Hu's. Welcome to work at my home. I hope we get along well. Thank you, boss, thank you. But, can I bring Xiao Xiao along? If not, then I won't go. Suin glanced at the nervous girl sitting upright beside them, pondered for a moment. He had a cook now, but he still needed someone for cleaning. Wasn't this perfect? Buy one get one free, as it were. One more person isn't a problem, but the premise is that I want support freeloaders. She can come along, but she'll have to handle most of the household chores. Washing clothes, sweeping, mopping, serving tea and water, and the like. Her benefits will be the same as yours. Xiao Xiao is very obedient and hardworking. She won't let you down. Thank you for taking us in, truly thank you so much. Lu Hu's eyes reddened as she quickly stood up and bowed in gratitude. Yu Xiao Xiao also bowed in thanks. Thank you, big brother. Xiao Xiao will be good and work hard. I definitely won't freeload. The sudden reversal of fortune came so swiftly that the two women were on the verge of tears from the emotional upheaval. Suin smiled, faintly waving his hand as he produced a steaming Kinda chicken family bucket and 2 bottles of cola from his wide area storage space, setting them on the table. Judging by your faces, you haven't eaten in a long time. Make do with this for now to fill your stomachs. After you finish, I'll take you away. Staring at the fried chicken and cola that had suddenly materialized on the table, the two women gasped, covering their mouths, gazing at Suin as if he were a deity. What kind of divine technique was this? Not to your taste. Suin asked, puzzled, as the two women remained motionless. No, no, they said in unison, waving their hands. Then, abandoning all restraint, they lowered their heads and began to wolf down the food ravenously. Yu Xiao Xiao even cried as she ate, not from sadness, but because it was so delicious it moved her to tears. Watching the two women devour the meat and guzzle the cola, the surrounding survivors were thrown into disarray. The aroma of meat wafting through the air triggered a chorus of swallowing sounds. Big brother, could I have a bucket of fried chicken too? He'll pay 10,000, someone called out. Young man, give me one too. No, half a bucket will do. He'll pay 100,000, another chimed in. Me. He'll pay 1,000,000. No, 10 million. Just give me a drumstick. Brother, I'll write you a check. Fill in whatever amount you want. Just give me half a drumstick. Even a chicken bone will do, I'm not picky. The survivors, driven mad by hunger, began a frantic bidding war. Suin waved his hand impatiently. Go cool off somewhere else. Seeing that Suin had no interest in money or checks, the crowd was at a loss. They had nothing else to offer besides cash. One man hardened by D. After that, no one dared to try and take the food by force. The abilities Suin had displayed were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He was practically like a superhero. It was likely that the collapsed stairwell was also his doing. Such a superhuman was someone they simply couldn't afford to provoke. When they had nearly finished eating, Suin stood up and stretched. "If you're done, let's go. They'll take you out of here." The two hurriedly rose together. Yu Qiao deftly gathered the chicken bones and scraps, clutching them to her chest like a treasure. "Why are you holding onto the bones?" Yu Qiao blinked earnestly and replied, "We'll take them back to make soup." Suin chuckled softly and patted her head. It seemed the two had endured much hardship recently. In his past life, he might have done the same. "It's fine, throw them away. As long as you're obedient, you can have as much as you want." Thank you, big brother. Qiao will be very good." Hearing that Yu Qiao was about to discard the bones, the others perked up. "Qiao, don't throw them away. Give them to Auntie, and she'll give you money. Give them to Uncle. When you were little, Uncle treated you to ice cream, remember? Go away, go away. Qiao, big sister acted in a show with you last year, you remember, right?" Yu Qiao looked at their smiling faces but pouted and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge them. These people had once forced her mother to go to her death, tied her up, and said that if her mother couldn't find food to bring back, they would kill her. She hadn't forgotten any of it. She wouldn't give them the bones, not even if they begged on their knees. With that thought, Qiao ran to the window and tossed the bones along with the packaging all the way down. "I'd rather throw them away than give them to you, humph." A middle-aged woman, seeing this, gnashed her teeth in rage. "You little brat, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine." She raised her hand as if to slap Yu Qiao, but upon meeting Suin's icy gaze, she retracted it resentfully. "Slap yourself 10 times, Suin commanded calmly. The woman flushed red at his words, too afraid to argue, but unwilling to strike herself. "My patience is limited. Don't force me to act, or it won't be just a few slaps. I wouldn't mind throwing you out the window." The woman's face turned deathly pale. "I'll do it myself, I'll do it. Please don't kill me." She began slapping herself, the sounds echoing through the room. Just then Li Dagong, who had been silent, approached with a smile and exed. Suin drew a sharp breath. Just how inflated must one's ego be to utter such shameless words? If he had even half of this man's audacity, he probably wouldn't need to activate Steel Body to withstand a witch's claws without flinching. "Big brother, don't believe him. He's a liar, a scumbag, a piece of trash." Qiao said angrily, her little face fierce and adorable. "Oh, how is he a liar? Tell me about it." Yu Qiao then recounted everything that had happened before. After hearing the full story, Suin shook his head at Li Dagong. "I won't judge whether you were right or wrong. In the apocalypse, I've seen this too often. Right and wrong often cease to matter. Survival is what counts. But unfortunately, you've brought this upon yourself. They are now my employees. As their boss, it would be remiss of me not to collect their debts. Director Li, have you figured out how to repay them?" Li Dagong forced an ugly smile and instinctively stepped back. "I can see you're a man of strong convictions. Surely you wouldn't be so easily swayed by others." Suin's gaze turned icy. "They'll give you 10 seconds. Either jump out the window yourself, or he'll kick you out. Choose. If you don't, I'll assume you've picked the second option." Li Dagong clenched his fists, his pock-marked face darkening. "Brat, don't think I'm afraid of you. I could have you killed, you know. I've had my share of blood on my hands. Oh, one more won't matter." Suin nodded. "Very well. It seems you've made your choice. I'm glad you found the third option." In a flash, he vanished and reappeared before Li Dagong, grabbing him by the throat and dragging him to the door. In ancient times, the Buddha fed himself to the eagle. Today, Director Li offers himself to the zombies. Admirable, truly. Immeasurable merits, Director Li. With that, Suin hurled Li Dagong into the hallway where the moaning zombie horde awaited. Li Dagong wa. After feeding 8 portions of rations to the zombie horde, Suin finally stopped. The debt of the mother and daughter was settled at last. "It's about time. We should leave. As for the others, they could fend for themselves." Suin controlled an iron table to float outside the window, signaling the mother and daughter to approach. Then, with an arm around each of them, he leaped onto the iron table, which slowly descended toward the ground. With his current control over electromagnetic force, such a feat was not difficult, though it felt slightly incongruous, like stepping on one's own foot to rise into the air. The mother and daughter clung tightly to Su and not daring to look down. The scent of masculinity filled Lu Hu's senses, making her face burn like fire and her heart race uncontrollably. This man, as powerful as a deity, had suddenly appeared in her world, pulling her from the mire. He was so strong and reassuring. She wondered how old he was. He seemed younger than her. Lu Hui felt a pang of sorrow. She was already a mother, her youth long gone. Soon the three landed safely. A few zombies lunged at them madly, and Suin dispatched them one by one with his dagger. Half a day later, the streets were even more densely packed with zombies, and mutant variants had increased significantly. After a moment's thought, Suin retrieved a sports motorcycle from his spatial storage and mounted it. "Get on. We'll take you back." He had initially considered using a car for more space, but given the road conditions and the number of zombies, a car was no longer practical. If they encountered a giant zombie, it could easily block or overturn the vehicle. He would be fine, but the mother and daughter were ordinary people and might not survive. For safety, a motorcycle was better, fast and agile. It definitely had nothing to do with any ulterior motives. Lu Hui sat behind him, while Xiao Xiao, being smaller, sat in front, nestled in Su An's arms. Hold on tight. They'll go fast, he warned Lu Hui before revving the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward with. Oh no. It was like manna from heaven right there at the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Come quickly, food and drink are plentiful, and it's perfectly safe. Suin crumpled the flyer with disdain and tossed it away. Such words would fool even ghosts, and ghosts wouldn't believe them. However, it was undeniable that people were often easier to deceive than ghosts. He might not believe it, but others would. In this chaotic time, food and safety outweighed all other needs. Even knowing it was unreliable, countless people would still risk it to investigate. In his memories, he did recall something about the Golden Dragon Reservoir. It was a highly unusual faction. After the apocalypse began, a prison riot allowed inmates to escape and establish this stronghold. Armed with weapons and ammunition from the prison, they quickly took over the Golden Dragon Reservoir as their base. They chose the reservoir because of its unique geographical advantages. A power station stood by the reservoir, ensuring it. Probably not. Moreover, the Golden Dragon Reservoir was later renamed Sinner's Island. They did have some self-awareness. However, many people mistook Sinner for drunkard, imagining Drunkard's Island as some kind of paradise of wine and indulgence. As the helicopter's roar faded into the distance, Suin snapped back to reality, turned the motorcycle around, and rode off the rooftop, heading toward the base with the two women. He planned to take Lu Hui and her daughter back first. He had suddenly developed an urge to investigate the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Since they had claimed the territory as their own, they must have a considerable stockpile of resources, right? For some reason, ever since he copied the spatial storage ability, Suin often felt an itch in his hands and urge to take things. Not taking something made him deeply uncomfortable, especially when he learned that others had hoarded a lot of supplies. That itch grew even stronger. Even during his earlier aimless wanderings through the hotel, he had casually taken hundreds of beds and bedding. His hands had become far from clean. After about half an hour of high-speed travel, they finally returned to the stronghold. Suin directly controlled the motorcycle to leap over the tall walls, sped into the neighborhood, and stopped at the villa's entrance. All right, we're here. Lu Hui staggered off the vehicle the lightning-fast journey, leaving her somewhat carsick. Xiao Xiao was slightly better, but still pale-faced from the terrifying speed. Before Suin could knock on the door, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu hurried out. Li Xiaoyu ran over coquettishly. Hubby, you're back. Just a few steps and Li Xiaoyu froze. What's going on? Why besides Suin were there two other women, one older and one younger? Li Xiaoyu quickly said to Xue Qingyu. It doesn't look like Su Xiaoyan at all. Xue Qingyu nodded. It's not Su Xiaoyan. Phew, that's a relief. Suin gestured for them to head inside. Let's go into the house first. Staying outside too long could attract flocks of bloodthirsty crows. Dealing with the crows wasn't too troublesome, but the risk of being targeted and ambushed every time they went out was a headache. Back in the living room, Suin sat down on the sofa with an authoritative air. Don't just stand there, have a seat. Xue Qingyu brought over several glasses of water. Thank you. Thank you, sister. The mother and daughter quickly expressed their thanks. You're welcome. Xue Qingyu replied with a warm smile, and sat quietly beside Suin. Let me introduce you all. This is Sister Lu Hui, a chef I specially hired. From now on, our 3 meals a day will be entirely in her hands. This is Yu Xiao Xiao, Sister Lu Hu's daughter, and she's like our family's apprentice, maid responsible for cleaning and housework. Li Xiaoyu and the others understood immediate. He had brought back a cook and a little maid. They had no objections to this. As long as it wasn't Su Xiaoyan, they were relieved. Besides, it was Su An's decision, and they wouldn't interfere. In this household, Suin held absolute authority and veto power. They also needed to spend a lot of time practicing their abilities, so having help with chores was a good thing. Welcome to our little family. Xue Qingyu, pleased to meet you. Li Xiaoyu, welcome. Looking at the two beautiful girls before her, Lu Hui glanced at Su and pondering the relationship between the three. Thank you. You'll work hard. Xiao Xiao tilted her head. Two sisters, are you both big brother's wives? Qiaoqiu's words were startling. Suin spat out his water. Xue Qingyu looked awkward, unsure how to explain. Li Xiaoyu giggled, not yet. The speaker was carefree, but the listener took it to heart. Lu Hui muttered inwardly, not yet, so they will be in the future, huh? But on second thought it made sense. Not to mention Su An's godlike abilities, he was handsome. In this chaotic apocalypse, it was normal for a divine man like him to have a few close female companions. In Lu Hu's eyes, Suin held an extremely high status, one she looked up to. Even her gaze toward him carried a strange reverence and admiration. A feeling vaguely akin to taking Su in, as her faith was taking root and sprouting in her heart. Whatever Suin did must be right. Then Suin arranged 2 rooms for the mother and daughter, took out a large pile of clothes from his spatial storage for them to choose from, and then some feminine products. Since his rebirth, he had been incredibly busy every day, barely sleeping twice, let alone anything else. Sister Lu Hui, you can rest tonight and start cooking tomorrow. Tell me what ingredients you need. I have everything except a shortage of ingredients. As long as you can cook, well, I even have Yangtze River knife fish and Yellow River carp. Thank you, boss, but I'd like to start working today. No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name, Suin. Get familiar with the environment. First, I need to go out again. After settling the mother and daughter Su and left once more. He had encountered a witch-class zombie today who knew what kind of monstrosity he'd face tomorrow. Plus the crow flocks would multiply tenfold by then. The very thought made his scalp tingle. He planned to thoroughly explore the Golden Dragon Reservoir today. After tomorrow, he wouldn't go out lying low until the second stage of the first apocalypse began. Then he mounted his sport motorcycle and sped Tawa. The world was gradually transforming into the one he remembered. It must be said humans were truly a wondrous species. They were fragile. A mere illness, a fall, or a minor cut that became infected could send them to their eternal rest. Yet under immense pressure they displayed an incomprehensible resilience, thriving like tenacious weeds. After half an hour of swift travel, Suin arrived at the outskirts of Sioux City. Along the way he encountered numerous survivors who, as if by unspoken agreement, cast envious glances his way. Not because he was handsome, but because his attire was far too pristine. At present, almost everyone was struggling to survive with no time to groom themselves, let alone eat properly. They were caught in a cycle of feast or famine, constantly fighting for their lives against zombies. All were disheveled, sallow-faced, and tattered like refugees. In stark contrast, Suin was clad in spotless designer clothes, his complexion radiant and healthy. Paired with a sleek, brand-new racing motorcycle, he resembled a rich kid who had stumbled into a refugee camp, an utterly incongruous sight. Yet envy naturally bred jealousy. Just as he left the city, Suin was stopped by a group of people. There were over a dozen of them, all young and robust men, each wielding a weapon. Hey kid, nice ride. Found some. Not everyone was willing to risk zombie attacks to scavenge in the city. Many had turned to highway robbery, waiting for others to risk their lives for supplies, while they lurked outside to plunder. For now, humans were far easier to deal with than zombies. The group before him were exactly such bandits preying on other survivors. Suin scanned the crowd and found no awakened among them. Only ordinary people. At the dawn of the apocalypse, awakened were still too rare to encounter easily. Only when the second phase began and a wave of survivors awakened would their numbers surge. But that required surviving until then. In the days ahead, every ordinary person would have to fight tooth and nail just to live another day. Within a mere fortnight, the global population would be halved again, only those who survived would have the chance to awaken. Suin sped his motorcycle straight past the group, not looking back. Behind him, metallic objects transformed into scythes of death reaping. At that moment, many in the camp were hauling their belongings and heading out, faces alight, with excitement, clutching flyers for the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Most planned to go there and enjoy the good life. After a quick pack, they set off with their families. The reservoir was less than 30 kilometers away. If they moved briskly, they could arrive before dark. Suin pondered briefly, then stored his motorcycle in his spatial storage and walked inside. He could blend in with the crowd heading to the reservoir, but his current outfit was too conspicuous. He needed something dirtier and shabbier. Before he had taken a few steps, a middle-aged woman with fading charm winked at him frantically. Hey handsome, wanna have some fun? Just one pack of instant noodles, and it's all yours. I've got great skills, you won't be disappointed. Sweetie, you'll do it for half a pack. If you've got the seasoning packet, we can go twice, chimed in a pretty girl no older than 20, clearly offering B. Beside the man stood a voluptuous woman in her early 30s with a face that could easily score an 80 out of 100. A little girl of about 8 or 9 peeked out from behind the woman, blinking her big eyes at Suin. Clearly this was a family of 3. Suin's gaze settled on the girl. Above her head, 2 lines of text slowly materialized: ability, dream, weaving a wealth 3. A faint smile curled at the corner of Suin's mouth. An unexpected find. This little girl was an awakened, and her ability was of a high rank. It was an extremely rare psychic type, not meant for direct combat, but for manipulating others' dreams, crafting them at will. Those with such abilities were known as dream weavers. Of course, if used cleverly, it could also serve as an assassination tool, destroying a target's psyche within a dream, leaving them mentally shattered, dead, or brain dead in reality. But that was a crude application. The proper use was to open a shop, crafting dreams for clients to indulge in. Suin shook his head. Don't worry, I don't have any weird tastes. Lead the way. Find a private spot. Sure bro, this way. Following the man, he arrived at a small, dilapidated hut. Inside there was a bed and a table with pots and pans piled in a corner, but not a scrap of food in sight. Bro, this is my wife's first time doing this. Please go easy on her. Suin ignored the man. From his spatial storage, he produced an 80-inch cream cake and held it out, beckoning to the girl. Little sister, would you like this? Seeing the cake, the little girl's eyes widened. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. Instinctively, she ran up to Suin, her gaze fixed on the cake as she swallowed repeatedly. Big brother, is this cake really for me? Suin smiled, gently patting her head as he placed the cake into her arms. Of course. It's yours now. Plunder activated, detected plunderable target. Please choose plunder direction, duplicate ability. Ability duplication successful. Acquired ability dream weaving. Having effortlessly acquired a rank ability, Suin was in high spirits. Seeing Suin produce a large cake as if by magic, the couple was stunned speechless, the man pointing at Suin and stammering, unable to utter a word. Brother, you. Suin rummaged through the house without a care and soon found a set of men's clothes. The clothes were tattered and filthy. This will do, he said, and promptly changed into the dirty outfit. Fits quite well. Then from his vast spatial storage he took out 3 boxes of instant noodles and placed them on the floor. Your daughter is also an awakened one. She can control dreams. With a bit of practice she can master it. If you want to survive, you'd better find a safe place to hide for the next half-month. With that, Suin turned and left the small house, jogging to join the throng of refugees, soon disappearing from sight. It was only then that the family of 3 came to their senses. The man rushed out of the door looking around frantically, but could no longer see Suin. He quickly scurried back inside and shut the door tightly. Faced with this sudden immense generosity, the man's eyes reddened. He didn't even know the man's name. It was no exaggeration to say that even selling their entire family wouldn't be worth a single box of instant noodles, let alone 3 whole boxes plus a cake. This debt of gratitude was far too heavy. The man said to his daughter, his voice choked with sobs, Xian, you must remember that big brother's face. No matter what, you must repay his kindness in the future, understand? The girl nodded seriously, her expression resolute. By now Suin had honorably become a refugee, surging along with the massive wave of displaced people towards the Golden Dragon Reservoir. Their group numbered 70 or 80 and more people kept joining, swelling their ranks. The Golden Dragon Reservoir was still some distance away. Though it was a desolate wilderness, there were still many zombies along the way. Traveling alone was too dangerous, so teaming up was relatively safer. The able-bodied young men spontaneously took the front line to fend off the zombies. With many hands making light work, the occasional zombie they encountered was easily dealt with by sheer numbers. It wasn't until evening that the crowd finally reached the foot of the Golden Dragon Reservoir. A large crowd numbering several hundred had already gathered there. Roadblocks and watchtowers had been set up at the entrance to the mountain road, and a group of fully armed men with guns were guarding the che. Everyone line up. With that he fired a few shots into the air. Under the deterrence of the gunfire, the crowd gradually became orderly, forming a long queue. After being inspected, they were allowed through the checkpoint. The inspection was merely a cursory search and confiscation of weapons, which didn't take much time. Suin noticed 2 lines of small text above the burly man's head: ability, scent tracking, E-wealth, 300. That man was also an awakened one. His ability level was rather weak, but he could remember the smell of zombies for tracking, easily identifying those infected with the zombie virus among the crowd. He was quite suited for this checkpoint duty. Suin thought for a moment, then jogged up behind the burly man, tapped his shoulder, and produced a pack of high-end cigarettes from his spatial storage. Brother, just a small token of my respect. The man snatched the cigarettes without a second thought and stuffed them into his pocket. This was a good find, a pack of tea. Do you think we'll be taken as coolies, eh? Even if we are, as long as we get food, it's better than starving to death. No need to worry about being eaten by zombies either. I'd be fine with being a coolie. To be fair, they can't just feed us for nothing. We'll definitely have to work at least a bit. 5 days on, 2 days off, 8 hours a day. I can accept that. But if it's 996, the treatment can't be bad. At least meet once every 2 days. We have to negotiate the terms from the start. Living conditions can't be too poor. The food doesn't have to be great, but at least it should be nutritionally balanced. Let's unify our demands later and be firm. Don't give in easily, or it'll be hard to negotiate later. Don't you all agree? Right, that makes sense. There's strength in numbers. We have the leverage to negotiate. Listening to the crowd's indignant chatter, Suin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What have they been drinking to be this delusional? Forget about the awakened ones in charge here. Didn't they see they all had guns? A single volley would put an end to any talk of benefits. They should be grateful to even be treated as human. These people, having lived in a peaceful era for too long, had rigid thinking. Even at a time like this, they were still daydreaming. Suin simply leaned against the ship's hull and closed his eyes to rest. Listening any longer was an insult to his intelligence. Even he, let alone the administrators here, felt his blood pressure rising. Comrade, don't you have any opinions? If you have anything to say, speak up. He'll summarize everyone's demands for the upcoming negotiation. A man with glasses pushed them up and asked Suin. Suin waved his hand repeatedly. No. This cultural stuff is for you cultured people. I'm just a dropout, I want metal. The man with glasses cast a contemptuous glance at Suin, then stood up and announced loudly. Then he'll summarize our collective demands now. Feel free to add anything I miss. First, living conditions: separate dorms for men and women and married couples, hope for couple rooms. Second, food 2 meals a day, at least enough to be full with meat in at least 1 meal. Third, entertainment. Amid the refugees' fantasies, the cargo ship arrived at the island and slowly docked. The cargo hold was opened, and several armed men stood outside shouting into the hold, "Everyone get the hell out, hurry up, stop dawdling." The crowd disembarked and came ashore, unable to resist glancing around. They saw that the small island was encircled by a high earthen wall with watchtowers dotting the wall and searchlights sweeping across periodically. The entire island resembled a mutant stone beast crouching on the water's surface. Then, led by several armed men, the crowd passed through the city gate and arrived at a square. Several bright lamps were lit in the square, enveloping the refugees. A man in a prison guard uniform stood on a high platform shouting through a megaphone, "Now listen to my orders, men and women separate into two lines. Men on the left, women on the right." The crowd stirred with commotion, but no one complied. The bespectacled man who had earlier urged the crowd to boldly voice their opinions stepped forward, raised his hand, and called out loudly to the high platform, "Comrade, could you please tell us what treatment you can offer? We traveled a long way to join you, you can't just let us down. Besides, we haven't decided to stay yet. We're not your employees or your subordinates, so you have no right to command us. How about we show some sincerity and have a proper talk?" The bespectacled man spoke forcefully, drawing a chorus of agreement from the crowd. "Yes, show some sincerity. Exactly, there are so many of us with all kinds of talents. If you want us to stay and contribute, you need to offer proper treatment. Show some sincerity, or you'll turn around and leave. Whoever wants to stay can stay." "Me too." Hearing this, the prison guards burst into laughter. "Ha ha. You're killing me. Did you hear that? They want us to show sincerity, ha ha. Meet pigs asking for benefits. Did I hear that right? Ha ha." The man on the high platform also smiled and casually waved his hand. A gunshot rang out, blood splattered, and the leading bespectacled man fell dead. "I'll murder." The crowd erupted in chaos. Many refugees turned and ran in terror, but the gate had already been locked. Several guards raised machine guns and sprayed bullets into the crowd. Gunfire roared and screams echoed. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen refugees were shot and fell lifeless. After a moment, the gunfire ceased. The man on the high platform again commanded coldly, "I'll give you 3 minutes to separate into 2 lines by gender. Otherwise, I shouldn't need to spell out the consequences." This time the refugees complied. In less than a minute, they were standing in separate lines. Looking around at the heavily armed guards, everyone was terrified. The faint-hearted were trembling so badly they could barely stand. "All right, everyone, pick one you like and take them back. Lock up the rest for now." At the man's command, ugh. Those who resisted were shot dead. Whether it was a wife or girlfriend, they couldn't save them and lost their own lives instead. Some guards didn't go for the women, but chose men instead. A sharp blade, sharp eyes. "Come on, come back with me, let's go head to head." Suin shuddered with disgust. Fortunately, to avoid drawing attention earlier, he had smeared mud on his face to conceal his looks, otherwise he would surely have been in trouble. After about 10 minutes, the guards finished selecting women and herded the rest into prison cells. The prison had 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, with hundreds of cells. Each cell was less than 20 square meters, but held over a dozen people. Besides the newly arrived, many cells were already full with at least 700 or 800 people locked up here. Suin was thrown into one of the cells. "Damn it, these beasts worse than animals, they all deserve to rot in hell." One of them slammed his fist against the iron bars in fury, his eyes burning with anger and resentment. They had thought life would be better at the Golden Dragon Reservoir, but instead they had walked into a den of tigers and wolves where everyone was a cold-blooded killer. "You were tricked here by the flyers too." A fat man who had been locked up earlier sneered, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. We've all been deceived. You were tricked too. How long have you been here?" "Not long, just 2 days ahead of you. If you ask me, save your energy and try to look lively otherwise." The fat man chuckled. "You'll become the meat soup for everyone tomorrow morning." What do you mean?" The fat man leaned lazily against the wall, scratched his belly, and grinned slyly. "How, what else could it mean? Do you know what they call us? Meat pigs. Pigs raised for blood and meat. They save the hearts and livers for drinking, stew the intestines and fat in a pot, and feed it back to the prisoners. Either you obediently eat human flesh, or you get dragged out and butchered for soup. People used to call me a fat pig, and now I really am a meat pig." Ha ha. Hearing the fat man's words, everyone was horrified, some even fainted from fear. There was no bread, no milk, and no safety here. It lured those with vain hopes to willingly come here and become fodder and blood offerings. This was Sinner Island, a cannibal den built on lies. That night, the originally noisy prison gradually fell silent. Several guards were patrolling outside the cells with flashlights, occasionally tapping on the bars and ordering the prisoners to stop talking and sleep. Suin slowly opened his eyes and moved to the cell door, observing the situation outside through the iron bars. There were 3 patrolling guards, 1 on each floor, all ordinary humans. Killing them would not be difficult. The real trouble was the surveillance cameras and alarms which he had to bypass. After a moment of thought, Suin turned around and knocked out all his cellmates, then stood quietly by the door waiting for the patrolling guard to arrive. About 10 minutes later, a guard approached with a flashlight. Suen seized the opportunity and whispered, "Officer, please come here. I have something good to show you." The guard, looking puzzled and cursing under his breath, walked over. But before the guard could finish his sentence, the iron bars as thick as a wrist parted on their own. Suen reached out, grabbed the guard by the throat, and dragged him into the cell. With a slight twist, he silently dispatched the guard. Then he changed into the guard's uniform and swaggered out of the cell block. Passing through the corridors, he left the prison area and headed toward the guard's living quarters. He ignored the ordinary dormitories at a glance, knowing that awakened individuals held higher status and would never reside in such places. After wandering through the living area and finding only ordinary people, he decided to check only the private rooms. Passing by one such room, Suen glanced through the window and saw two burly men locked in a fierce physical struggle. The sight stung his eyes. One was an ordinary man, the other an awakened. Ability Enlargement B Wealth 1800. The enlargement ability allowed the user to multiply their body size, enhancing both strength. Too cruel, too brutal. I love it. Moreover, he could gift the stripped abilities to others, a perfect tool for building his own faction. It eliminated the tedious process of recruiting other awakened individuals. He could simply create his own awakened army provided he had enough targets to plunder. For now it was still impractical, but as the apocalypse struck more frequently, the number of awakened would grow, making plundering much easier. "Let's start with this prisoner's island," Suen muttered before vanishing into the night like a shadow. After searching the entire dormitory area, he found only one more awakened. Ability Water Vapor D Wealth 1500. Suen took it, without hesitation, replicating stripping, and then mercifully restarting the target. After finishing with the dorms, he moved on to the more upscale villas. There were only 4 or 5 villas on the island. Suen crept toward the nearest 3-story villa, leaping silently to the second-floor balcony. The lights were still on inside. Through the gap in T, he could just charge in and strip the place bare. A long road lies ahead, he sighed. At this moment, the red-haired fiend was engrossed in a 5-player ranked match, showing no intention of resting. If his opponents were a duo, he could stealthily slip and dispatch them swiftly without alerting other awakened, and pick them off one by one until none remained. But a 5-player team posed a problem. No matter where he entered, he would be discovered. Engaging a combat-type Esper would inevitably lead to a fight, and though he was confident in victory, it would certainly alarm the others. For a moment, Suen was at a loss. Yet when he caught sight of the bloodthirsty bats soaring overhead, his eyes lit up. Leaping onto the rooftop, he spread his arms toward the bat swarm. Come, there's something delicious here." The bats instantly spotted Suen and swooped down like lightning, only to be ensnared in the massive electric web he had set. Suen precisely controlled the voltage, searing the bats' neural pathways, while leaving their exteriors intact. Then he retrieved iron. Detected lootable target. Select Plunder Direction. Copy Ability Strip. Ability Plunder Wealth. Ability Copy successful. Obtained Ability Fire Energy. A Ability Strip successful. Obtained Transferable Ability Fire Energy. A Wealth Plunder successful. Obtained Wealth 0. With his goal achieved, Suen released the steel spike. Under his mental command, the spike pierced through the fiend's palate and burst out from the top of his skull. The red-haired fiend met his end. Rising, Suen dusted off his hands and strode into the room. Inside, the women lay dead on the floor, each with a steel spike lodged in her throat. In the instant he struck, Suen had controlled the spikes to fly into the room, silencing those who might have screamed like alarms. However, he spared one woman, her mouth bound with wire. Suen settled onto the sofa, leaning down to gaze at her. "Now I ask and you answer. If you so much as squeak, you can join your sisters." The woman, tears streaming, nodded frantical. "His name is Ho Chi, nicknamed Monkey 3. He's the island's third-in-command," the woman replied without hesitation. "How many leaders are there on the island?" "Th. 3. Tell me about each." I will. "The second-in-command is Huang She, and the leader is Zhu Tai. Both were inmates at Black Mountain Prison. After the disaster struck, they led a rebellion and escaped, eventually coming here. The third-in-command joined later. What are the abilities of the leader and second-in-command?" "This? I don't know. Really?" Suen's brow furrowed. "Really, big brother, please don't kill me. They'll tell you everything I know," the woman begged, kneeling. "Oh, I heard the island's earthen walls were all built by the second-in-command in a single day." Suen was mildly surprised by this. The island spanned the size of dozens of football fields, and erecting walls dozens of meters high to encircle it in one day was astonishing. Talk about a construction maniac. Interesting. What about the leader? Any rumors? "I've never seen the leader, but I've heard whispers that he loves to eat people, and he does so every day." Suen rose and left the red-haired monster's villa casually, closing the door behind him as he dissolved into a shadow and vanished into the night. As for the woman, he had knocked her unconscious. She wouldn't wake for several hours. Under the dark and windy sky, the others remained oblivious that their third leader had already rushed headlong to his doom. Suen's next targets were the remaining 2 leaders. He had a gut feeling that the big leader and the second leader might both possess rank abilities, or at the very least be peak rank existences, the strongest foes he had faced so far. The best strategy was to pick them off one by one, as confronting two rank awakens simultaneously would be overwhelming even for him. A guard yawned while patrolling, only to be yanked into the shadows by several iron wires. He found himself face-to-face with a pair of icy eyes. "Tell me where your big leader and second leader are. If you're not afraid of death, you can try calling for help or staying at the back hill. You'll see the basement door as soon as you go there. Only the big leader stays there and no one dares to go near it, not even us. When the big leader gets angry, he even eats his own people. Your big leader has a taste for human flesh." At the mention of the big leader, the guard's face turned pale. It's not that he likes eating people, but he only eats humans, especially their hearts and livers. Several of our brothers on the island have disappeared that way. That's why we lure outsiders here. Those pigs are raised for the big leader. Hearing the guard's answer, Suin furrowed his brow. Cannibalism in the apocalypse was common, but almost always for survival or to stave off hunger. Human flesh wasn't tasty, and consuming one's own kind carried a risk of prion disease, which was a death sentence. The risk was too great. Those with options usually avoided it, while only those teetering on the edge of life and death would eat anything. A leader who ate humans purely for pleasure was something he had never encountered. Either he was a madman or a monster. Regardless, Suin was curious to meet him and broaden his horizons. With a flick of his hand, the iron wires severed the guard's head. Following the guard's directions, Suin stealthily made his way toward the back hill. As the guard had said, the entire back hill was eerily. But then again, a normal mind couldn't grasp the psychology of a madman. Leaving the freezer, Suin retraced his steps and headed toward the other end of the passage, soon reaching another iron door blocking the way. The door wasn't fully closed, and a cheerful humming came from within. Suin peered through the gap. It was a bizarrely designed room, where the kitchen and bedroom were merged into one. In the corner sat a bed stained with black grease, the sheets and mattress gleaming with filth. Beside the bed was a large iron table, still bearing half-eaten meat, raw and blood-streaked with flies swarming over it. The walls were adorned with skeletons, either air-dried or preserved with salt. At the center of the room was the stove was still burning, bubbling with something cooking. Beside it, a massive blob of a figure stood at a chopping block, wielding a cleaver as it hacked at ingredients, humming a cheerful tune. Suin clicked his tongue in amazement. Over 2 meters tall and equally wide, with bare flesh sagging almost to the ground. Was this even human? Compared to this obese, bursting zombie, the latter seemed almost skeletal. At the same time, Suin also saw 4 lines of text emerging above the mountain of flesh: half-corpse, starving tyrant, LV8 skills, super evolution, gluttony, frenzy, bloodthirst ability, supercharged, wealth value 2 Seeing these 4 lines, even the well-traveled Suin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What in the world is this? It has the level and skills of a zombie and the ability and wealth value of an awakened. Is it a zombie or an awakened? Or both? Most likely both, a zombie and an awakened. Half-corpse means it hasn't been fully infected, yet hence the name. Normally, after being infected by the zombie virus, even awakened ones would undergo zombification unless they've had the zombie vaccine. This half-human, half-zombie breed was a first for him, truly an eye-opener. This must be the big boss. No wonder the people on the island feared him. This thing had fully evolved into a monster that was neither human nor corpse. Eating people had become its instinct. Given its tonnage, its appetite was surely immense. 100 or so pounds of human flesh per meal wouldn't be excessive. If it were picky, it might devour several adult males in one sitting. By that reckoning, the frozen meat in that cold storage wouldn't last long. Just then, the big boss, who had been chopping meat, suddenly stopped. He lifted his head and sniffed the air like a dog, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. The smell of fresh human flesh, so fragrant, he said. The big boss abruptly turned his head toward the door. His bloated face was piled with excess flesh. To prevent the hanging strips of meat from obstructing his vision, he had torn one of them off. His massive swollen mouth was 4 or 5 times larger than a normal person's, and his teeth had become jagged shark-like serrations. The big boss let out a gurgling, strange cry, reached out to pull 2-meter-long cleavers from the wall, and charged toward the door, the ground trembling with each step. Suin cursed under his breath, and without hesitation kicked the door to propel himself backward. He had forgotten that the big boss was now akin to a zombie, constantly eating human flesh, making him particularly sensitive to the scent of humans. In such a confined space, the big boss fixed his gaze on Suin, his eyes visible through the slits in his flesh, brimming with greed and brutality. Suin said nothing, directly retrieving dozens of steel bars from his wide area spatial storage. Electric light crackled around him as the bars wrapped in lightning shot toward the big boss. The big boss neither dodged nor evaded, simply raising his cleavers to shield his head as the bars pierced his body, sending blood splattering and electricity dancing. Suin, however, felt no joy. The bars had only penetrated to a depth less than a palm's width, a mere scratch for the big boss' thick layer of fat. Moreover, he could sense that the power of his lightning was rapidly diminishing, partly due to the insulation of the fat, and partly because of the big boss ability. Supercharge S, simply put, it absorbed damage taken and stored it, then amplified subsequent attacks several-fold. This ability was an extremely fearsome combat type, one specializing in counterattacks with. A blood-red aura enveloped the big boss as he charged directly at Sue and, with astonishing speed, like a racing chariot, utterly incongruous with his obese, bloated body. Steel Body, Sue muttered, not daring to take any chances. He activated Steel Body, instantly transforming into an Iron Man. Yet even with Steel Body activated, Sue dared not clash head-on with the enemy. Instead, using magnetic control over his steel body, he flew up and kicked his feet into the ceiling rock, hanging upside down. The big boss missed his target, his two cleavers leaving half-meter-deep gouges in the ground. Undeterred, the big boss leaped, without looking up, his massive body hurtling like a cannonball towards Sue on the ceiling. Anticipating this, Sue dodged with a quick leap. Boom! The big boss slammed straight into the ceiling with a dull thud. Rocks flew everywhere as he smashed a large hole, half his body embedded in the stone. Retreat! Sue wasted no time accelerating toward the exit of the passage. The terrain was too narrow here, and the big boss' speed and strength were at their peak. Sue held no advantage. He had to lure him to an open area for a mobile fight. Aorg! The big boss roared in fury, tearing through the rock wall as his massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Enraged, he swung his cleavers and gave chase, the ground trembling beneath his steps each stride, leaving a deep footprint in the earth. Sue lunged forward and leapt out of the underground passage. With a casual motion, he retrieved several hundred gene of fine steel wire from his spatial domain and cast it onto the ground. Under the control of electromagnetic force, the wires wove themselves into a vast net spread across the floor. Boom! Instantly, the basement door was shattered inward, its hinges torn away, as the clan chief burst forth. By now the clan chief had descended into utter unbridled fury, bordering on madness. Spotting Sue not far away, he charged forward with a thunderous roar. At that precise moment, the steel wire net Sue had prepositioned surged upward, ensnaring the chief's massive bloated frame. The sudden restraint shattered his balance. He crashed to the ground and tumbled violently for over a dozen meters, propelled by sheer inertia. Sue, prepared in advance, dashed forward, seized the wire net, and let out a thunderous shout. Huh! In an instant, the clan chief's 8 or 900 body was hoisted aloft. Then Sue slammed him repeatedly into the earth, crash after deafening crash, leaving craters pockmarking the floor. After dozens of brutal impacts, Sue hurled him like a projectile toward a nearby stone wall. A resounding pong echoed as the chief struck at full force. Though grievously injured, he lay dazed, disoriented vision swimming with stars. Sue pressed his advantage without mercy. He closed in and delivered a decisive punch, unimpeded, unblocked, straight into the chief's fleshy torso. Upon contact, Sue activated his ability to seize. Take it then. Target detected for assimilation. Select acquisition mode. Replicate. Strip. Seize wealth. 3 commands executed in rapid succession. Replication successful, acquired ability. Overcharge S. Stripping successful, extracted, transferable ability. Oh! The clan chief emitted a guttural, furious bellow. His colossal frame erupted with immense force, riot, and tore the steel net apart. With crushing momentum, he launched a devastating fist straight at Sue. This time Sue neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he assumed a defensive stance, and in his palm coalesced a crackling sphere of lightning. Dong! The chief's fist struck Sue's forearm, producing a dull metallic clang. The recoil sent the chief staggering backward several meters, his boots carving deep furrows into the ground. Overcharge! Sue uttered the words slowly, cold, precise, his entire body erupting in crimson light. The lightning in his palm swelled tenfold, blazing with volatile intensity. Then with a single explosive push of his legs, he became a streak of lightning, hurtling toward the chief. His unstoppable fist shattered the sound barrier, pierced the chief's thick hide, and drove straight through his torso. Half of Sue's arm vanishing deep into the chief's flesh. Ugh! The chief vomited a gout of blood. The scarlet haze receded from his eyes, his berserk state dissolved, and with it reason returned. No, impossible. Why does your ability mirror mine? How? Because it was yours all along, fool. His pupils contracted sharply. How? How is this possible? My ability, it's gone. Give it back. I'll kill you. He reached out towards Sue, only to hear a quiet final reply. You've run out of chances. Sue clenched his fist, and raw torrential lightning erupted from his palm. Violent currents surged within the chief's body, tearing through muscle and sinew alike. With a sickening wet slurp, his form ruptured, splintering into hundreds of mangled fragments scattered across the floor, leaving only his swollen head upright atop the grisly heap. His mouth opened, perhaps to speak, but his trachea had been obliterated, his vocal cords shredded. No sound emerged. In mounting despair and rage, his gaze unfocused, life fading in an instant. The clan chief was dead. Suin lightly vaulted onto a massive boulder, surveying the gore-streaked carnage around him, and grimaced. I'll avoid using this technique unless absolutely necessary. Detonating lightning inside an enemy's body delivered unparalleled lethality, but the visual aftermath was appalling and the splatter thoroughly nauseating. Indeed, the chi. Suin hurriedly scanned his spatial domain. Their newly acquired provisions filled its expanse. 100 tons of rice flour, cooking oil, and grain. 30 tons of fruits and vegetables. 80 tons of pork, lamb, and beef. 10 tons of alcoholic beverages. Phew. Not human flesh. Relief washed over him. Yet a question lingered: if the chief ate only human flesh and kept no other stores in his basement, where had these supplies originated? After careful deduction, only one source made sense: the island's central supply depot. These goods, though unappreciated by the chief, belonged to him, and the meat still bore traces of freezing, suggesting prior storage in a cold storage facility. Somewhere on the island, a vast hidden warehouse must exist. I wonder how much remains. This haul alone approached half of what he'd taken from Huyi. If the warehouse held, even more fortune would be his. Survival itself could become effortless, even in apocalypse. Recalling the first day of the cataclysm, when he'd scoured an entire residential complex and gathered only a few thousand resource points, the contrast was staggering. Stealing truly is faster than scavenging. As Suin stood lost in thought, a colossal hand forged of sand and stone descended from the sky and slammed him deep into the earth, carving a crater 6 meters wide. A man dressed in a prison warden's uniform slowly walked to the pile of the boss remains and knelt down. Trembling, he picked up the boss head, carefully wiping the bloodstains with a white glove. Brother, I came too late. I failed you, the man said, his voice choked with sobs and his eyes bloodshot. A steel figure burst through the rubble and slowly stood up. Suin spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with gravel. The slap's force was actually quite ordinary, merely intimidating to look at, far inferior to the strength of a humanoid monster like the boss. However, his clothes had suffered greatly, torn into rags by the gravel. He slowly turned his head to look at the man weeping not far away. This should be the second in command. 2 lines of small text caught his eye: ability Sandstone Sovereign S Wealth 3800. Another strength ability. Elemental type, capable of controlling sand and stone, both a combat and utility ability. He had seen it once in his past life. That person was also in strength Sandstone Sovereign, who single-handedly built a massive city out of sand and stone, ruling a territory and earning the nickname Yellow Sand Lord. This showed the power of such an ability. No strength ability was weak, especially a multifunctional one like this. What delighted Suin even more was that this man's wealth reached a staggering 38 million. Combine. The second-in-command turned his head, his reddened eyes fixed on Suin with a burning hatred. Who are you? Why did you kill my big brother? We have no grievances with you. Suin twisted his body, loosening his sore muscles, the bones colliding with metallic sounds. He lightly leaped to a spot not far from the second-in-command. Suin looked at him and snorted disdainfully. We're all wolves, why pretend to be sheep? When you were handing out flyers everywhere luring those ordinary people to their deaths, didn't it occur to you that you might also attract the very demon who could take your lives, eh? Unfortunately, I am that demon you attracted. Running into me is just your bad luck. The second-in-command glared at Suin with venom. You killed my big brother just because of those ordinary people, eh? Suin shrugged. Not exactly. To be honest, there isn't much difference between you and me. At our core, we're both predators who bully the weak. You like to plunder the fates of ordinary people, locking them in a prison to control their lives and deaths. Because you were once prisoners who lost control of your own destiny. When you gained great power, the first thing you thought of was to dominate others' fates. You're cowards, afraid and terrified, which is why you put on the most fearsome prison guard uniforms and became the oppressors. You two brothers were probably small fries in prison, bullied, often, weren't you? Your brother must have often gone hungry. The scar on your forehead was made by a cigarette, but how's your backside holding up? Am I right, mister? Inmate in a prison guard's skin. Struck to the core, the second-in-command suddenly rose, and a massive fist of sand and stone slammed towards Suin. Enough, shut up. Suin neither retreated nor yielded. He activated super accumulation and swung his fist to meet it. With a loud bang, the giant sand hand was shattered. Angry. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'm not done yet. Do you know why I didn't leave immediately after killing your big brother? Because I was waiting for you to come and deliver your head. As Suin's words fell, hundreds of steel bars rose behind him and shot toward the second-in-command. Who kills whom is not certain yet. They'll make you pay for my brother's life. The second-in-command snorted coldly, a yellow light radiating around him as a pair of giant sand hands burst from the ground beneath his feet. The sand hands crossed in front, blocking all the incoming steel bars. Suin, already poised, burst forward and leaped high, bringing a flash of lightning as he crashed down toward the second-in-command. Seeing Suin in the air, the second-in-command sneered. With no leverage in the air, he was at his mercy. The second-in-command stomped his foot, and a massive hand over 10 meters wide erupted from the ground, forming a fist that smashed towards Suin in the air. Die, you fool. This strike contained all his power. Even an iron body would be flattened. The only one who could withstand this move was his brother with super accumulation, but his brother was already dead. But then he heard a chilling series of syllables ring out from above, super accumulation. The moment the giant hand struck, Suin activated super accumulation and counterattack. Suin's body turned into a cannonball, tearing through the giant hand with irresistible force. In the blink of an eye, he was before the second-in-command. As they brushed past, he grabbed the other's throat with a claw and slammed him hard to the ground. Pinning the second-in-command, he skidded several meters, leaving a deep scratch on the ground before finally stopping. The second-in-command tasted sweetness in his throat and vomited blood. Suin's voice slowly echoed. Actually, I'm just like you. We're both cowards. I'm afraid of being powerless, afraid of betrayal, afraid of others controlling my fate, afraid of having my leg chopped off and being thrown into a mass grave like in my past life, surviving like an animal on rotting corpses. So in this life, I will become stronger than anyone else, and I will pay any price for it. Successfully replicated ability, Sandstone Dominion S. Successfully plundered ability, Sandstone Dominion S, transferable. Successfully plundered wealth, 38 million points transferred to wide area space. Please check promptly. After the triple plunder, Suin also sent the second-in-command to his demise. From then on, all 3 leaders of Convict Island were dead without exception, and their supplies had been mostly looted by Suin. The warehouse on the island must have been emptied. Yet Suin did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned back to the island to continue reaping benefits. With no leaders to hold the fort, he could act with impunity, swaggering into their base to plunder at will. In an instant, the island's alarm blared, and guards poured out, some wielding cold weapons, others carrying firearms. Suin transformed into a shadow, commencing his plunder. 300 wealth points. Take it. This one has 500 points, not bad at all. 30 points. How pitifully poor. Take it away. Even 8 points dares to show its face. He'll strip you clean. For a time, Suin moved as if through an empty land, plundering everyone he encountered regardless of their wealth points, taking everything, even their weapons, confiscating them all. Seeing that Suin was impervious to blades and bullets, the guards panicked. Their invincible 3 leaders were nowhere to be seen. So the guards abandoned their weapons and fled to the water's edge, hoping to escape by boat. Suin would not let them have their way. Get off my boat. Mine, it's all mine, He kicked them all into the water one by one, casually collecting every boat into the wide area space. The fleeing guards had no choice but to retreat to the island's center, huddling together in fear. This time Suin did not pursue. Instead, he gazed at the vast reservoir, lost in thought. Since him here. The reservoir's water was still uncontaminated, but in a few days that might change. Perhaps he could take some for Moreover, in the second apocalypse, water would be extremely scarce, even more so than food. So Suin used his will to construct a reservoir within the wide area space. Then he transferred the entire reservoir's water into that space. After the water was drained, a dense mass of fish and shrimp was revealed, at least 100,000 tons. An unexpected harvest. Take it. After taking the fish and shrimp, Suin looked at the silt at the bottom of the reservoir, and unable to resist, collected another 1,000,000 tons. This stuff was perfect for growing vegetables and seedlings. Whether he could use it or not had take it first. The wide area space still had plenty of room. Even now, it wasn't even a tenth full. With his acquisitions complete, Suin finally left satisfied. He had captured a helicopter and wanted to fly it back, but unfortunately he had never learned how to pilot one. Shooting it down, however, was another matter. He had to give up on that idea. Crossing the dried-up reservoir, he reached the road, pulled out a motorcycle, stepped on the gas, and sped back the way he came. After Suin left, the surviving guards dared to peek out. When they saw the entire reservoir boundary, everyone was dumbfounded. That monster is finally gone. He was so terrifying, just one look from him felt like death. I wonder if he killed the leaders. What's going on? Where's the water in the reservoir? Not a single drop left. While the guards were in utter chaos, shouts of battle erupted from the prison direction. Oh no, the prisoners have escaped. What do we do? It's over, that guy took all our weapons. What else can we do? Run. There were 800 to 900 prisoners in total, and only 70 to 80 guards remained alive, less than a tenth of the prisoners' number. Without weapons, they stood no chance, and had to flee in panic. Thus a great escape unfolded at Golden Dragon Reservoir, with enraged prisoners mercilessly hunting down the guards. Suin, having left long ago, was naturally unaware of all this. He rode his motorcycle leisurely along the highway, humming a tune, his mood light and cheerful. This trip had netted him 8 abilities in total, including 2 strength ones plus over 50 million wealth points in supplies. He had now collected 4 strength abilities and supplies worth tens of billions. Even across the entire apocalypse, no one else had developed as well as he had. If he wished, he could retire at any moment. At that moment, even the air seemed sweet to him. Just then a survivor camp in the distance caught his eye. It was a small camp covering only a few hundred square meters surround. He had seen this thing in his past life too. This was no divine beast. It was clearly a mutated domestic cat. Not only would it not protect people, but it would also eat them. One cannot entirely blame these individuals for being bewitched. With the presence of this mutated earth cat, ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty bats dare not approach this camp, which naturally confuses the onlookers. Typically at this hour they wouldn't even dare to step outside, as a moment's inattention could lead to being bitten to death by the bloodthirsty bats. Now however they gather nonchalantly by the bonfire, completely unscathed. Strictly speaking, mutated animals are also new species that evolved after being infected by the zombie virus. Due to varying levels of individual evolution, some mutated animals possess higher levels than ordinary zombies. From the perspective of ordinary zombies, this is pure bloodline suppression and not a matter of any benevolence towards the believers. Moreover, felines are inherently fierce hunters, exhibiting extreme brutality towards smaller animals. Even if they do not eat them, they will catch and play with their prey until it dies. This trait has not diminished, but has intensified after mutation. Since the apocalypse, humanity has sunk to the lowest rung of the food chain, existing at the bottom in the eyes of mutated creatures, which see them as prime prey. This mutated cat might be injured, or otherwise it would have long since burst out of its iron cage, sending its believers to the afterlife with a single swipe. However, if it continues to be fed like this, once the mutated cat heals, these people will meet the same fate. To Suan's surprise, the mutated cat remains remarkably quiet, lazily lying in the iron cage, while occasionally nibbling on the offerings from the believers. Its large bell-like eyes are fixed on the crowd, filled with a mocking human-like expression, as if observing a group of dimwits. Is it possible that if the mutated cat is uninjured, this iron cage would not restrain it at all? The only possibility is that it willingly entered. Its lack of resistance is entirely for the sake of free food and drink from its believers' offerings. What a master of exploitation. Once the believers can no longer afford to offer it, it will consume them. It has become sentient. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Most mutated creatures lose their reason and become bloodthirsty and violent due to the virus. However, a small number that evolve more completely experience an increase in intelligence. Before evolution, a cat's intelligence can easily resemble that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. After evolution, its intelligence multiplies several times. Catching up with that of ordinary humans is certainly not a problem. This explains why this mutated cat is so clever. Of course, these are merely his speculations. The truth must be tested. Suan could not help but jump off his motorcycle, enter the camp, and leap onto the platform, approaching the iron cage. Hey, who are you? Why are you coming up here? Get down quickly. You have not received the approval of the divine beast, and have no right to stand here. Before gaining the divine beast's approval, you moo. Suan glanced coldly at her, an icy, killing intent sweeping over him. The woman felt a chill run through her body, and could not help but take several steps back. What do you want? Suan ignored her, walking straight to the iron cage, smiling at the mutated cat. I feel like having some cat meat. With all that fat, you should be enough to feed me for quite a while. The mutated cat suddenly turned its head, its emerald eyes reflecting a hint of anger, the scales on its neck flaring up. Seeing the mutated cat's reaction, Suan nodded slightly. Not bad, as long as you can understand human speech, we can talk. However, Suan's words not only angered the mutated cat, but also incited the believers present. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to insult the divine beast? Where did this brat come from? Quickly drive him away. You will face retribution. The divine beast will surely unleash divine punishment upon you, this impudent fool. Suan completely disregarded the verbal assaults from the believers. He slowly raised a finger, faint sparks of electricity visible at his fingertip. Meow. The mutated cat sensed a threat from Sue and let out a strange cry, and then stood up, crashing through the iron cage, leaping a distance of 5 to 6 meters. Screech. The mutated cat watched Sue and warily hunched over with its scales raised continuously, emitting low growls. It's over, it's over. The divine beast is angry. Damn it, he has angered the divine beast. Divine beast, please calm your wrath. As the mutated cat effortlessly broke through the iron cage and jumped 5 or 6 meters away, the believers turned pale with fright. This was far more terrifying than any lion or tiger, surpassing their understanding, entirely reinforcing their belief that this truly was a divine beast. The perception of danger is not bad, Suan thought, increasingly satisfied with the mutated cat's performance. High intelligence and a keen sense of danger made it an excellent guard. How about you come with me? Help me guard my home, I offer excellent treatment. Suan said, stepping closer to the mutated cat. The mutated cat kept retreating. In its perception, this human was extremely dangerous, more powerful than any creature it had encountered. It was not a match. Escape was imperative. Fleeing is an animal's instinct, even for the top predators. When faced with an enemy so formidable that they cannot muster any will to resist, fleeing becomes the sole option. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding iron bars suddenly rose from the ground, encircling the mutated cat. Upon seeing this, the mutated cat hurriedly struggled to jump out of the encirclement. But no matter how it leaped or clawed, it could not break free from the heavy confinement of the iron bars, ultimately being tightly wrapped by countless metal objects collapsing to the ground and unable to move. Even so, it continued to roar at Sue and desperately biting at the iron bars in an attempt to. That's more like it. Seeing the mutated cat back down, Sue waved his hand and released the restraint. Freed from the bindings, the mutated cat made no further attempt to attack, but its emerald eyes darted around furtively, as if still seeking a chance to escape. As a creature at the top of the food chain, how could it easily submit to a human, even one so powerful? This pride was etched into its very genes. Cats will never be slaves. So have you made up your mind? Would you like to come back with me and guard my home? Sue smiled kindly, retrieving a case of cat-kin food and a box of premium cat kibble from his spatial storage. Nod, and these are yours. When they're gone, there's more. Plenty to keep you full. At the sight of the whole case of cat food, the mutated cat's eyes widened. Its DNA stirred, it couldn't look away. And this, Sue added, tossing out dozens of catties of dried fish. And this, he followed with dozens of catties of chicken breast. Don't like any of it? Then forget it. With that, Sue withdrew everything back into his spatial storage. Meow. The mutated cat let out a strange yowl, leaped to Sue's feet, and rubbed against him frantically, its face a picture of fawning ingratiation. It wasn't that the cat had no backbone, it was that the offer was simply too generous. Not just an ordinary mutated cat, even the other followers were tempted. Big brother, how about I come with you? I'll guard your house. Get lost, you're no good. I'm a dog by nature, professionally qualified. Big brother, I'm a dog too. I'm not picky, I'll eat cat kibble. Easy to keep. At this moment, faith in the divine beast no longer mattered. Seeing that the followers were about to steal its meal ticket, the mutated cat bristled with fury, its scales flaring as it glared at them, as if to say, back off, I was here first. Seeing the mutated cat so easily bought off, Sue felt gratified. If the beast had resisted to the death, he wouldn't have forced it. After all, a forced melon is never sweet. He would have simply slaughtered it. Having lived 2 lives, he had yet to taste mutated cat. All right, from now on, you're my pet. With that, Sue leaped directly onto the mutated cat's back and sat down. Let's go home. The mutated cat. Wasn't it supposed to be a guard pet? How had it become a mount? This wasn't what was agreed upon. As the apex predator of the food chain, how could it submit to being ridden? Cats will never. Sue casually tossed out a large fish weighing several dozen catties. Meow. The mutated cat leaped high, catching it in its jaws. A single bite released a burst of rich, oily flavor. How delicious. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the followers, their divine beast was lured away, disappearing in a few bounds. Ah, the true God has descended. The divine beast heeds the summons of the supreme true God and has departed with him. The leading woman knelt in the direction Sue had gone. The other followers were even more confused. Sister, the divine beast was clearly taken by cat food. The woman shot them a glare. Call me high priestess. Ignorant mortals, could you conjure food out of thin air? Only a god can do such things. He is a god, the supreme, true God. The followers were stunned. It seemed indeed true. Legend had it that in the West, Jesus once produced food for the suffering people by the Red River. And just now they had witnessed that young man conjure food from nowhere. This was a true miracle. It must be that the true God heard our prayers and appeared before us. His departure was merely a test for us. I hear the God's call. I pledge my loyalty to the supreme divine Lord. Let us continue forward following the God's command. All suffering is a trial bestowed upon his faithful servants. If we are devout enough, the true God will return to guide us from our misery. Under the priestess' exhortations, more and more people believed, kneeling one after another. Soon the entire camp became Sue's devout followers. A sect called the True God Church took root and began to grow. At that moment, Sue was racing along the road atop the mutated cat, completely unaware that he had been deified. The mutated cat was incredibly fast, its speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. It could ignore road conditions entirely, taking a straight line, easily leaping over small rivers and low buildings. Its endurance was remarkable. A few cans of cat food fueled it for over 100. Husband, you're finally back. We were all so worried. Although everyone knew Sue was formidable, his prolonged absence still sparked concern in this perilous apocalypse. Li Xiaoyu pushed Sue through the door, only to be startled by a scaled cat the size of a calf. What a huge tiger. It's not a tiger, it's a cat, Sue explained casually. I picked it up as a pet. It can help guard the house. Huh, this is a cat. Was there really such a massive feline? Was it appropriate to keep a cat as big as an ox as a pet? It won't eat people, will it? Generally no. It's very well behaved, right, Wong Kai? Sue patted the scaled cat's large head. That was the name Sue had given it. Simple, joyful, and auspicious, so rustic it became elegant. Meow, Wong Kai responded obediently. Li Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. as expected of the man she admired. Even his choice of pet was so imposing. It was just the name. It sounded a bit like a dog's name. Soon they returned to the villa and entered the dining room. The table was laden with 2 full spreads of dishes: prawns and tomato sauce, dompa pork knuckle crispy, sea cucumber steamed base, lemon beef sauce, spicy, mao shui wang wolfberry cabbage, silver fungus lotus seed porridge, hibiscus jade osmanthus soup, sour and spicy pie, dai style chicken feet, seafood stone pot rice, pan-seared, cod charcoal grilled foie gras, sashimi platter, seafood spaghetti, and rosemary grilled steak. There were meat, vegetables, sweet spices, sour and savory flavors, dishes from various cuisines, even dai style from Yunnan, and several foreign specialties. Over 20 dishes in total. Most families wouldn't have such a feast, even for New Year's. Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao worked all day to make this. Please have a taste, Shui Qingyu said with a gentle smile, serving Su-in a bowl of soup to warm his stomach. She felt humbled by Lu Hui's culinary skills, and even considered becoming her apprentice. This was the best cook she had ever encountered. No, she should be called a gourmet. It looks quite good, Su-in nodded approvingly. Lu Hui smiled shyly. It was hastily prepared. Just some simple homestyle dishes. I hope you'll find them agreeable. Su-in raised an eyebrow. This was what she called homestyle cooking. It seemed the chef had real skill. He'd be eating well from now on. What a steal. Everyone sit down and eat together. Sister Lu Hui, Xiao Xiao, don't stand on ceremony. Treat this place as your own home. Su-in invited everyone to sit and dine. He hadn't eaten much all day and was already hungry, having only grabbed some fried chicken on the road earlier. After tasting a few dishes, Su-in's eyes lit up. It was no exaggeration to call them perfect in color, aroma, and flavor. He then feasted heartily. The others also began to eat. During his absence, everyone had barely touched their food, waiting for his return to share the meal. Now they were all famished. As they ate, they chatted and laughed joyfully. Li Xiaoyu animatedly recounted the movies and dramas she had seen Xiao Xiao star in, calling herself her fan and praising her elegance and acting skills. Xiao Xiao blushed shyly. Shui Qingyu remained quiet, listening attentively, occasionally serving Su-in food while Lu Hui poured wine. It was a warm, harmonious scene. Wang Cai, crouched by the kitchen door, looked bewildered. He wanted to say, "Aren't you forgetting something? Think carefully." Catching Wang Cai's pitiful gaze, Lu Hui suddenly remembered that Su-in had brought back a pet. She fetched a large iron basin for Wang Cai's bowl and filled it with food. Wang Cai spun around excitedly, meowing nonstop. "Remember to wash your bowl after eating," Su-in said without looking back. Wang Cai nodded repeatedly. Seeing how intelligent Wang Cai was, Xiao Xiao exclaimed softly, "Wang Cai is so smart." Hearing the praise, Wang Cai lifted its head gracefully and meowed elegantly, a smug expression on its face, as if to say, "Of course." Then it dove back into the bowl, munching loudly. Half an hour later the meal ended. Su-in, full and satisfied, lay on the sofa, too lazy to move. He hadn't eaten this well in ages and felt a bit stuffed. The 20-plus dishes were nearly wiped clean, not even leaving any soup, mainly thanks to Wang Cai's gluttony. One cat could eat as much as 5 people. But Su-in didn't mind. This was nothing. He could afford to feed Wang Cai 10 or 100 times more. In Li Xiaoyu, Shui Qingyu, Yu Xiao Xiao, Lu Hui. Was this how you raised a pet? Su-in, is there a problem? This is Wang Cai, not an ordinary cat. It's a noble scaled cat. It's perfectly normal. Wang Cai meowed in agreement, as if to say, yes, that's how noble scaled cats are. Then it shot a disdainful glance at the women, as if saying, so ignorant. The next day, it was already the 6th day after the apocalypse, and the number of bloodthirsty crows had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Looking up, one could see vast dark flocks, each numbering at least several thousand. The entire city of Su was shrouded among flocks of all sizes. The day before, ordinary people could still brave the crows to search for supplies, but today, it was impossible. Anyone who dared to show their face would be swarmed and devoured by the crows, their very marrow consumed. Even in the suburbs where the crows were relatively sparse, going out was still immensely difficult. One misstep could lead to instant death. Yet despite this, many survivors had to risk their lives to find food or stockpile as much as possible. By now, many had noticed that the numbers of crows and bats were exploding exponentially each day. If this continued, it was likely that after today, it would be too late to venture out for supplies. Compared to the survivors, agonizing. As for the other women, they each had their own tasks. Lu Hui was preparing delicious food in the kitchen. In her spare time, she liked to lazily recline on the sofa reading a book or go to the study to write and paint. She was a woman of profound charm and grace, exuding elegance and nobility wherever she went. Shui Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu had converted the neighboring villa into a training ground where they practiced their abilities. The two still had significant room for improvement in mastering their powers, especially Shui Qingyu, whose great ability held great potential for growth. As for Li Xiaoyu, her potential was quite limited. This reminded Su-in of the abilities he had stripped from Convict Island, including 2 strayed ones. If he gave one to Li Xiaoyu, her potential for growth could be greatly expanded. Su-in then glanced at Xiao Xiao beside him and noticed a small progress bar above her head. It had reached 71, representing her affection level. Since upgrading his ability T, he had never tasted food cooked with abilities, and the thought was exciting. Secondly, Lu Hu's affection was absurdly high, making her the most trustworthy. Finally, there was Li Xiaoyu. Suin planned to train her into a capable lieutenant. Her combat instincts were strong, making her worth cultivating. After empowerment, her future would be bright. Of course, the main reason he wanted to empower the women was that he wanted to take it easy. Doing everything personally wouldn't do. In life, one should seize the day and enjoy. Xiao Xiao, call Sister Lu Hui over, Suin said, removing his sunglasses and patting Qiaoqiu's hand. Yes, master, Xiao Xiao replied with a sweet smile, revealing her 2 small canine teeth, which was quite adorable. Initially, Suin found it strange that Lu Hui and her daughter insisted on calling him master, but they persisted, so he stopped caring. Honestly, after getting used to it, he rather enjoyed it. Soon Lu Hui arrived at the balcony and gave Suin a gentle smile. Master, do you need anything? In truth, it was Lu Hu's own decision for her and her daughter to call Suin master. It was her way of showing loyalty, unspoken yet profound. Looking at this intelligent and virtuous woman, Suin couldn't help but silently applaud his own taste. She was the most womanly woman he had ever seen, embodying the beauty of intellect to perfection. They say women are like water, but Lu Hui was more like an aged wine, rich with beauty and charm. Even as she called him master, it still felt surreal. It was hard to imagine that a woman exuding such nobility could be so gentle as a lamb. Do you know what psychic abilities are? Suin asked directly. Lu Hui nodded. Yes, I do. After 2 days of interaction, she had learned of the existence of awakened individuals, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu among them. Li Xiaoyu possessed extraordinary strength, capable of lifting a compact car barehanded. Xue Qingyu could unleash lightning from her palms and manipulate metallic objects. Neither woman was ordinary, and this unsettled Lu Hui deeply. She and her daughter were merely ordinary people. Beyond cooking exquisite meals, Lu Hui had little else to offer. In this chaotic era, people like her were legion. Should Suin so much as utter the word, volunteers eager to wash his clothes and cook his meals would flood the entire residential compound. She and Xiao Xiao were utterly dispensable, expendable at will. Lu Hui knew her own worth was profoundly limited. In this frigid world, where lay home? Where might mother and daughter find sanctuary? If they left here, where would they go? Mo, I can grant it to you. As Lu Hui sank deep into anxious contemplation, Suin gazed at her steadily and spoke. Her heart surged violently. Why, you did I hear that correctly? You heard perfectly well. I can bestow upon you a psychic ability. Do you wish it? Lu Hui stared, disbelief flooding her eyes. To her knowledge, both Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu had awakened their abilities spontaneously. She could not fathom how Suin might confer such power, yet the words escaped her lips before thought could intervene. Yes. Suin smiled faintly, extended a long, elegant finger, and gently brushed aside a strand of hair behind Lu Hui's fair nape, caressing it softly. A delicate flush rose upon her cheeks, but no resistance stirred within her. Instead, she felt honored, truly honored. All things bear a price. To gain one thing is inevitably to forfeit another. I can grant you an exceptional ability, but in exchange you shall surrender your entire life. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. You have weighed this choice. Your life, for this ability. Lu Hui lifted her gaze, gazing raptly at Suin, her eyes hazy with awe. To her, he was divine, a savior who had pulled her from the abyss at her most desperate hour. He was unfathomably powerful and enigmatic. Even standing close, she could perceive nothing of his essence. His deep obsidian eyes resembled bottomless chasms, into which she found herself sinking willingly, irrevocably. Was surrendering her entire being not perhaps the guiding hand of fate? Perhaps the moment she first met him marked the beginning of her destined path. Slowly Lu Hui knelt, low and reverent. I consent, master. The title rang clear and unwavering. Not coerced, not hesitant, but born of absolute heartfelt devotion. Suin nodded, satisfied. One day you shall look back upon this decision with pride. I shall lead you to the very end of the apocalypse. Then with a single finger he pressed gently against her crimson lips, and silently intoned psychic ability, bestowal pyrokinetic class A. Bestowal successful. Recipient has acquired ability pyrokinetic class A. Thus the first artificially awakened individual came into being. The initiation far simpler and smoother than Suin had anticipated. Meanwhile, Lu Hui's affinity toward him instantly soared to 100%, reaching the pinnacle of deification. At that very moment, just as Suin paused momentarily stunned, a sudden warmth bloomed beneath his fingertip. Lu Hui's face flushed, deep crimson parted her lips. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout it, Suin did almost nothing. Basking in sunlight, savoring meals, receiving shoulder rubs and back massages from his devoted attendants, occasionally listening to music to rekindle long-dormant sensibilities. It was the most relaxed day he had known since his rebirth. Supplies posed no concern. He already possessed more than he could ever exhaust. Even the total remaining resources across Suzhou City combined would scarcely equal half of his hoard. The Zue Ren Island Syndicate and the Longhu Gang, two unwitting benefactors, had stockpiled every conceivable necessity he might require. Tonight's dinner was equally lavish, 18 dishes in all, masterfully blending northern and southern culinary traditions. Imperial Beijing-style royal cuisine offered rich mellow depth, Sichuan fare delivered fiery, aromatic zest. Lu Hui proved an inexhaustible culinary treasure, never failing to delight. Laughter filled the dining hall, Wang Kai crouched near. As Suan instructed Shui, Qingyu Li Xiaoyu noticed a subtle shift in Lu Hui's gaze, now fixed upon Su and with palpable fervor and worship. Xiao Xiao mirrored her mother's adoration, though more bashfully. She kept her head lowered, cheeks burning, glancing neither at Suan nor at Lu Hui. A woman's intuition whispered unmistakably. Something profound had transpired between these three. Sister Lu Hui, the dishes you made today smell so delicious, even better than yesterday's. Thank you and glad you all enjoy them. Lu Hui smiled warmly, picking up a piece of fish, carefully removing the bones, and gently placing it into Su An's bowl. Without Li Xiaoyu needing to say it herself, Lu Hui had already noticed her own culinary skills had improved. The reason was the new ability Su An had given her. Dishes cooked with her ability flames were indeed more fragrant than those made with ordinary gas, and she had also conceived many cooking methods she had never dared to imagine before. With the aid of fire ability, she could control the heat with perfect precision. As a chef, she had extensive experience with flames, so she mastered it quickly. When she released scorching flames with her bare hands, Lu Hui was both shocked and overjoyed, moved to tears of ecstasy. All of this was bestowed upon her by this seemingly omnipotent man before her. Lu Hui's gazed towards Su and Jiari. That's so unfair. Li Xiaoyu felt a great crisis. She had to take the initiative. Xiaoyu, come to my room tonight. I have something for you. After the meal, Su casually remarked, drawing sidelong glances from the women. Oh, okay. Li Xiaoyu was also startled, never expecting Su to summon her. Could it be that the big moment has finally arrived? Li Xiaoyu was a little nervous. Despite often being the boldest in conversation, she had never even been in a relationship. At heart, she was just all talk. It would be a lie to say she wasn't tense. Yet upon second thought, her nervousness quickly turned into excitement. She had always felt insecure about her height. Among the four women present, she was the shortest, even the 15-year-old Xiao Xiao, standing half a head taller. But now Su had chosen her first. Didn't that prove she was more attractive? So what if she was short? Maybe Su actually preferred short, no petite and cute ones. As expected, with that, Li Xiaoyu felt relieved, and her anxiety about her height dissipated. Lu Hui smiled faintly, seeing nothing improper. In fact, she felt Su had been quite restrained. In her eyes, every woman in this house should belong to Su, including herself. She would obey any command from him without question, even if it meant dying without hesitation. Her feelings for Su had transformed into blind worship and fervor. From a certain perspective, Su had become her faith, and she his most devout follower. Meanwhile, Shui Qingyu trembled slightly, a trace of desolation flickering in her eyes. Her emotions were incredibly conflicted. Su had no idea that a single sentence had stirred wild thoughts among the women. Heaven knows he only wanted Li Xiaoyu to come to his room, to bestow a new ability upon her. What ill intentions could a harmless, virtuous young man like him possibly have? Li Xiaoyu hastily took a few bites of her meal, leaving the rest unfinished, and dumped it all into Wang Kai's food bowl. Wang Sai, if it could speak, it would surely say, "What do you mean by this? Do you take me for a trashkin?" Though slightly displeased, Wang Kai still began to munch away. So delicious, meow. Li Xiaoyu dashed back to her room, first taking a cold shower, then rummaging through her wardrobe for the victory outfit she had prepared long ago. Suan, on the other hand, went straight to his own room, took out a notebook, and began writing. He planned to devise a training regimen for Li Xiaoyu, Shui Qingyu, and Lu Hui, aiming to make the three stronger in the shortest possible time. In half a month, the zombie apocalypse would enter its second phase. The world would become even more chaotic, but at the same time, a large number of awakened would emerge, and major powers would begin to take shape. He was bound to come into contact with those major forces, so it was necessary to prepare in advance. At the very least, he couldn't let those around him become liabilities vulnerable to being used against him. After all, he excelled at stealing from others' homes. His greatest fear was having his own home stolen. About half an hour later, Li Xiaoyu knocked on the door and entered. Suan turned to look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. White stockings, a short skirt, and twin tails. "So how do I look?" "Cute." Li Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and spun around. Suan stroked his chin, sizing her up. "Gotta admit you do." Li Xiaoyu smirked, slyly pouncing into Su An's arms and whispering in his ear, "I heard people call this the victory outfit." Even Su, with his monk-like composure, found it hard to bear. He quickly sat Li Xiaoyu down on a chair and subtly adjusted his thoughts. "Ahem, I asked you here to give you an ability." Li Xiaoyu's face fell. "What? So it wasn't that? Wait, what did you just say? Give me what?" "An rank ability. Don't you want it?" You can give me an ability. How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible. If I said I can do it, then I can." Seeing Su-An's serious expression, not like he was joking, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but believe him, though she was still deeply shocked. Su-An had told her before that every awakened only awakens once, gaining a single ability, and whatever ability they awakened would remain with them for life. Once awakened, one's fate was essentially sealed. Through her interactions with Xue Qingyu, she realized that although they were both awakened, their strength was worlds apart. At first she could still spar with Xue Qingyu, but now she couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. Moreover, Xue Qingyu grew stronger every day, while Li Xiaoyu remained stagnant. As time passed, the gap between them would only widen. Clearly she was the insect, and Xue Qingyu was the dragon. Heaven was unfair. It had given Xue Qingyu the most perfect face and figure, crafting her into an exquisite treasure, and even her ability was a rare strength. Meanwhile, she had fallen into deep self-doubt more than once. Yet now Su-An was telling her he would give her an ability, and in strength one at that. How could she not be shocked? An involuntary thought crossed her mind. Could it be that I, Li Xiaoyu, am finally about to defy fate and change my destiny? Granting ability, supercharge S. Ability, granted successfully. Recipient gains ability, supercharge S. As Li Xiaoyu stood bewildered, Su-An gave her a flick on the forehead, completing the awakening ritual. All right, he said. Huh, that's it. Isn't that too fast? Check for yourself, and you'll know. Li Xiaoyu then examined her ability, discovering a strange new power within her body, vastly stronger than before. Su-An picked up the training plan he had written for her earlier and handed it over. I've written down how to use and train it. Just follow this. Li Xiaoyu took the notebook, dumbfounded, staring at Su-An with teary eyes, her nose tingling. She then tossed the notebook aside with a strange cry and lunged at him. The next morning, a warm ray of sunlight streamed into the room. Su-An slowly sat up, gazing out the window at the bright dawn, and muttered with a wry smile, Su-An, what a man of weak resolve. Li Xiaoyu poked her head out from under the covers, giggling, her bright eyes curving into lovely crescents. Master, breakfast is ready, came Lu Hu's gentle voice from outside the door. Su-An replied casually, then got up to dress and wash. They'll bring some food up later. You sleep a bit more. Okay, I didn't sleep well last night. Too tired. Li Xiaoyu yawned and burrowed back under the covers to catch up on sleep. When Su-An went downstairs, the others were already up. Lu Hui was preparing breakfast while Qiao Qiao and Xue Qingyu were cleaning. Seeing Su-An descend, Xue Qingyu greeted him with a smile, her eyes subtly glancing upstairs. Qiao Qiao bowed politely and sweetly called out, Good morning, master. Breakfast consisted of congee, eggs, milk, and a fruit salad. Since the past few days had been heavy on greasy food, Lu Hui kept the breakfast relatively light. It was now the 7th day since the apocalypse began. Many zombies had cannibalistic tendencies, and after several days of mutual devouring, their numbers had significantly decreased. However, this also made them more dangerous, evolving from quantity to quality. The zombies had mostly evolved, nearly 2/3 had become evolved types, with LV2 hardened variants dominating, followed by LV3 and LV4 mutant types, and about 1% at LV5 and above. LV6 and LV7 were boss level and relatively rare. The large-scale zombie evolution wasn't the worst of it. More critically, the number of bloodthirsty crows had exploded to a terrifying level. Their cacophonous cries filled the air, and even through the window one could see dense flocks of crows circling. Within the small area of the community stronghold alone, the number of bloodthirsty crows exceeded 100,000, covering the ground. Even a powerful ability user couldn't escape death. Moreover, bloodthirsty crows were extremely cunning. Once they discovered a survivor's hiding place, they would launch waves of attacks on the safe house, gradually shattering even concrete bungalows with their iron claws. If they couldn't break in, they would take turns guarding the spot, waiting until those inside ran out of supplies and risked death to search for food, then swarm in to devour them. No loud noises could be made, nor could one attempt to observe the flock. The only thing survivors could do was stay silent in the dark safe house, waiting for time to slowly pass. Countless lives ended on this day. They had survived the initial zombie apocalypse, but fell to the crow swarm. In such perilous conditions, even Su-An could only seize the moment to bask in the sun. In 2 days, the crows would blot out the sky, and even sunlight would be blocked. No chance to sunbathe then. After all, with Wang Kai's warding presence, the crow swarm wouldn't easily approach this villa. Even if a few brave ones occasionally swooped in, they posed no trouble. When tired of sunbathing, he retreated to the villa's private cinema, watching movies with the young maid's company. Electricity had long been cut off, but with plenty of generators and fuel, power was no concern. The movies were copied from the computers of the villa's previous owners. Lu Hui specially selected films and TV shows featuring Qiao Qiao for Su-An to watch. Qiao Qiao had debuted as a child star at age 3, and by now she had appeared in no fewer than 40 to 50 works, some as a supporting role, others as the lead, spanning both ancient and modern settings. Even Su-An, who had no interest in the entertainment industry, had heard of Qiao Qiao and once seen his lewd roommates drooling over her videos, a testament to how popular this girl next door rising star was. It must be said that Qiao Qiao's screen presence was Su-in and Li Xiaoyu were awakened by the crow flock early in the morning. Since she repaid his kindness 3 days ago, the girl had refused to leave his room, even moving all her clothes and cosmetics into his bedroom, as if they were starting to cohabitate. Fortunately, Su-an's room was the master suite of the villa, spanning over 100 square meters, so Li Xiaoyu's move didn't make it feel cramped. However, she had decorated the room in shades of pink, leaving him, a manly man, quite speechless. Unable to bear the incessant cawing of the crows, Su-in cursed under his breath as he went downstairs. "Wonkai, meow. Go outside and chase away some of those crows. They're too noisy. And take the trash out with you. Meow." Chasing birds and dogs was right up its alley. The noble scaled cat was omnipotent. As for taking out the trash, that was just a casual task. Wonkai grabbed the trash bag in its mouth and dashed out to chase away the crows. Su-in had a quick breakfast, and then went to the living room on the first floor, where he kicked a large hole in the wall. Having been cooped up in the villa for several days with nothing to do but eat, sleep, and play games with Li Xiaoyu, he was starting to feel restless. The lack of entertainment was getting to him. So he simply used his sand and stone ability to construct a tunnel leading to the community swimming pool, inviting the girls to go swimming. They didn't even return to the villa for meals, instead having a barbecue right at the pool. With a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat, he even had the young maid play a piano piece to liven things up. Life was barely passable. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, the crow flock had stopped growing, its numbers stabilizing. The reason was simply that there was no more space. Everywhere you looked there were dense clusters of bloodthirsty crows. Even the telephone poles and signal towers had collapsed under their weight. The crow flock had become a sea of crows. The survivors' situation was now indescribably dire. Those with sufficient food reserves could still hold on a bit longer, but most were at their limit, their food and water long since exhausted. Coupled with 11 days of unending darkness, fear and despair clung to everyone's hearts with no end in sight. Many fools tried to eat the bloodthirsty crows to stave off hunger, only to be infected by the virus and become zombies themselves. Su-an's side also suffered heavy losses. He had completely lost his right to bask in the sun. This filled Su-in with intense resentment towards those damned bloodthirsty crows. As a result, Wonkai gained an extra daily task of driving away the crows 3 times a day, 2 hours each time. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyu and Li Xiaoyu had to move their training from the neighboring villa to the basement. Lu Hui, in between cooking, also went to the basement to practice her abilities. There was no helping it. They only had one Wonkai that could ward off evil, and it couldn't be shared. The only good news was that the 3 women's abilities were progressing rapidly, growing stronger day by day, which brought Su-in some comfort. In his boredom, Su-in developed a new form of entertainment, watching the young maid Xiao Xiao sing and dance. After a few days of living together, the relationships among the women had become much more harmonious. Xue Qingyu and Lu Hui got along well, and whenever she had time, Xue Qingyu would ask Lu Hui to teach her cooking and baking. Li Xiaoyu, on the other hand, dragged Xiao Xiao into learning to sing and dance, and every night she would perform in their room for Su-an's appraisal. Her melodious voice would disturb the night, causing Xue Qingyu to blue. As for Xue Qingyu's weapon, it was designed to be relatively elegant, a set of refined steel lightning needles, 900 in total, each 7 centimeters long and 1 centimeter in diameter. They could be used as long-range weapons, and were designed to conduct electricity easily. For now, Xue Qingyu couldn't control all these needles at once, but in the future she would only be able to control more. As for Lu Hui, there was currently no suitable weapon for her. After all, she possessed the purest fire ability, and few materials could withstand the high temperatures of an A-grade fire ability. Even if they existed, they wouldn't be practical. Her only hope might be to see if she could open a treasure chest and find a weapon suitable for her. After the second stage, the number of treasure chests would increase, significantly raising the chances of getting good items, including a certain probability of obtaining an ability amplification bracelet specifically for elemental ability users. However, even without a suitable. As for the young maid Xiao Xiao, Su-in generously gifted her 10 sets of white silk stockings and short skirts, attack speed gear. On the 25th day of the apocalypse, as the morning sun broke through, casting its first rays upon the earth, the sky-darkening crow flocks vanished as if they had never existed. After more than half a month, the survivors finally emerged from their sunless shelters, embracing the long-lost sunlight. The cacophony of crows had ceased, and the world returned to a tranquil clarity, yet it was a silence that was eerily unsettling. After the relentless assaults of bat and crow hordes, few living things remained. Looking around, aside from zombies and a handful of mutated animals, there was no other life. Not even a fly or mosquito. Skyscrapers, pavilions, and towers had all been ravaged by crows and bats, crumbling and decaying. Power poles, signal towers, trees, and forests had nearly all collapsed, with nothing left standing. In just half a month, the entire world had become a wasteland, signaling the decline and regression of once thriving civilization. Even if the apocalypse ended now and all, when there was nothing to eat, a single grain of rice was more precious than gold. As for ordinary people, their plight was even worse. Joining offered no benefits at all. The only advantage was protection from the faction they joined and the chance to follow the awakened into the city to dig for supplies. However, it wasn't a case of finders keepers. The split was 7,030. 70% too little. 70% went to them, leaving the diggers with only 30%. Yet people still scrambled to dig. If they didn't, they would starve. Going solo was an option. No one stopped you except the zombies. In most cases, solo digging was less efficient than group efforts, yielding lower returns and risking death at any moment. So even though everyone knew they were being exploited, they gritted their teeth and pressed on, because they had no choice. The only ones with options were the noble awakened. As the talent recruitment fair was in full swing, a black double-decker bus armed to the teeth slowly emerged from the city center, drawing everyone's attention. In these times, even large adventure teams dared not drive directly into the city. Engine noise would attract massive zombie hordes, even with awakened escorts. Yet this bus emerged from the city unscathed. Damn impressive driving in and out of the city like that. The last team that tried their grave grass has been harvested for soup. It must be at least Enstrength team, with Enstrength Esper leading. Probably, or else they wouldn't have the guts. Sigh, if only I could join a team like that, I'd be happy with an 8,020 split on supplies. Why? Good afternoon, everyone. The Eternal Adventure team is officially recruiting members. Benefits are generous and applicants are welcome. Successful recruits will receive 3 meals a day with meat and 1 meal, a bottle of soda, every 2 days a new set of clothes, and a bar of soap each month, plus 3 gene of fruit. A movie is organized every 7 days, a concert or stage play every half month, and a festival every 2 months with unlimited meat, wine, and fruit during festivities. Accommodation is 2 per room, with shared baths and restrooms. New members receive a set of new clothes, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste upon joining. Slots are limited. Sign up now or miss the chance. After speaking, the man turned off the megaphone and fell silent. A stir rippled through the crowd. What kind of divine treatment is this? I wouldn't dare dream of it. What are you waiting for? Go apply. Charge. As a large group of survivors rushed over, comprising men, women, the elderly, and children, Suin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had underestimated their yearning for a stable life. Husband, you forgot to mention the recruitment conditions. Li Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted into the loudspeaker. We are only hiring female members. We are not accepting men for the time being, thank you. Upon hearing this, the men were taken aback. You tell me now that you're not accepting men after we've already run halfway. Playing dirty. What do you mean? Is this gender discrimination? I, Jin Fu, am the first to object. We men are the main force in resource gathering. Why shouldn't we be accepted? I'm still in a rank awakened one. Do you understand the value of an awakened one? We're not leaving today, deal with it. If you don't want to hire us, then don't hire anyone. As tensions escalated, the situation became uncontrollable. Lu Hui, dressed in office attire, took the loudspeaker from Li Xiaoyu's hands, and a surge of intense flames erupted in her grip. The flames were thrown down, causing a violent explosion that created a pit over a meter deep in the ground. Those nearby were even blasted away by the shockwave. It's an rank awakened one. So powerful. The force is incredible, a mere touch could scorch someone alive. Lu Hui scanned the terrified crowd and coldly stated, I hope no one attempts to anger my master, otherwise the consequences will be on you. Now those who wish to apply, please line up. Those who cut in line will not be hired. Once again, we are only hiring female members. No special abilities are required, ordinary people are welcome too. As Lu Hui finished, women of all ages quickly formed a long line, while the men could only watch helplessly. After all, who could compete with their strength? Even those who wanted to make a symbolic rebuttal lacked the courage, fearing they might be burned by a single flame. Moreover, it was obvious even to a fool that this group had more than one awakened being, especially the girl carrying a giant horse-slaying sword. That sword looked to weigh at least several hundred pounds, and she carried it effortlessly while moving swiftly. Who knew what level of awakened one she might be? And her rank was not impossible. A single slash could easily be fatal. Forget it, or we don't have that kind of luck, someone said. If I can't join, can I send my daughter? Didn't you say ordinary people can apply? Right, I'll go get my niece right now. I have a cousin. I have a wife. With the conditions set forth by the Chongqing Adventure Group, there was simply no other comparable option in the entire Sioux City. The only thing that might rival it would be in Rank Awakened one taking a deputy leader position in a large faction. But how many Rank beings could there be? Out of the millions in Sioux City, there might not be 10. If one could get in, they would gladly work like a horse. Soon the news that the Chongqing Adventure Group had no restrictions on awakening and offered superior treatment for female recruits spread quickly. In less than an hour, thousands of applicants gathered, including individuals of all ages, even those over 100 years old. Suin stared at the dense crowd, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. You all carry on, I'm going back to the car to catch some sleep, he said before hastily retreating into the vehicle with Xiao Xiao. The three women couldn't help but chuckle. Then Xue Qingyu took on the role of record-keeping, Lu Hui handled inquiries, and Li Xiaoyu ensured security as they systematically began the recruitment process. Of course they didn't want just anyone. First and foremost, applicants had to possess outstanding looks, not necessarily breathtaking, but at least at the level of a class flower with a minimum standard of an 80-point appearance. Secondly, and most importantly, was loyalty and obedience. Anyone within. Before he could forge this elite force, he still had two problems to resolve. First, he needed 200 abilities to bestow, and they couldn't be too mediocre. Second, the favorability of all 200 members toward him had to exceed 60%. Either of these alone was no small feat. The former could be achieved over time by plundering abilities as awakened grew in number. With enough effort, it was doable. But the latter was different. 60% favorability already bordered on adoration. In other words, he had to win over 200 girls each with a favorability rating above 60%. This wasn't a matter of difficulty or effort, it was a sense of helplessness that made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. He could only do his best. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. What was a scoundrel anyway? Now the second phase was about to begin, and after it started there would be much to do. Recruiting had to happen now. After the second apocalypse. Ahaha, thanks bro. The guy was puzzled at first, then let out a dry laugh after a moment's hesitation. With a smile in his eyes, he bent down, picked up the bread, and tucked it into his pocket. No need to thank me. A piece of bread for your ability. Seems fair, doesn't it? When it came down to it, he was just too kind-hearted. He could have taken it for free, yet he insisted on trading a piece of bread. Truly, he was moving to tears. Besides, he was doing a great deed. Once his ability was stripped and plundered, he was no longer an awakened. Theoretically, he could still undergo a new awakening. What good was a crank ability? The next awakening might be brank or rank, or even shrank. In short, the future was bright, the potential limitless. This kind of favor was akin to a rebirth. Not only did he not charge a fee, but he even gave away a precious piece of bread. Consider it as accumulating merit. Boundless merit, boundless merit. Suin then walked away with his hands in his pockets, swaying leisurely. Not long after, a terrified scream came from behind him. Where's my ability? Why can't I use it? Suin wandered through the crowd for another half hour and found another awakened. Drank sharpened perception, barely acceptable. Brother, is this half a piece of bread on the ground yours? Huh. Oh yes, thanks. I'd be heartbroken if I lost it, haha. You're welcome. Your happiness is what matters. This time the ability was just drank, roughly worth half a piece of bread. With another ability in hand, Suin started wandering again. But after searching for a long while, he still couldn't find any trace of an awakened. Staring at the sea of people, it wasn't that he was disappointed, more like profoundly disappointed. However, on second thought, it made sense. There were about 4,000 awakened scattered across the entire city of Su, and this talent market was just one of many. How could he easily run into an awakened here? Moreover, most awakened were hot commodities for major factions. They didn't need to go job hopping. Once they flashed their abilities, everyone scrambled to hire them. Why would such top-tier talents, 1 in 1,000, willingly bask in the scorching summer heat to suffer here? Having figured this out, Suin simply gave up searching. Let whoever wanted to search do it. Others could stockpile grain for him. Why not abilities too? In life, one had to learn to adapt. Once others finished recruiting awakened head, just take a basket of bread and pay them a visit. If one basket wasn't enough, head bring two. He wasn't some stingy miser. Now he just had to wait for a second, Huyi. When Suin returned to the recruitment point, the work was proceeding smoothly, though the two corpses lying nearby seemed to suggest it hadn't been entirely uneventful. By now, quite a few had been recruited. Roughly over 200, all fair-skinned and beautiful women. Even in Suzhou, a city renowned for its beauties, such a spectacular sight was rare, let alone during the apocalypse. Seeing Suin return, Lu Hui gracefully approached and reported, Master, we've recruited 218 people, so far 18 more than expected. But I suggest we recruit more. With today's influence, news will spread to other places. More people will come tomorrow and the day after. Let's continue for 2 more days. Then we'll take them back for further screening, eliminate those who don't meet the standards, and keep the qualified ones. After several rounds of selection, we'll pick the best 200. What do you think? Suin nodded without much thought, reaching out to flick a speck of dust from Lu Hu's collar. Do as you say. You can take full charge of recruitment. You don't need to ask me about every detail. He trusted Lu Hu's abilities implicitly. As a former listed company boss, she was probably more adept at hiring than he was. Thank you, Master. Lu Hui gazed at Suin tenderly, her affectionate eyes almost brimming with emotion. Caught off guard by her blatant flirtation, Suin rubbed his nose awkwardly. What's the deal with those corpses, eh? Lu Hui snapped back to reality, blushing slightly, as she explained, some troublemakers came earlier. Xiaoyu killed them with her knife. Good job. From now on, anyone who causes trouble, regardless of their identity, just kill them. Wait. Were there any awakened among them? It seemed there were 2 awakened, one with a brank ability, the other a rank. But neither could withstand a single move from Xiaoyu before being killed. Suin's mouth twitched at this, a pang of pain in his heart. Li Xiaoyu hadn't just killed troublemakers, as she had slaughtered his precious assets. 2 perfectly good abilities gone just like that. Punishment was necessary. Tonight she'd have to play instruments for half an hour without stopping. From now on, if you encounter awakened, try to capture them alive. Keep them for me to study abilities. It's crucial for me. If you run into and shrank awakened, report to me directly, and don't engage. Understood, Master. The recruitment work finally wound down by evening. The original plan was for 200 people, but in a single day 400 had been recruited, far exceeding the target. The large buses they brought could barely squeeze in 200 people with some effort. Doubling that was out of the question, even pulling an Indian. Suin had no choice but to retrieve a motorcycle from the shadows, ride it back to the city, then pull out a spare bus from his spatial storage in the dark, and drive it back. It was troublesome, but it was all for safety's sake. Abilities like spatial storage were exceedingly rare, rarer even than shrank. And if anyone saw him pulling a bus out of thin air, they would deduce that all of the Eternal Adventure Group supplies were on him. For now, he had to keep it as secret as possible, at least until the group was fully formed. With 2 buses, they could barely accommodate the 400 people, but it was a tight squeeze with everyone packed in. Suin drove one bus, and they had to find someone on the spot who could drive the other. Fortunately, there was a young woman who could drive. And so the 2 buses packed with people slowly made their way toward the city. Li Xiaoyu rode a motorcycle with Shui Qingyu, clearing the path ahead. The women inside the buses, seeing them heading toward the "Once we go further, we'll be in the city. Regret will be too late then." After Lu Hui reiterated this and saw no one leave, she took out the employment forms and began calling roll. The names of those who had left were circled, and if they tried to apply again tomorrow or the day after, they would be rejected outright. With this minor incident over, the buses resumed their journey. As time passed, they ventured deeper into the city. Facing this forbidden zone, few dared to tread. The women on the bus had their hearts in their throats. At first, they only encountered scattered hardened zombies, but soon an endless tide of corpses and advanced evolved zombies appeared, bloated ones that exploded on impact, leaping ones that soared through the air, restraining ones with tongues extending over 10 meters, and corrosive ones spewing green acid. All kinds existed, many of which they had never seen before. Only then did they deeply understand why the depths of the city were called a human forbidden zone. This was no longer a place for humans, it was a kingdom of zombies. And they were now advancing toward the heart of that forbidden zone. The timid ones covered their mouths, sobbing in fear. As Lu Hui had said once here, regret was impossible. They could only resign themselves to fate. Of course, these zombies only terrified these rookies who had been hiding in the suburbs. With 2 shrank awakened leading the way, there would be no accidents, let alone with Su in a human cheat code backing them up. Li Xiaoyu and her kind were long accustomed to this. She and Shui Qingyu even had to go out from time to time to practice on a few zombies, as the ones near the residential area were insufficient. Most of the time, Li Xiaoyu rode the motorcycle, while Shui Qingyu remotely controlled lightning to kill zombies. Occasionally when it seemed she was awakening something strange. Shui Qingyu handled the specialized zombies from a distance, such as explosive ones and corrosive ones that spat acid, those unsuitable for close combat. With the cooperation of 2 shrank awakened, the dreaded zombie horde appeared unusually fragile. In less than 10 minutes, they were wiped out cleanly. It wasn't that the zombies were weak, but that their opponents were too strong. Across the entire world, using 2 shrank awakened to clear a path was probably a Waniofacant feat. Once the zombies were dispatched, Li Xiaoyu reluctantly returned. These things seem to be getting smarter, she muttered. Just moments ago, dozens of mutant zombies, sensing defeat, had turned tail and fled, hiding in the shadows to watch. As Li Xiaoyu guessed, the zombies were indeed growing smarter. Through relentless evolution, some zombies were no longer mindless husks driven by instinct. They had developed a basic intelligence, knowing fear and retreat. This young man is so handsome. He seems to be the commander of the adventure team. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Suin clapped his hands again, interrupting the girl's whispers. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su, and I am the leader of the Chongqing adventure team. You can call me Captain, but that's only if you manage to pass the assessment. It's getting late, let's have a meal first. Everyone sit down on the ground. The girls looked confused but obediently sat down, all gazing at Suin with anticipation. No one expected that they would have something to eat right away. Yay, food. If only we had some porridge. Might settle for a piece of bread. Ooh, I haven't eaten anything for 2 days. Suin pulled out 4 large iron pots and a stand from a truck, set them in front of everyone, filled the pots with water, then stacked firewood underneath. With a flick of his wrist, he sent out 4 flames that precisely ignited the wood. Before long, steam began to rise from the pots. Su. It is said that only the higher-ups in large adventure teams are qualified to eat potatoes. Many people were already swallowing their saliva. Suin opened the remaining 2 burlap sacks, revealing 2 large bags filled with fresh pork. The girls erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was a whole 2 sacks of pork weighing at least 100 gene. Since the apocalypse, they had never seen so much meat. Most people hadn't even caught a glimpse of meat surviving on grass and tree bark instead. Now seeing meat all at once, the girls could barely contain themselves, saliva rapidly secreting, as they almost wished to dive straight into the pots, the sounds of swallowing echoing. Suin poured the meat into the pot, taking out a bag of salt, and dividing it into 4 portions to add to the pot. At this moment the girls could no longer sit still. There were seasonings too. Seasonings have been extremely scarce after the apocalypse, especially salt. Everyone had not tasted salt in a long time. Is this for us to eat? Suin smiled slightly, but did not answer directly. Instead, he instructed, you have 5 minutes to form 4 teams. Each team should send out a temporary representative to distribute the food later. Upon hearing this, the girls were overjoyed, realizing that this food was indeed for them. It was simply unbelievable. Soon the girls consciously formed 4 lines, each with 75 people totaling 300 individuals, and each team quickly selected a temporary representative. Thus, 300 girls simultaneously stared intently at the 4 large iron pots. They waited for the food to cook thoroughly. The little maid Chow Chow brought over a stool for Suin to sit down and held a tray with a glass of red wine standing by for him to drink at any time. Suin had to admit that Chow Chow's performance during this time had made him quite satisfied, contemplating finding her a suitable ability. After about half an hour, the aroma of meat wafted through the air, indicating it was ready. All right, the 4 representatives come up. The bowls and chopsticks are in the truck. Take them out and distribute them. Once the utensils are ready, you can start serving the food. 1 potato, 2 scoops of meat, and 1 bowl of meat soup for each person. The 4 representatives hurried to the truck to grab the bowls and chopsticks, distributing them, and then began to serve the food according to Suin's earlier instructions. The girls lined up to receive their food and returned to their spots, devouring it ravenously. Some girls even cried while eating his eye. Seeing the girls finish their food, Suin smiled and said, it seems you all are quite satisfied with the cooking skills of your captain. It's so delicious, thank you, Captain. Long live the captain. Captain, I want to give birth to your children. The girls burst into cheers, making the scene quite noisy. Suin waved his hand to silence them. It's great that you like it. Now we can discuss your treatment. Before you become official members, you'll have 2 meals a day with 1 meat meal every 2 days, similar to what you just had. Feel free to ask any questions. After today, I won't provide too many explanations. Ask whatever you want while you can. A round-faced girl raised her hand to report. Go ahead. The round-faced girl stood up looking puzzled. Are we not official members yet? Suin shook his head, not answering directly, but looked at the girls with a smirk. What do you think of the treatment our adventure team offers? It's extraordinarily good, better than any adventure team I've seen. Even a great awakeners don't have this treatment. The other girls nodded in agreement. Suin nodded and spread his hands. Then what can you bring to our adventure team? For the next 7 days you will undergo rigorous evaluation. Those who pass will remain and receive identical compensation as promised during recruitment. Those who fail will be dismissed immediately. I must emphasize that this evaluation is not without peril. Death is neither unexpected nor uncommon. This is your final opportunity to withdraw. Once tonight passes, your fate, life or death, rests entirely in my hands. Anyone who chooses to retreat now may step forward. I shall ensure your safe departure tomorrow, and this meal shall be your parting gift. No cost, no obligation, and your freedom remains intact. Might we die? So what? Death is not inevitable. And let us speak plainly, most of you possess little more than broken, disposable lives. Outside these walls you would scuttle like rats through sewer tunnels. Or worse, become playthings for others' amusement, perhaps even tortured to death by deranged predators. Their expressions hardened, none wavered. To abandon this chance would be sheer folly. Excellent. I trust you will not regret this choice. Suin then summoned Xue Qingyu and the other 3 women. First he gestured toward Lu Hui. She shall be your chief examiner. Next he indicated Yu Qiao Qiao. She is your director of logistics. Then he pointed to Li Xiaoyu. She serves as your principal instructor. Finally he introduced Xue Qingyu. She is your deputy captain. Hearing she had been appointed deputy captain, Xue Qingyu stared in disbelief. She believed Lu Hui far better suited to the role, and would have been content merely serving as Su and secretary. As if reading her thoughts, Suin murmured, affirmative. You may address the captain as master as I do, or simply as captain. Under no circumstances shall you utter his full name. Is that understood? Understood. Very well. Now obey my order. Remove all garments, outerwear, trousers, and undergarments alike. Hesitation rippled through the ranks, though several complied silently. After all, they were all women. What was there to blush over? And as for the captain, if he glimpsed them, so be it. Perhaps even a stroke of fortune. Perhaps a rare blessing. I repeat, this is an order. Lu Hui stated, tone unchanged. Though undeniably dehumanizing, such commands served a calculated purpose, to forge unyielding obedience. And truly this was but the merest threshold. If mere nudity secured entry into the Chongqing Adventuring Corps, legions would clamor for admission. Tenfold expansion of the compound still wouldn't suffice. After brief hesitation they obeyed, though many flushed, crimson eyes darting shyly toward Su, and who sat nearby, sipping wine. Casual, detached, observational. In an instant silken curves and luminous skin bloomed beneath the open sky, graceful, arresting, overwhelming. Suin choked on his wine, sprang upright, and hastily excused himself. Turn away, turn away. One must not gaze upon what is forbidden. Yet as if struck by sudden recollection, he pivoted back and pointed, deliberately, toward one girl amid the assembly. You. Come with. Hurry forward. This honor is yours alone. To be seen by the master is privilege incarnate. Your duty is to accept it with gratitude and unwavering compliance. Let me state once more from this moment forth your very being belongs to the master. His command is absolute. Even if it demands your life you shall obey without question. Suen pressed a hand to his forehead speechless. Was Lu Hui transforming his core into a cult? Brainwashing these impressionable young women with zealotry? Had his noble adventuring fellowship veered perilously close to fanaticism? Yet having granted her full authority, interference would undermine his own decree, so he acquiesced in silence. Moreover, he harbored no romantic intent. Rather, the girl was a newly awakened cultivator, and curiously a faint acquaintance from his prior life. He'd crossed paths with her twice during the early apocalypse, vague memories now resurfacing. The girl bit her lip, gathered her scattered clothes, and approached him, head bowed, shoulders trembling. See, Captain. Her modesty barely concealed her breathtaking form. Suen rubbed his nose and averted his gaze. Dress properly, and follow me. Suen sat on the sofa calmly gazing at the girl before him, who was at a loss. Ability healing, a wealth value 3, he had noticed earlier that this girl was an awakener with an ability level reaching a second only to Scrade. Her ability itself was a very rare auxiliary recovery type, more useful than many Scrades in certain situations. However, from the very beginning this girl had not revealed her identity as an awakener, which was somewhat strange. Revealing it would only bring benefits, not drawbacks, so why didn't she? Suen once suspected she was a spy sent by other forces, but upon careful thought, that didn't hold up either. Who would send their own precious asset into a tiger's den? Moreover, they hadn't yet made contact with other factions, so it was unlikely they would be targeted so soon. Unable to decide, Suen silently observed her. It wasn't until the girl took off her clothes that a sudden realization struck him, awakening a nearly forgotten memory. The memory surged back like a tide. It was the 4th year of the apocalypse, the early stage of the 4th calamity. By then he was already a cripple, missing a leg, barely surviving through those harsh times. Yet with only one leg no one would take him in, and he had no teammates, always a lone wolf. To stay alive he dared anything, ate anything, engaged in looting and theft, and committed petty crimes. When he was on the verge of starvation, he brazenly stole from the Black Rose, the Women's Legion, founded by Xue Qingyu, in his past life. He was. Even in Suan's experiences across 2 lifetimes among all the women, he had seen Qingxia's figure ranked in the top 10. The past faded like smoke as Suen gradually came to his senses. He never expected to encounter Qingxia so soon in this life. It could be considered fate. He slowly asked her, "I'm curious why you've hidden your identity as an awakener. With your grade status, any adventure group would offer you good treatment." Hearing Suen's words, Qingxia's face turned pale, and she couldn't help stepping back. You. How do you know? Suen smiled without explaining. Tell me what made you choose to hide your identity and join our adventure group. Don't say it's because of the treatment. That has nothing to do with hiding your identity, it only makes you more suspicious. Qingxia bit her lip, unable to meet Suen's gaze, hesitating several times. What, you don't want to say? Or can't you say it? Suen's expression gradually turned cold. Qingxia immediately waved her hands frantically. No, it's not that. I saw you, and that's why I applied. Oh, do we know each other? I don't recall. I saw you at the Dragon Tiger gang. You killed everyone there, and that's how I was saved. Suen looked puzzled. Really? Although he had only passed through the Dragon Tiger gang briefly, he was certain he hadn't seen Qingxia there. Moreover, the women in the Dragon Tiger gang were all unclothed, and given Qingxia's ample assets, he couldn't have completely forgotten her. Yes. I was locked in a cage behind the dance hall at first, so you didn't see me. Later, shall you? Later, after others helped me out, I saw you from a corner, Qingxia explained hastily. Suen pinched his chin in thought, then looked up at the progress bar above Qingxia's head. Affection 50, such high affection indicated she trusted him considerably and had a good impression of him. This level of affection couldn't come from someone with no prior connection. Combined with Qingxia's words, it was likely true. Were you wearing clothes then? Yes. Tiger Boss wanted me to follow his orders, and when I refused I was locked up. They just starved me and didn't touch me. Qingxia said, her face slightly flushed as she tugged at her tattered clothes. Suen gave a faint knowing smile, and continued, and you were so confident that hiding your identity as an awakener would still get you into our adventure group. Qingxia guiltily lowered her head, burying it in her chest, playing the ostrich in silence. Suen shook his head with a resigned laugh. Little girl learning to use connections, Li Xiaoyu promised you'd get in, didn't she? Qingxia looked up flustered, stammering, it's not Xiaoyu's fault. I. Suen waved his hand. No need to be so nervous. This isn't a big deal. With your qualifications, you're fully eligible to join our adventure group. I just don't want you to try hiding anything again, understand? I understand, group leader. I won't ever again, I swear. Alright, you can go now. Also call Li Xiaoyu up here. It really isn't Xiaoyu's fault. I never told her I had an ability. After being caught by Tiger Boss, I never dared to mention my ability again. Over time I unconsciously wanted to hide it. I told you it's a small matter. It's in the past. I need to see Xiaoyu for something else. Really? TSK. He'll go right away. Please don't be angry. Seeing Su An's impatience, Qing Xia finished speaking, lowered her head, and scurried out. Shortly after, Li Xiaoyu came in grinning, clinging to Su and massaging his back and legs with a fawning expression. Honey, I'm sorry. Don't be mad, okay? At the Dragon Tiger gang you wanted to help her, didn't you? Did you know each other before? We met a few times at comic conventions. Qing Xia is a well-known cosplayer in the circle. Her cosplays of Ari and Sona are incredibly accurate. You'd love them once you see them. She's especially beautiful, really stunning. Half an hour later, Suan walked out of the villa with a radiant expression, while Li Xiaoyu followed behind. At that moment, the new members in the yard were each filling out a form. The weather has been too hot lately, and I ate some spicy snacks which made me a bit overheated, Li Xiaoyu explained with a dry laugh. Sister Xiaoyu, you must call me. Whenever there's something delicious, we are good sisters, and we should share both fortune and misfortune together. Definitely next time, Li Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Beside them, Lu Hui listened to their conversation and shot a charming glance at Li Xiaoyu. Then she glanced at Su, and her face slightly flushed, but said nothing. Su directly walked up to Qing Xia, who was filling out the form, patting her shoulder while activating his ability. Hand it over. Detected a target for plunder. Please select plunder direction, replicate ability. Replication successful. Obtained ability, healing. Almost forgot about the ability replication. However, it was just replication, not extraction. I'll observe Qing Xia for a while, and if it doesn't work, I'll directly extract it. If Qing Xia has a high obedience level and her favorability increases quickly, there will be no need for extraction. She was startled when Suan suddenly patted her. Upon recognizing him, she hurriedly greeted him, her brows filled with worry, thinking Su and was coming to find her for the previous incident. Captain, don't be so nervous. I'm not a monster that eats people. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. Welcome to the Eternal Adventure Team. As the first new member of the team, you can choose which villa you want to live in. You can move in tonight. For supplies, you can find Xiao Xiao to collect them. This passed the assessment just like that. It ended before it even started. Damn connections. She must have used backdoor privileges to get in. How frustrating. Many girls felt sour in their hearts, more sour than eating 10 lemons. They believed their appearances were not worse than Qing Xia's. Why didn't they get a turn? I could do it too. It's really a case of different fates for different people. Qing Xia was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, joyfully bowing to Su and saying, Thank you, Captain. I will definitely work hard. Suan nodded, saying, I look forward to your performance. If I remember correctly, your original profession should be a doctor, right? You can accompany the chief examiner during assessments, help check the team member's health status, and be responsible for treating the injured. Is that okay? No problem. Qing Xia nodded repeatedly. This was her strong point. Before the apocalypse, she was a gynecologist, and after awakening her healing ability, she was absolutely confident in her medical skills. After Suan finished speaking, he turned to leave. The others looked at Qing Xia with even more envy. Not only did she join the team directly, but she also jumped straight into management. At that moment, Su An's voice slowly came through. I forgot to mention she isn't a class healing awakener. You can manage her as you see fit. Upon hearing Su An's words, the girls suddenly realized, so that's how it is. A class awakener. I can't believe it. That's fine. I can't learn that. Those who join with built-in high-level buffs, they really can't learn. It's better to accept the assessment honestly. The preliminary assessment continued until 11 at night, before finally concluding. The girls paired up and slept on the ground, and the yard's lights went out. Under the pitch-black night sky, the girls were too excited to fall asleep, whispering and sharing secrets, gazing at the nearby luxurious villas, lost in their thoughts. In the dark city, there was complete silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant roars of monsters. From time to time, under the moonlight, they could see large shadows leaping across the distant buildings. Only then did the girls remember they were in the city center, a den of cannibals, and they were lying exposed outside. Not wanting to think about it was fine, but once they did, their hair stood on end, and the atmosphere turned tense. Do you think zombies might charge in to eat people in the middle of the night? Don't say such things, that's too scary. This is the city center where all kinds of monsters exist. Who knows if one might sneak in at night? Stop saying that, I'm scared. After these exchanges, the girls' excitement was significantly diminished, and fear crept into their hearts. The timid ones directly shrank their heads under the covers, afraid to show themselves. Just then a girl pointed towards the door and exclaimed, Look that! What is that thing? Following the voice, everyone looked over and saw a shadow the size of a calf, quietly squatting by the community gate watching them. The shadow appeared to be an animal with 4 legs, its huge eyes reflecting green light in the moonlight, resembling 2 blinking headlights. A monster. Aunt. Several girls screamed in fright, scrambling to run, shrinking down against the foot of a nearby villa, daring not to show their heads, completely forgetting Lu Hui's previous instructions that they must not leave the yard at night. They saw the monster slowly rise, walk to a trash can, and throw away what it had in its mouth before it approached the yard. The girls who hadn't run became restless, and several more were scared into fleeing. Those who remained grit their teeth, trying to tough it out. Some were so frightened they couldn't stand up, let alone run. But just as everyone thought the monster would pounce into the crowd to wreak havoc, it suddenly turned and walked away with graceful, cheerful steps. It seems some people have not taken my words to heart. Lu Hui walked out from a distant villa with a calm expression, of flame rising in her hand, illuminating the dark yard. Under the firelight, everyone finally saw the monster's true appearance. It was a giant black. In the end, Lu Hui immediately declared that the 8 girls who fled had failed the assessment and lost their eligibility to join the Eternal Adventure Group. Several girls crouched down and sobbed loudly on the spot, but no one sympathized with them. Lu Hui had repeatedly emphasized the rules beforehand. Since they had violated them, they had to be prepared for elimination. Were they not also terrified? They were merely gritting their teeth and enduring. I hope you will firmly remember every requirement I stated earlier. Violating any one of them will lead to direct elimination. Also, zombies will indeed enter the courtyard, so you'd better not sleep too soundly. The only path you can take is to fight to the death. If anyone runs away again, next time, they will be executed on the spot. Lu Hui left a few cold words and turned back into the villa. The entry assessment for the Eternal Adventure Group was stricter than they had imagined. This was only the first day. They had no idea what harsh trials lay ahead. The girls had to discuss and select some to take turns keeping watch. Thus, under the girls' anxious torment, the night quickly passed. At dawn, Su-an, having had breakfast with several women, slowly descended the stairs, while Qing-xia was already waiting downstairs early. Good morning, leader. Su-an nodded. From now on, come and eat with us during meals. Thank you, leader Qing-shi. Clearly her pillow talk from last night had worked. Upon arriving at the courtyard, the sight that greeted them was girls with dark circles under their eyes. Having spent the night in fear, few could sleep except for a handful of carefree souls who could doze off as soon as their heads hit the pillow. Sister Lu Hui, you and Qing-xia stay and continue the assessment today. The rest of you come with me to recruit people. Yes, master. Su-an gave a few brief instructions, then took Xue Qingyu and the others boarded the bus and drove out of the neighborhood. Lu Hui turned to the group of girls and revealed a benevolent smile. I believe everyone had an unforgettable night, but this is only the beginning. In the time to come, I will strive to make you understand within a day that dignity is worthless and your lives are even cheaper than weeds. Her expression suddenly turned somewhat savage as she gnawed on her fingernails. After eating the food personally prepared by our master, you did not kneel in gratitude. Even I have not been granted such an honor. I cannot tolerate your arrogance. It is a desecration of our master. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. You are merely our master's dogs. No, you should be his disciples, the most devout disciples, servants willing to sacrifice everything for the master. Lu Hui's eyes were already filled with fervor and madness. From the moment Su-an rescued her from the Haitian hotel, she had fallen irretrievably in love with that godlike man. When Su-an bestowed upon her an ability that infatuation instantly transformed into fervor and worship, she saw Su-an as almost a deity. She loved Su-an, loved him to the point of obsession. Having never tasted love in her 30 years, she buried this feeling deep within her heart, letting it ferment to the extreme. But when Li Xiaoyu proposed adding a purity requirement for joining the group, the speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Her heart was still deeply stung. At 15, she had been forced to bear the child of that scoundrel, already a mother no longer pure. The girls around Su-an were all as pure as clear springs. Whenever if Su-an saw Lu Hui's current state, he would be utterly shocked. He could never imagine that the elegant and noble young matron could have such an insane side, no different from the most fanatical cultists. By now he had arrived at yesterday's recruitment spot, with Xue Qingyu and the others. At a glance, there were even more people than yesterday. The bus had barely stopped when a tide of women surged forward. They're here. The Eternal Adventure Group is recruiting. Line up quickly or you'll miss your chance. Hey, don't push. Can't you young ladies be polite and let an old lady through? Yes, Grandma, how old are you this year? 70, but my legs are still spry. Grandma, it's really not easy for you to have lived this long. Take my advice and go back where you came from. The Eternal Adventure Group only recruits beauties. If I was quite pretty when I was young. What if I get chosen? Choose you to serve them dutifully. As before, Su-an was responsible for lazing around, while Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu handled recruitment. However, with yesterday's experience, they directly inquired about relationship history and other basic information during today's interviews, eliminating unsuitable candidates. This increased the workload significantly, and the little maid Xiao had to help. Su-an could only lie in the bus and daydream or casually look for other awakened individuals. The result was obvious. He found not a single one, but he hadn't expected much, so he wasn't disappointed. The only thing to consider was whether other people's awakened ones were plentiful enough for him to pay a visit. His gold-rimmed bread was ready. Bored beyond measure, Sue-in simply dozed off in the car. I tell you, little girl, that's no way to recruit. It's not a beauty pageant. Let your Annie teach you. You need to pick sturdy, broad-shouldered types, the kind with strength to do the work. Half asleep, Sue-in was awakened by a commotion and got out of the car out of curiosity. He saw a woman in her 40s or 50s at the recruitment point spouting nonsense at Yu and the others, spittle flying everywhere. Yu and the others were visibly angry, but somehow held back, enduring with great effort. Sue-in walked over with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Before Yu could speak, the woman cut in. Young man, you're in charge, aren't you? You're really handsome like a TV star. But you're still too young. Look at these little girls. Who are they recruiting? It's like a beauty contest. Those thin arms and legs, obviously spoiled and pampered. What use are they? They'd just be freeloaders. The world is chaotic now. You need to pick those with strength who can endure hardship and do the work. That's the smart choice. I say let your Annie help you vet them. With me here keeping order, these little girls won't cause any trouble. Sue-in was utterly bewildered. Ma'am, who are you? Master, she's an awakener. You said yesterday to keep any awakeners for you. Xiao leaned in and explained. Hearing this, Sue-in finally understood. Indeed, the middle-aged woman had 2 lines of small text above her head. Ability bounce, see wealth 60. Young man, I'm doing this for your own good. Even if you're wealthy, bringing back so many pretty faces will drain your resources. You can't afford to keep them. Take my advice and let me handle the recruiting. You youngsters just watch and learn how I'll get this done nicely. The woman grew more brazen, even trying to push Yu aside to take the interviewer's seat. Sue-in was speechless. Without hesitation, he swung a heavy slap, sending the stout woman flying. The moment his hand struck, he activated plunder, stripping, replication, wealth, theft, a triple combo. Trying to teach me? The woman slowly sat up, clutching her swollen cheek. Few of her teeth remained, and her mouth was full of blood. She shrieked, help! Murder! Someone's killing people at the Alliance Assembly. Sue-in raised his hand and hurled a lightning orb at her, blasting her into fragments. Now that's murder. He withdrew his hand and instructed Yu, from now on, when you encounter awakeners like this, just cut them down to stumps and leave them breathing. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and a hood emerged from the crowd, clapping. A hint of a mocking smile played on his lips as he puffed on a cigar, flanked by a man and a woman. Quite the temper you've got, brother. Don't you know killing is forbidden at the Alliance Assembly? Sue-in narrowed his eyes at the 2 lines of text above the man's head. Ability, scorching corrosive poison, S wealth, 18,000. Another rank and the top-tier poison type, scorching corrosive poison. This ability was unique, ranking extremely within rank combat abilities, maxed out in lethality and fatality, but bottom tier in combat endurance and sustainability. The poison it released was lethal on contact. Even in rank awakener would lose half their life from it, either dying or suffering severe injuries. However, its drawbacks were glaring: an attack range of less than a meter and limited uses. But since he could administer the poison covertly once it touched the gastric mucosa, it was beyond saving, making its lethality absolute. Yet its ultra-short range and limited uses severely hampered its combat endurance, hence the extreme ranking. That's Ma-san, leader of the Viper Adventurer Squad. The Viper Squad is a major force. Their leader, Ma-san, nicknamed Road Taipan, is said to be in rank awakener whose poison is 100 times more potent than a Taipan snake's. A single drop can kill hundreds of zombies. Why is he here? So formidable. First time seeing him in person. The Eternal Life Squad is done for. All major squads have a joint rule: no killing at the Survivor Alliance Assembly. Break it, and you'll be besieged. They killed someone yesterday and didn't learn their lesson. Now they've done it again. They're in deep trouble. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Sue-in vaguely recalled such a rule. He had attended this Survivor Alliance Assembly in his past life too. Knowing it was one thing, but he couldn't care less. What happened in his past life was in the past. What did it have to do with this life? Sorry, I've never heard of that rule, Sue-in said, lazily leaning against the car with his arms crossed. The man's gaze turned icy at Sue in his arrogant demeanor, but it vanished in an instant as he let out a hearty laugh. Not knowing is no surprise. You look unfamiliar, brother. Haven't seen you at the 100 Alliance Assembly. The 100 Alliance Assembly? Never been. If he recalled correctly, it was a meeting organized by major factions 3 days ago. The content was unknown since he hadn't attended in his past life, nor in this one. When they were meeting, he was having a barbecue by the pool with the girls. He had initially considered going, but thought better of it. After the meeting, the Survivor Alliance Assembly was born, along with numerous rules, like needing to apply in advance to recruit at the Assembly, not killing arbitrarily, and not poaching awakeners from other squads, and a slew of other tedious regulations. He simply decided not to go. Never attended, so I know nothing. No knowledge of the rules means no rules. All rules exist only beyond the range of his abilities. Within that range, his word was law. Though ignorance is excusable, brother killed someone yesterday and still won't stop today. That's a bit hard to justify, don't you think? Ma-san said with a smirk. Oh, so by your logic, Captain Ma, you want me to give you an explanation? Ma-san waved his hand. No need for that. I'm just curious if your squad is from out of town. I've never heard of it. In the current environment, rules were merely tools to restrain the weak. Yesterday, Liu Hu's ability had reached a rank, and a squad within a rank awakener could easily ignore these rules. Ma-san had heard yesterday about a strange squad recruiting commoners at exorbitant prices, piquing his curiosity. He was interested both in the rumored rank fire awakener and the wealth of the Eternal Life squad. No one in all of Su province could match their recruitment terms. He himself couldn't afford such generosity. Even a tenth of those terms was beyond him. Though the Viper squad was a renowned major force, they still faced resource shortages. With the Eternal Life squad's extravagant terms, they'd be finished within 3 days. Just a small squad of a few people, Captain Ma. It's no surprise you haven't heard of us. Precisely because we're so short-handed, we're here recruiting. I see. Ma-san fell into thought. The Eternal Life squad might be one of those groups with plenty of supplies, but few members. At most a dozen or so tons, even by generous estimates, assuming they were better off than his Viper squad. He considered this a high appraisal of them. In the apocalypse, some young people upon gaining power completely lost themselves, unable to resist women. This young man before him must be the same. I see you're a straightforward fellow brother. How about taking me to your squad for a visit? If there's a chance our two factions could ally privately, helping each other out. What do you think? Li Xiaoyu had already silently positioned herself behind Su, in her hand gripping the blade of her cavalry saber with a fierce expression. With just a single glance from Su, and she would cut down this smiling tiger. Not far away, Xue Qingyu also heightened her vigilance, though her attention was more focused on Xiao Qiao, who was merely an ordinary person. If any conflict erupted, she would shield Xiao Qiao first. Sensing the tension in the air, Ma-san let out a hearty laugh. Haha, ladies, no need to be so tense. I mean no harm. Ma-san extended his hand towards Su-on as he spoke. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ma-san, leader of the Viper Mercenary Corps. May I ask your name, young friend? Su-an raised an eyebrow at this. The old bastard was probably trying to poison him. Though Su-an knew the other party might be attempting to administer poison, he didn't refuse. Instead, he shook Ma-san's hand and grinned. Su-an, leader of the Eternal Adventure Corps. Their hands clasped. Ma-san's smile grew even wider, his viper-like eyes brimming with delight. Su-an also smiled just as cheerfully. What a fine old man rushing over to deliver gifts. Here it comes. Hostile entity detected. Please select the direction of plunder. Copy ability, plunder wealth. Copy successful. Obtained ability, scorching divine corrosion. Wealth. Plunder successful. Obtain 180 wealth points. Transferred to wide area space. Oh, Captain Ma, your bread fell on the ground. Ma-san looked down in confusion. There was indeed half a loaf of bread at his feet. This isn't mine. Ahem, thanks for the reminder, brother. Ha. Ma-san bent down to pick up the bread as he spoke. A penny saved is a penny earned. Half a loaf of bread could hire 2 awakened ones. He'd take it no matter whose it was. I was all tears in the end. Su-an couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. This bread looks like it's gilded with gold. It must have taken at least 10 tons of supplies to exchange for it. Captain Ma, what boldness. Ma-san. What nonsense was this kid spouting? Was he sick? Who in this day and age would trade supplies for gold? A gilded loaf of bread couldn't fetch 10 tons of supplies. He must be an idiot. Clearly this was a naive young man who had never seen the dangers of the world. His family's grain stores were definitely plentiful. At least 20 tons. Ma-san's heart began to pound with excitement. He had to take it all. Ma-san signaled to the man beside him with a glance. The man nodded in understanding and disappeared into the crowd. Earlier, when Su-an released lightning, Ma-san had already discerned the situation. Though it was fleeting, the aura it revealed was at least in a rank lightning ability, possibly even shrank. In a direct fight, Ma-san might not be his match. But during their handshake, he had planted a poison seed within the other party. With just a single thought, the seed would erupt. Even if the target was an shrank ability user, they would still be forced to surrender. Unless they too possessed the scorching divine corrosion ability. But was that possible? As long as they were human, it was impossible to possess 2 abilities simultaneously. His only concern was the women nearby, who also appeared to be awakened ones, though he didn't know their ranks. They likely weren't too high. Once subdued, he would capture them. Awakened beauties were rare and would fetch a good price at auction. Roar. Just then a deafening roar erupted from the city center. A colossal zombie over 3 meters tall suddenly charged out of the city. As it ran, its steps shattered the ground beneath it. With a single yank, it effortlessly lifted a wrecked car, then hurled it dozens of meters into the crowd. Those who couldn't dodge in time were crushed into pulp. Immediately the crowd erupted in screams, scattering in panic. Run! It's the giant zombie tank. Tank is here. Run! Help! If there was a king among zombies, this tank was undoubtedly it. True to its name, Tank was the tank of the undead. Level LV8. Its defense, strength, speed, and regenerative abilities were all top tier among zombies. Its terrifying power allowed it to annihilate even several awakened ones at once. Any awakened below a rank would be committing a sin just by looking at it, and any prey it targeted could barely escape. It would chase its prey at 100 kilometers per hour, continuously hurling projectiles with uncanny accuracy. It possessed innate magic resistance, rendering it immune to most elemental abilities below a rank, and its physical resistance was maxed out, making even sniper rifles struggle to breach its defenses. Its recovery speed was also maxed. Unless struck a fatal blow, it would recover in the blink of an eye, making it extremely troublesome. Encountering this thing meant either you killed it, or it killed you. No third option, as it had a built-in tracking ability. No mat. At that moment, Tank was engulfed in a raging fury, unleashing a bloody massacre among the crowd. No one could survive a single punch from it without their body being torn apart, leaving a trail of shredded flesh and scattered remains along the path. Tank quickly charged to a spot not far from Su-in and his companions. This beast is so rampant, isn't Captain Su planning to eliminate it? Ma-san could tell at a glance that Captain Su was a master concealing his true strength, a chivalrous man of deep loyalty and compassion. The phrase "a chivalrous heart with a tender soul" perfectly describes a hero like Captain Su, a true champion for the nation and its people. Ma-san is never wrong in his judgment. Ma-san immediately flattered Su-in, subtly pressuring him into action. Su-in looked at Ma-san in surprise. "Captain Mayu, you're absolutely right, you truly understand me. Then Captain Su, please go ahead. I'll cover you from behind. I wouldn't dare steal your glory." Su-in's face showed a hint of reluctance as he waved his hand. "Too weak, far too weak. That big brute is no better than my guard dog. If I were to act, it would be beneath my dignity." Su-in wasn't entirely lying. Wang Kai's initial level was LV6, and after half a month of fattening on leftovers, it had reached LV8, with strength comparable to Tank's. Whether Wang Kai was a cat or a dog didn't matter. Ma-san's mouth twitched at the words. He had seen shameless people, but never one so utterly devoid of shame. He almost couldn't resist detonating the poison seed directly. Once he captured this brat, he would have to slash his face a couple of times to see just how thick his skin really was. Just as Ma-san was about to continue coaxing, Su-in, Li Xiaoyu beside him hoisted her broadsword and charged at Tank. Ma-san nearly jumped for joy, thinking, "Perf. Mayusa." Tank was obliterated in one move. Was this even human? In Sclass Awakener, absolutely in Sclass Awakener. The Everlasting Adventure Group had Sclass Awakeners, not just one but two. "I've bitten off more than I can chew." Ma-san cursed silently. He never imagined the Everlasting Adventure Group possessed such strength, otherwise he wouldn't have come here so foolishly. At the very least, he should have allied with other adventure groups to deal with them. Fortunately, they hadn't yet crossed the line into open conflict, or it would have been disastrous. He wasn't confident he could defeat that terrifying little girl. And there were still two others who hadn't acted, who knew what level of awakeners they might be. Ma-san immediately thought of retreat. He was determined to devour the Everlasting Adventure Group, but not now. He was a viper, not a lion. Striking from the shadows was his forte. "Captain Ma, didn't you say you wanted to visit my place? How about we go now?" Su-in looked at Ma-san with a smile. Ma-san broke out in a cold sweat and quickly waved his hand. No, I suddenly remembered I have urgent business at home. I won't be visiting your adventure group today. They'll call on you another day when I'm free. Captain Ma needs to rush home. Her urgent business can't delay." "I see." Su-in's face showed a hint of disappointment, then suddenly seemed to think of something. "Then how about I visit your adventure group instead? Just a casual visit." Ma-san was taken aback. "Just you alone? For a casual visit, one person is enough." Ma-san couldn't help but look Su-in up and down, secretly marveling. This kid must have a screw loose to willingly walk into his own death. He laughed heartily. "Haha, if Captain Su is so inclined, how could Ma-san refuse? I will certainly treat you like a brother. Please, Captain Su. By the way, may I ask how many awakeners are in your adventure group?" Ma-san didn't think much and casually gave a rough number. "Not many, just 40 or 50, all riffraff unworthy of Captain Zu's attention." "That many?" Su-in raised an eyebrow, then turned and went back into the bus. "Captain Ma, wait a moment. Let me prepare a small gift." Soon Su-in came down carrying a basket of bread, roughly 40 or 50 pieces. "A small token of my esteem, please accept it." "You're too kind, Captain Su," Ma-san said with a beaming smile as he took the basket, feeling a vague sense of familiarity with the bread. "Captain Ma, hold on to it tightly. It's especially heavy. Don't worry, I can handle as much as you give. My bread is also edged with gold." "Captain Su, you're quite humorous." "Captain Ma, you're not bad either." Huh. The two laughed heartily at each other, each harboring their own hidden motives. "We'll go with you." Upon hearing that Su-in was going to visit the Viper Adventurer Group, Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu both showed worried expressions. Evil people were not the scariest, it was smiling tigers like Ma-san who were the most troublesome. No one knew when such a person would stab you in the back, and the brighter the smile, the more chilling it became. Moreover, the Viper Adventurer Group was a large-scale group, and Ma-san had mentioned at least 40 to 50 awakened ones. Though they didn't know exactly how strong Su and was facing 40 to 50 awakened at once was no easy feat, especially with Ma, San and Sklas awakened holding the fort. No need. It's just a visit. He'll go alone. But the two women wanted to say more, but were pulled into his arms, one on each side, as he whispered, "Don't worry, you'll be fine. It's more convenient for me to go alone. Stay here and continue recruiting. Raise the standards today and keep it to around 200 people. If anyone else comes looking for trouble, and if there are class or above awakened, take care of them, and then retreat directly to the base. Don't wait for me." Being pulled into Su An's embrace like this, Li Xiaoyu was fine. They were used to intimacy, but Xueqingyu trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing, her heart pounding like a deer. Suan had never taken such an intimate initiative with her before. "Be careful, and we'll wait for you at home." Watching Suan whispering to the two girls, Ma San's viper-like eyes flickered with venom, his gaze towards Suan growing even more contemptuous. "I'll let her nothing to fear." Once back at the group, he would first capture this brat, then find a way to swallow the entire ET. Ma San was taken aback. What else? What era did he think this was, still expecting to ride? Gasoline was precious. Every bit saved counted. "Don't worry, it's not far. Just over 10 kilometers. This guy was even stingier than he had imagined. He still had a full 1800 wealth points and supplies at home. Converted, that was over a dozen tons. Almost a 10 millionth of his wealth, not a small amount. Oh, it was gone now. Never mind. A walk it was. Then, led by Ma Sen, the group headed toward the Viper Adventurer Group's base. In his past life, Suan had only focused on surviving, never observing what the apocalypse truly looked like. This life lacking nothing, and with a calmer heart, he couldn't help but look around along the way. As far as the eye could see, everything was in ruins. Because of the crows, the ground was barren with hardly any grass or leaves. Survivors gathered in small groups, digging through piles of dirt like wild dogs. Above ground food was almost non-existent. Hope lay only underground, either roots or insects hiding in the soil. If one was lucky enough to find a plant rhizome with a bit of starch, that day was a harvest. If they could also dig up a crispy with a chicken-like flavor and 6 times the protein of beef. It could be said that most people were barely surviving on plant roots and insects, and even edible clay was nearly gone. Everyone had a sickly, waxy yellow complexion, sunken eyes, and protruding ribs. A mild cold could be fatal, far more desperate than the famines of ancient times. Large and small shabby camps lay like dying beasts crawling across the wilderness, moaning with the wind. Only wails were heard, no children playing. A gust of wind stirred up dust, stinging the eyes. Suan looked on with an indifferent expression. Once he had been among those refugees struggling with Li Xiaoyan. He ate grass roots while she ate the supplies he risked his life to dig up from the city. Finally, led by Ma Sen, Suan arrived at the Viper Adventurer Group's base. It was a somewhat dilapidated residential area, a relocation community before the apocalypse, a bit far from the city center, so there were fewer zombies. After the apocalypse, Ma San had led his people to occupy it, successfully hiding from the crows and bats. But most of the top floors of the buildings had collapsed, clawed apart by the swarms. The walls were covered in claw marks, not a single intact window remained, now blocked with wooden boards and cardboard. Despite its shabbiness, it was considered quite luxurious. Ordinary people lived in dens barely fit for dogs. Ma San led Suan straight into a living room, with a table, sofa, carpet, wall paintings, a tea table, and even a potted plant. It could be called a living room if not for the drafts. "Bring tea." A beautiful woman swayed and poured a cup of hot tea for Suan and cast a flirtatious glance before leaving. Suan couldn't help but turn his. Ma San wasn't boasting. Few could still enjoy such treatment these days. Well, not bad, has a kind of rustic beauty. Almost as good as the bathroom in his own building. Truly stylish. "Chief Su, I won't beat around the bush. I'm very interested in your group. How about joining the Viper Adventurer Group? I can give you an official position." Ma San dropped the pretense and came straight to the point. Suan was not surprised by Ma San's words. He had deliberately delivered himself to their doorstep. Being straightforward saved them all time. He then slowly said, "Captain Ma, your appetite is quite impressive, still coveting my remaining provisions. But perhaps you should first check your own granary. It might already be empty." Bang! Ma San slammed the table and stood up, narrowing his eyes as he said coldly, "Kid, don't think being in Shrank Awakener makes you untouchable. Let me tell you plainly, I've already planted a poison seed in you. Whenever I wish, I can kill you. If you're wise, spill everything. Where your adventurer team's base is how many supplies you have, how many awakeners. Otherwise you'll find death too easy. Have you ever tasted Shrank venom? It'll dissolve your bones to dust and turn your organs into blood." Just as Ma San was threatening Suan with a ferocious expression, someone suddenly burst into the room. "Captain, something terrible, oui. Ma San frowned with displeasure. "Can't you see I'm busy? Spit it out. You damn fools can't handle even the smallest issues without bothering me. Are you still nursing?" The subordinate waved his hands frantically. "It's no small matter, Captain. Our supplies, the supplies." Ma San's heart skipped a beat. "What about the supplies?" "The supplies are all gone. Not a single grain left in the main granary. It was fine this morning. Our brothers guarded it tightly, never leaving for a moment. But when we checked just now, the entire granary was empty. Ma-san shot up, grabbing the subordinate by the collar and roaring, "Bullshit. Did those supplies sprout wings and fly away?" The subordinate was on the verge of tears. "It really wasn't our fault. They just vanished." Ma-san's mind went blank. The supplies in the main granary were the lifeblood of the entire Viper adventurer team. Without that lifeblood, he couldn't pay the Awakeners' wages tomorrow. Over time, morale would crumble. Everyone needed to eat to survive. If there was no food, why would they stay? "Captain Ma, didn't I already tell you? Your granary is empty," Suin said, sipping his tea. The water wasn't good, nor was the tea. It was terribly bitter. He much preferred the dahongpo that his chow chow brewed at home. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the teacup onto the table, splashing tea everywhere. Ma-san stared at him intently. "It's you, isn't it? You did this. How?" The most fortified location in the entire Viper adventurer team was the granary. 8 Awakeners were stationed there along with infrared alarms. To power the alarms, all the team's gasoline was used for electricity generation. Even Ma-san, the captain, had to travel green. He couldn't fathom how Suin had silently emptied the entire granary, especially since Suin had been with him the whole time. Could there be another accomplice? Was it not that he had set his sights on the Eternal Life adventurer team, but that they had set their sights on him? No matter how hard Ma-san racked his brain, he couldn't imagine that a single handshake with Suin had stripped his granary bare. If he had known, he would have been desperate to chop off his own hand. Unfortunately, Suin's hands were just that slick. "Captain Ma, I told you long ago. The bread I gave you was gilded, very precious. Half a loaf could trade for your entire storehouse of supplies. I gave you 40 or 50 loaves before. Guess how much you'll have to pay back." Suin finished speaking with a sinister smile, then stood up and walked slowly toward Ma-san. "You're asking for death. Stealing from me. It'll make you pay double. Poison seed detonate." Ma-san let out a cold snort and instantly triggered the poison seed in Suin. A muffled sound rang out and a cloud of green smoke erupted around Suin, quickly enveloping him entirely. A potted plant on the table, touched by even a wisp of the green smoke, rotted into slime in the blink of an eye. "Don't worry, I won't kill you outright. I still have use for your life. Let me tell you a secret, I'll send someone to find your team's base soon. Within half a day, you'll locate it. Then your whole team will die with you. Those women, they'll have my fun and then sell them at the market. Kid, you're still too young. Don't think superpowers let you do whatever you want. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Compared to me, you're still." Just as Ma-san was rambling on with trash talk, a large hand shot out from the smoke, grabbing his throat and lifting him up. Ma-san struggled, but was utterly powerless. Though he was in Shrank Awakener, his close combat ability was abysmal. Once his poison failed, his real strength was nearly that of an ordinary person. At the same time, a dense web of fine steel wires shot out from the smoke, binding the nearby subordinate like a dumpling. Suin's cold voice came through the smoke. "Haven't you heard of the rule that smoke means no damage? You haven't watched enough movies, Captain Ma." The smoke suddenly contracted, quickly gathering into Suin's palm and vanishing. Seeing his own poison smoke absorbed by Suin, Ma-san's eyes widened in disbelief. Only poison-type abilities of the same level could absorb each other's toxins. "How do you have the same ability as me?" "Impossible. You clearly have lightning powers." Suin smiled faintly. "What nonsense are you talking about, Captain Ma? You don't have any ability. It's all an illusion. Try it yourself. See if you have any powers." Ma-san quickly checked his ability. As Suin said, he truly had no ability left. His searing, divine, rotting venom had vanished. "Where is my ability? How is this possible? How did it disappear?" Connecting the missing supplies in the granary, Ma-san seemed to realize something and stared at Suin in horror. "It's you. You must be the one who stole my ability." Crack. Suin's hand suddenly tightened, cutting off Ma-san's words in his throat. "Shoo." Suin raised a slender finger to his lips, making a silencing gesture. "Captain Ma, that's not something you should say." Crack, crack, crack. As Suin's hand gradually tightened, Ma-san's eyes began to bloodshot and turn crimson, veins bulging across his face. Eventually, under suffocation and pressure, Ma-san's struggles ceased. Suin slowly released his grip, and the corpse slumped to the ground. A blazing flame instantly wrapped around the body, reducing it to a pile of charcoal in moments. Suin waved his hand, freeing the bound subordinate's mouth. "All right, start shouting for help." The terrified man began to scream at the top of his lungs. "Help! Someone! The captain has been killed." A steel bar burst through the cement floor, piercing his thigh. "Louder! Haven't you had breakfast? It's him. He killed the leader. I saw it with my own eyes." "Quick, kill him! Avenge the leader!" At the man's shout, all members of the venomous snake mercenary corps surged forward. Looking around, there were 400 to 500 people, among them a group of awakened individuals standing at the very front, numbering at least 40 to 50. Their abilities ranged from G rank to B rank, with 1A rank among them. "Bastard, you actually killed our leader. You must die today. Don't waste words with him. Cripple him first, and then interrogate him slowly. Deputy leader, you are an A rank awakened. Oh, with the leader dead, you should lead everyone. Let's talk about this later. First, we must avenge the leader. Since his rebirth, this was the first time Suin had seen so many awakened ones at once. Looking at the furious crowd, he felt an inexplicable thrill. The blood within him stirred. He was about to face dozens of awakened ones at the same time. Truly exciting. He already possessed. Perhaps no one could provide a concrete answer anymore. Even against S-rank awakened ones, he could achieve instant kills now. But was that enough? No, it's not enough. Far from enough. Not enough. Power amplification. Iron body. Hearing amplification. Smell amplification. Eagle eye tracking. Jump amplification. Lightning control. Supercharge. Fire ability. Stone skin. Doubling. Suin let out a furious roar, activating dozens of abilities simultaneously. His body suddenly expanded several times, reaching 4 to 5 meters in height, transforming into steel covered by a layer of rocky armor. Bolts of electricity intertwined with flames surged around him, forming a storm of thunder and fire. Suin slowly raised his hands. Thousands of steel bars violently burst through the walls coiling behind him, as burning god corruption enveloped the tips of each steel bar. The sudden change stunned the members of the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps. He has S-rank abilities. No, there's more than one. He has many abilities. A monster. How can a person possess so many skills? He's a monster. Suin coldly regarded the horrified crowd. He had experienced 9 apocalypses. He had witnessed the earth being devoured and civilizations destroyed, had seen the sky fall, and gazed at the eye of the end in the endless sea of desert, observing the azure behemoth at the end of the ocean, locking eyes with deities in the new world. In the face of calamity, even an S-rank awakened one was merely a humble ant. What if he could instantly kill an S-rank? Under the calamity, one still could not control their fate. Survival was equally a struggle. Human power ultimately had its limits. The best way to combat the apocalypse was to become the apocalypse itself. Become the apocalypse itself. I am the apocalypse. Boom. The earth trembled and a storm of sand and stone rose up, spreading upwards, obscuring the sun and blocking the sky. Like a furious beast emerging from the ground, it swallowed the entire Venomous Snake Adventure Corps' stronghold in one bite. Within the beast's mouth echoed Suin's cold declaration. Welcome to the apocalypse. As the last rays of the setting sun fell upon the earth, the massive sand and stone fortress that loomed above the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps slowly crumbled until it collapsed. Once standing tall, the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps had transformed into a heap of ruins. Suin sat bare on a small mountain made of charred corpses, quietly watching the sunset. He took out a cigarette from his spatial domain and lit it with a piece of still-burning charred meat. Taking a deep puff, he observed the heap of the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps. Awakened ones, ordinary people, even the young and old, were all piled here. Not a single soul from the entire Adventure Corps survived. He had spared no one. Too many secrets were exposed today, and only the dead could keep absolute silence. Mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. In his memory, there was a story: a large Adventure Corps had humiliated a C-rank awakened one by cutting off a leg and then tossed him into a mass grave levee. The commotion caused by the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps was immense, drawing many onlookers. Yet all that could be seen were ruins and heaps of charred corpses, not a single living person. In just half a day, the renowned Venomous Snake Adventure Corps had been completely wiped out. According to insiders, the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps had crossed paths with an Adventure Corps named Eternal Life, leading to their demise. Moreover, it happened just after they provoked them in the morning, and by afternoon they were gone. The speed of this extermination was truly shocking. In no time, news of the Venomous Snake Adventure Corps destruction spread rapidly throughout Sud, with both large and small Adventure Corps receiving this alarming news, reaching a point where everyone knew about it. As for Suin, the instigator, he had long since returned to the talent market. After another day of recruitment, 200 fair-skinned beauties were added to the ranks. The overall quality surpassed that of the previous day. Seeing Suin return, Xue Qingyu hurried over, her face etched with worry. Are you alright? I'm fine, and I even scored a lot of good stuff, Suin said with a grin. The supplies of the Viper Adventurer Group had long been plundered by him. A mere 1800 points of supplies was nothing worth celebrating. What truly gratified him was that today he had plundered a total of 58 abilities, all of which could be gifted. 1 shrank, 1 a rank, 8 branks, 12 cranks, and the rest were low-tier abilities ranging from D to G. These abilities were the greatest harvest of his journey. His power had once again undergone a qualitative transformation. Previously, it would have taken him half a day to annihilate the Viper Adventurer Group. But now an hour would be more than enough. Seeing that Suin was unharmed, Xue Qingyu finally let out a sigh of relief. The recruitment is done. Shall we leave now? Let's go. I need to go back and take a shower. Just like the day before, the bus was filled with beautiful women of all sizes heading back into the city. However, before leaving, they spread word outside that tomorrow would be the last recruitment day for the Eternal Adventurer Group. Missing this opportunity meant it would be nearly impossible to join afterward. It took about an hour to return to the stronghold. The moment Suin stepped off the bus, he was stunned by the sight before him. The courtyard was littered with naked women lying in disarray. Some crying on the ground, some curled up in corners, trembling, others with vacant eyes, as if they had lost their souls. It was hard to imagine what inhuman treatment they had endured in just one day. "Master, you're back." Lu Hui greeted him with a gentle smile. "Master, there's no need to worry. It's just a minor punishment to make them more obedient," Lu Hui said, her smile unwavering. Suin hesitated about to speak. A minor punishment. They were practically broken. In the end, he chose not to intervene. Lu Hui's favorability toward him was maxed out and her loyalty was off the charts, as she would never do anything to harm him. Let her do as she pleased as long as the goal was achieved. After all, the perks of the Eternal Adventurer group didn't come for free. If they chose to stay, they had to be mentally prepared. "Master, we've selected 20 qualified ones. 2 are very beautiful and pure. Would you like to see them?" Suin waved his hand repeatedly. No, I need to take a shower first." With that, he dashed off to the villa's bathroom. Lu Hui's high loyalty was indeed a good thing, but sometimes it bordered on excessive, almost fanatical. He hadn't recruited these women for his own pleasure, but for future plans. Besides, how could he handle so many women? He didn't have some kidney enhancement ability, it would kill him. Yet aside from Suin, everyone believed these women were for his personal enjoyment. Even Xueqingyu thought so. There might be other reasons, but this point was indisputable. Why else wouldn't he recruit stronger, more practical men? If Suin knew, he'd cry out in injustice. What choice did he have? He couldn't exactly recruit a bunch of men to raise their favorability, could he? The condition for gifting abilities was 60 favorability or higher, meaning at least an admiration level. If a bunch of men harbored special brotherly feelings for him, just the thought was horrifying. He'd truly be grateful. Being ambushed by women at night was bearable, but being ambushed by good brothers would drive him to murder. Thinking back to his middle school days, he was a boarder. During monthly breaks, most of his roommates went home, leaving only him and 2 others to stay overnight in the dorm. Those 2 roommates. That scene left an indelible scar on his young psyche. The next day, he was so scared that he applied to the homeroom teacher for a room change. But he always felt those 2 guys looked at him strangely. After that, even if it meant spending holidays sleeping in internet cafes, he dared not stay in the dorm. Fencing was a childhood trauma he utterly loathed and feared. After adjusting the bathwater, Suin sank into it comfortably. Without the crow swarm, the solar water heater worked again, so he had hot water. Naturally, only the Eternal Adventurer group could still bathe. Outside, most water sources had dried up, forcing people to dig wells for groundwater. But groundwater wasn't infinite. There was too little for too many people, so drinking water was rationed, let alone bathing. Just then the bathroom door opened, and the little maid Xiao Xiao entered, her cheeks flushed. "Master, I'll scrub your back." Suin didn't refuse. He lay on the bathtub enjoying Xiao Xiao's back scrubbing service. The day had been exhausting. If not for copying Qing Xiao's recovery ability, he would have collapsed long ago. Killing was hard labor, especially when dealing with awakened beings. While relaxing, Suin silently sorted through all the abilities he could now gift, totaling over 60. But most were mediocre. Anything below crank was not worth considering. He recruited these people to boost combat strength. Abilities below crank were too inferior to be useful. Roughly calculating, he now had about 20 abilities to gift. His target was 200, maybe even more. At most, he had barely gathered a tenth of the required amount. In other words, he would need to annihilate at least 10 Viper Adventurer groups to meet the quota. The thought alone was troublesome. The only good news was that his proficiency in plundering abilities had reached 75. Just 25 more would level it up to 3. Leveling from 1 to 2 required plundering 10 abilities, and from 2 to 3, 100 abilities. That meant he was only 25 abilities away from leveling up. Who knew if a new function would unlock at level 3? While Suin sighed in frustration, Xueqingyu, who had been lurking outside the bathroom, tiptoed away. Though she wanted to go in, when it came down to it, she lacked the courage by a tiny margin. After his bath, Suin draped himself in a bathrobe and made his way to his private office, a workspace specially crafted for him by Lu Hui. The room was lavishly appointed. The velvet carpet was the least remarkable feature, while an array of antique curios and calligraphic paintings adorned every corner. Even the desk was carved from a single piece of high-grade golden thread Nanmu wood with intricate burl patterns. In the era before the apocalypse, such a desk would have been worth tens of millions. Despite its scarcity, it remained a prized possession among high-ranking members of adventure groups even after the cataclysm. Yet what puzzled Suin was that his desk was piled high with Qiaoqiu's sizzling photo books, and the walls were plastered with her seductive posters, many of which Lu Hui had recently taken for her. Suin couldn't fathom Lu Hui's intentions. After much thought, he could only attribute it to maternal love. Lu Hui adored her daughter so much that even in this apocalyptic world, she still sought to fulfill Qiaoqiu's starry dreams. Shaking off his confusion, Suin took out his notebook and began sketching and writing. At noon the day after tomorrow, the second phase of the zombie apocalypse would commence precisely. The first apocalypse was called the zombie apocalypse, comprising 3 stages. The first stage was the initial emergence of zombies lasting 31 days. Within this stage, the first 7 days were the most ordinary, with only a few zombies and perhaps some mutant variants. After 7 days came the transitional period between the first and second stages, the siege of bats and crows. This transitional period was the toughest for survivors, as the number of awakened individuals was at its lowest and the duration was prolonged. Surviving the crow's siege granted 3 days of RESP. He wondered if he could still boost it in time. If not, he'd have to force it. They said the most direct way into a woman's heart was. I really want a kidney enhancement, he mused, wondering if using recovery ability would work. He planned to try it with Li Xiaoyu tonight. Soon Lu Hui led the 20 selected girls into the office. She came up behind Su and gently massaging his temples, and issued a calm command to the newcomers: take off your clothes. Master, take a look and see who you prefer, and let her stay tonight. The girls obeyed without hesitation, their compliance at maximum. Suin quickly raised a hand to stop them. Put your clothes back on, he said, realizing Lu Hui had misunderstood his intentions. He couldn't afford such distractions now, he couldn't test his resolve with this. There were too many matters at hand, and it wasn't yet time for indulgence. The girls reluctantly dressed themselves. Suin then carefully assessed the new members. Appearance and looks were secondary, what mattered was favorability. To his astonishment, the lowest favorability was already over 70, and the highest had reached 99. Suin was baffled. What on earth was happening? He had never boosted these girls' favorability. How could it be so inexplicably high? Had they been brainwashed? Suin couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Lu Hui. She's got something, quite a lot in fact. Master, are you not pleased? There are younger ones, also very beautiful. Suin quickly waved his hands. No, I'm very satisfied, extremely satisfied. From now on you'll be fully in charge of assessing new members. Do as you see fit, and he'll support you wholeheartedly, haha. Having gained 20 tools for boosting favorability in a stroke, it was a godsend. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but pull the beautiful mature woman into his arms and kiss her deeply. Lu Hu's body stiffened, her eyes wide with shock, never expecting Suin would be willing to touch her. She trembled with excitement, and the suppressed emotions surged forth like a tidal wave. Suin hastily averted his gaze. Business first, business first. He needed to awaken these new members first and assign them their abilities. He then casually ordered the 20 girls, come to my room tonight. But immediately realizing his slip of the tongue, the implication was too suggestive and easily misunderstood. He quickly corrected himself. Right here is fine. No need to come to my room tonight. Lu Hui cast a knowing, flirtatious glance at Suin. Biting her red lips, she rose and began to unbutton his shirt. She would do anything for him. In his presence, she had no principles, and her very soul belonged to him. Wait, what are you doing? That's not what I meant. I need to grant them abilities, not what you're thinking. Lu Hu's face flushed crimson at his words. She quickly stepped aside, murmuring, I'm sorry, master. Suin waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. He then approached the new members, gently tapping each girl on the cheek with his hand. In an instant, 20 artificial awakened were completed. I have now bestowed an ability upon each of you. You are all awakened. The girls felt the changes within themselves, their beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Just as Lu Hui had told them, their master was omnipotent, as great as a deity. As long as they offered absolute loyalty, they would receive unimaginable blessings and gifts. At that moment, no one doubted Lu Hu's words any longer. Their gazes towards Suin grew more fervent and adoring, and their favorability ratings soared. 8 of them instantly reached 100, with the lowest at 91. They then knelt in unison. Thank you for your gift, master. Suin nodded in satisfaction. The favorability was rising so quickly. No need to kneel. Rise. Just remember to keep this matter forever locked in your hearts. Do not discuss it among yours. Understood, master. We would rather die than speak of it. Good. You may go now. Find instructor Li Xiaoyu and ask her to take you to the underground training ground. Master your abilities as quickly as possible. Your training time is limited, so do not slack off. The new members left joyfully to find Li Xiaoyu for training. In the blink of an eye, they had transformed from ordinary people into awakened, as if in a dream. Thinking of the group's generous benefits, enough to make even Shrank awakened envious, the girls were moved to tears. Their master was too kind to them. Joining the Eternal Life Adventure Group to serve their master was the most proud decision they had ever made. Lu Hui did not leave with the others. She had noticed Suin bending slightly as he stood up, and understood. She pressed herself gently against his back, her breath like orchid. Master, do you wish for my assistance? Suin hesitated. Another day? First have Xiao Xiao come here. You want Xiao Xiao? Lu Hui bit her lip, hesitating. Alright, I'll call Xiao Xiao. Suin, fearing another misunderstanding, quickly added, I plan to give Xiao Xiao an ability. After all, as a high-ranking manager of the group, it was only fitting. After spending time together, the little girl's favorability had inexplicably reached 99, 2 points higher than Xueqingyu. Suen couldn't help but wonder, had Lu Hui brainwashed Xiao Xiao too? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Hui smiled faintly, said nothing, and went downstairs to call Xiao Xiao. Suen sighed and slumped back into his chair. By now everyone probably saw him as a lecherous parasite, a reputation he could never wash clean, not even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Heaven knows he only had a slight entanglement with Li Xiaoyu, he hadn't touched anyone else. It was somewhat unjust, but he couldn't refute it. After all, he couldn't just confess that he had a system and had been reborn, that everything was for the future. Confessing was out of the question, not in this lifetime. A parasite it was then. One day he would truly live up to that name. Once the first apocalypse passed and the adventure group stabilized, he would just let loose. Soon Xiao Xiao arrived at the office. Suen pulled the obedient little maid onto his lap and casually awakened her. He still had 2 strength abilities to give the newly acquired Scorching Divine Corrosive Venom and the Sandstone Dominion from the second-in-command of Convict Island. The former had too many limitations. Lethal, but lacking combat power with harsh conditions. Unsuitable for Xiao Xiao. Sandstone Dominion was much better. As the group's logistics head, Xiao Xiao could use its high combat power, temporary base construction, and material transport. So Suen gave her Sandstone Dominion. I'm giving you an ability. See if you like it, Suen said, pinching her little nose with a smile. Feeling the new power, Xiao Xiao raised a hand and the dust in the room floated gently. She then burrowed into Suen's embrace. Thank you, master. You're the best. Suen stroked her hair gently, his expression tender. Though young Xiao Xiao was exceptionally sweet and sensible. Her pure, unshadowed smile. Suen, it seemed that this sibling bond had turned sour right out of the gate. The vibe was all wrong. As night fell, Suen lay on his bed, casually propping his legs up, while reading, waiting for Li Xiaoyu to return. What else could he do? Of course it was time to submit his assignments. The stimulation he faced during the day was a bit overwhelming. For the sake of his mental and physical health, it was indeed necessary to occasionally indulge in some distraction. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Xiaoyu still had not returned, leaving Suen with no choice but to lie down and sleep. In the past 2 days they had recruited quite a few new members, and with today's additions there were already over 400 candidates, all of whom needed to be evaluated one by one. As the head coach of the team, it was understandable that Li Xiaoyu had a lot on her plate. What Suen did not expect was that at this moment Li Xiaoyu was not busy with the new recruits, but was trying to persuade Xue Qingyu instead. Qingyu will be frank, but please save the child. Xue Qingyu blushed at the words. You wanted to go yourself. How was I supposed to know he had such high attack power? Every strike was a critical hit, even more terrifying than facing endless foes, Li Xiaoyu replied, still shaken. I want go. I don't know anything. I can't help you. Xue Qingyu shook her head vigorously. Seeing Xue Qingyu's unwavering reluctance, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, Qingyu, you must seize this opportunity. Look how many beautiful sisters have joined the courtyard in just a few days. Just look at Sister Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao. They're practically lounging on Suen's bed. If you delay any longer, you'll miss the boat. That shouldn't be the case. Xue Qingyu's gaze flickered. How could it not? I'm telling you, before long there may not be a spot left for you. Just look at those newcomers. Who doesn't want to crawl into his bed? Just wait and see, you'll regret it. Some of those sisters in the courtyard are just as good as you know. I wonder how long Suen can hold out. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to last ID swap partners every day. No 3 a day? Someone as timid as you might take a few years to even think about it. Forgetting is normal. Xue Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words. She knew she was timid, otherwise she wouldn't have secretly had a crush on Suen throughout college without even daring to ask for his phone number. After 2 years of silent adoration, they had barely exchanged a few words. Yet regarding such matters, she was utterly clueless, unable to discern whether what Li Xiaoyu was saying was true or false. Seeing Xue Qingyu hesitate, Li Xiaoyu immediately began to encourage her. If you don't understand, I can teach you. We are the best of friends. How could I not help you? Nobody understands better than me. I'm an expert in this. Come on, let's go tonight. Tomorrow is fine, right? Next time, I promise. Alright, it's settled. Just don't chicken out again when the time comes. With that, Li Xiaoyu reluctantly returned to face the storm alone. The next morning after breakfast, Suen brought several girls back to the talent market. Due to the announcement made yesterday, today was the last chance for the Chongqing Adventure Team to recruit members, so a particularly large crowd had gathered. Moreover, after he had wiped out the Viper Adventure Team yesterday, the reputation of the Chongqing Adventure Team soared. With such enticing offers, the number of applicants could only be described as a sea of people. Even before they arrived, there were already long lines of people who had stayed up all night to wait. Some girls even trekked overnight to apply. Although the number of zombies in the wild was scarce, long-distance trekking across districts still posed considerable dangers, potentially even fatal. Yet this did not deter the girls from their desires to join the Chongqing Adventure Team. Suen couldn't help but wonder if all the beautiful girls in Su District had come to sign up. Even if not, it couldn't be far off from T. As expected, the situation was indeed chaotic. One recruitment point was insufficient and had to be split into 5 simultaneous hiring spots. However, the recruitment process was not always smooth. Every day there were always some people looking for trouble. A rugged vehicle drove up to the recruitment point and came to a stop. A middle-aged man in a suit accompanied by several awakened individuals slowly got out of the car and walked towards Suin. "You must be Team Leader Su. I've heard much about you. I am Wu Xin, the president of the 100 Alliance." The man introduced himself politely. Suin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the man's head. Ability: Instantaneous Movement, S wealth value 110000, a space-type ability, not storage-focused, but rather combat-oriented. It was quite a good ability, one of the best for escape. His wealth value was also high, a full 1100, several times more than Ma San's, with his entourage consisting of 2 A-level and 2 B-level awakened individuals, indicating how remarkable the identity of this 100 Alliance president was. The 100 Alliance was behind the Survivor Alliance conference. Since it was a conference, there must be a leading figure, and Wu Xin was clearly the leader of that force. Despite his refined demeanor, he was highly cautious, maintaining a safe distance from Su and without even the intention of shaking hands. "What brings you here, President Wu?" Suin asked, somewhat displeased. "The Viper Adventure Team incident was orchestrated by your group, wasn't it?" "Yes, it was me," Suin shrugged. Seeing Suin's nonchalant attitude, Wu Xin did not get angry. "I won't say too much about pleasantries. The grievances between your team and the Viper Adventure Team are your own business. Who wins or loses is a matter of skill. The Viper Adventure Team was responsible for managing this venue. Since your team has eliminated them, you should rightfully claim jurisdiction over this area. However, your team has not attended the 100 Alliance meeting before, so there are doubts about whether jurisdiction can be granted to your team. I hope Team Leader Su can attend the 100 Alliance meeting once to give everyone an explanation, and it would also allow you to rightfully claim jurisdiction over this venue. What do you say, Team Leader Su?" After hearing Wu Xin's words, Suin felt no interest at all. His base was not outside the city. Taking over such a large venue offered him no benefits. It's a nice way to put it, but in truth, it was just being a caretaker, providing free safety for those survivors. Other forces could use this to recruit high-level awakened individuals, but he had no need for that. Why would he go begging when he could just recruit his own? After exchanging a few words with Xue Qingyu and the others, Suin followed Wu Xin into the vehicle. "Are you not bringing any guards along, Leader Su?" Most adventure group leaders were accompanied by personal guards. After all, even in Shrank Awakener had weaknesses and faced dangers, so leaders universally employed protectors. "My crew is short-handed. I can't afford such luxuries," Suin replied lazily. He spoke the truth. He simply couldn't spare anyone for guard duty. Moreover, he hardly needed them. He had no weaknesses to speak of. Even if, by some miracle, someone found a way to exploit him, the moment they touched him, that weakness would vanish. He was now the very embodiment of misfortune. Whoever crossed him would suffer. The lightest consequence of touching him was utter ruin. Seeing Suin's response, Wu Xin said no more, dismissing it as youthful arrogance. After driving over 100 kilometers, they arrived at the so-called 100 Alliance Assembly. It was a hastily constructed venue made of simple materials. The floor was covered in tattered carpets with about 100 tables and chairs scattered about, plus a large blackboard. More than a conference hall, it resembled a rural primary school classroom. Given the circumstances, there was no helping it. It was at least a place to hold discussions. The venue was already packed with people, at least 200 to 300 in number. However, only about 70 to 80 were leaders. The rest were guards standing nearby. Every single person present was an awakener, and high-level ones at that, with the weakest ability being crank. Suin's eyes lit up at the sight. As Wu Xin arrived, many leaders rose to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, Wu Xin walked straight to the podium and called out to Su in plea. Venue 16, which was previously under the Viper Adventure Group's control. At Wu Xin's words, the hall fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, but chose to remain mute. Before Suin's arrival, objections had been loud and fierce, but now that the man himself was here, no one dared speak. It was easy to criticize behind someone's back, but not everyone had the guts to challenge them face-to-face. This wasn't about courage, it was about strength. Everyone feared becoming the next Viper Adventure Group. Mad Wolf disagree. At that moment, a scar-faced man slammed his feet onto the table with a thud, glaring defiantly at Suin. "So this is the big shot of Eternal Life Adventure Group. Just a brat, huh?" The scarred man craned his neck towards Suin. "Kid, I heard you like using those outrageous benefits to lure young girls back for fun hundreds a day. Can your scrawny frame even handle it?" "Ha ha ha." At the scarred man's words, Wu Xin on the podium shook his head helplessly. This was exactly what he had feared. The scarred man, Mad Wolf, was the leader of the Wolf Fong Adventure Group and Shrank Awakener himself, commanding over 200 Awakeners, ranking among the top 3 adventure groups. Mad Wolf was notoriously violent and hot-tempered. Rumors said he was a gang enforcer before the apocalypse with blood on his hands. After awakening, he had slaughtered his entire gang, turning his boss skull into a drinking cup. He had killed more people than zombies, a true god of death. Few in the Sioux region dared provoke him. Since Mad Wolf had voiced his objection, trouble was inevitable. Suin glanced at Mad Wolf dismissively. Ability Endless Fury S Wealth 78,000 and Strength Enhancement Type Combat Ability, known for high recovery and devastating power. When activated, every cell in the body received explosive enhancement, boosting combat prowess by several tiers. The longer it was active. 4, 5, and 6. 3 in total, Wu Xian replied instinctively. Suin slowly rose, a grin spreading across his face. From today onward, venues 4, 5, and 6 belong to my Eternal Life Adventure group. Who agrees? Who opposes? Suin's words stunned everyone present. Damn, this kid is truly arrogant. He's crazier than Mad Wolf, a complete madman, no a fool. I bet he'll be torn apart by Mad Wolf within 5 minutes. Boss Mad Wolf, crush him. I've long despised that bastard. Hard to say, maybe he's also in Strength Awakener, the outcome is uncertain. Even among strengths there are gaps. Do you even understand the weight of endless fury? This kid is doomed, I say. If you don't believe me, wanna bet? I bet a sack of rice. Bet. I just won't bet. Come on, if Mad Wolf loses, he'll give you 10 sacks of rice. If that kid loses, you only need to give me half a sack. Don't be a sore loser. No, I am a sore loser. Mad Wolf's strength was evident to all. In an unknown fight, no one present could match him, not even President Wuxin. Mad Wolf had a fiery temper like a powder keg ready to explode. Only this newcomer dared to provoke him so openly. Youth was truly wasted on the young, ignorant, and bold. Offending Mad Wolf meant dying without knowing how. Hearing Suin's arrogant words, Mad Wolf was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. You want my territory? Kid, you're gonna laugh me to death. Ha ha. With that, he smashed the table to pieces with a single punch, slowly stood up, his body radiating a blood-red glow and his eyes turning a deep scarlet. At the slightest provocation, he had activated Endless Fury, embodying extreme rage. It seems some scum haven't witnessed Mad Wolf's methods. Kid, I've killed more people than you've eaten meals. Get over here and let Mad Wolf teach you some manners. Scum should know their place. Suin didn't hesitate. Activating multiple amplification abilities simultaneously, he flickered and vanished from his spot, reappearing directly before Mad Wolf. His fist brimming with explosive power slammed into Mad Wolf's abdomen. Mad Wolf laughed heartily, choosing neither to dodge nor block, intending to take the punch heat. He had absolute confidence in his defense. Thud. The punch landed with a dull thud. A burst of force passed through Mad Wolf's body, blasting a massive hole in the wall behind him. Yet Mad Wolf stood as steady as a mountain, not retreating a single step. Ha, scum, are you tickling me? Come on, I'll let you hit me again. If I take a step back, ill. Suddenly Mad Wolf's smile froze on his face. A wave of weakness washed over him. The amplification from Endless Fury rapidly faded, disappearing completely in the blink of an eye. No matter how he tried to activate his ability, it was useless. He felt as if he had become an ordinary person. Slap. Suin smoothly slid his hand upward, grabbing Mad Wolf's head and lifting his massive frame into the air. This isn't a negotiation. It's an order. Understand? Mad Wolf felt his skull creak, as if his entire head was about to explode. He could only let out a series of agonized screams. It seems you don't understand. With that, Suin suddenly exerted force, crushing Mad Wolf's head. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. In a flash, he knocked out the dazed guard beside Mad Wolf and held him aloft. After finishing, he slowly turned to face the crowd and said calmly, "I'll ask again, who agrees and who opposes?" Instantly, the hall fell into a deathly silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared in horror, their mouths agape. Even the usually refined Wuxin was no exception. One punch, just one punch, and Mad Wolf was defeated. His head was crushed. What kind of monstrous freak was this? It was so absurd he hardly seemed human. Who would dare to oppose him now? Even Wuxin, the president, lacked the courage to utter a single word of dissent, let alone the others. The timid felt as if merely looking at Suin was a crime, itching to flee at the first opportunity. Since no one objects, halls 4, 5, 6, and 16 will henceforth belong to the Black Rose Mercenary Corps. Suin had no intention of keeping these halls. Instead, he gifted them to Black Rose. Indeed, Black Rose had also arrived. He was somewhat surprised. He had thought that without Xueqingyu, Black Rose would not have come into being, yet here it was. Currently, Black Rose was led by Li, being known as the Ice Witch. She was a cold woman dressed in black, holding a black umbrella, appearing to be in her 20s. Her delicate face revealed little emotion. She was a woman whose ability, personality, and actions were all extreme in their coldness, more like an ice sculpture than a person. Originally, when Black Rose was first formed, it had 2 Strength Awakeners. One was Xueqi. With a cold laugh, Suin turned and left, carrying the man in his hand. Mad Wolf was dead, and he needed to quickly take over Mad Wolf's base. Every Awakener that escaped would be a great loss. As for the others, he could take his time exploiting them. The more dominant he appeared, the more fear he instilled. The more fear they felt, the more they would strive to grow stronger to protect themselves. This was exactly the result he wanted. Sheep that fattened themselves up were truly worry-free. After Suin left, the venue fell into a long silence, with no one daring to speak. First, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Who just said that Captain Sue would be killed by the mad wolf? It wasn't me, I didn't say that. Don't look at me, I never said anything like that. It was me, I said it, but I've lost interest now since my cabinet moved. It was just some casual remarks that shouldn't be held against me, right? What a sudden misfortune this is. No one expected Suen would leave just 3 minutes after arriving, taking the mad wolf's life, and leaving behind some rather unfriendly words. If everyone was merely wary of the longevity adventure team before now, there was deep-seated fear. No one wanted to end up on Sue's radar and become the next mad wolf. Captain Zhang was the loudest just now, and you still have half of a Yunnan ham at home, right? I think you should cut half of it and send it over. After more than a month of doomsday purification, fresh meat was nearly impossible to find. Even if one dug up fresh meat from the city, it was likely rotten and stinking. Fresh rat meat was considered a luxury. Most people referred to meat as mere sausage. Adding a small piece the size of a knuckle to a meal could be proudly declared as a luxurious meat dish. Currently, the top delicacies were cured meats and hams, but they were extremely rare. Even the captains of various adventure teams couldn't. In today's world, it was a rare treasure, and he couldn't bear to eat it himself. Just smelling it was enough to make him feel elated. To give it away. His heart ached as if he couldn't breathe. The longevity adventure team doesn't lack food. Their recruitment offers good treatment, and they eat meat every day. Captain Zhang's gaze flickered. He was indeed reluctant. Old Zhang, we can just listen to the niceties. When we recruit, don't we say we provide meat? Just ask yourself, is what we provide really meat? A piece of meat the size of a finger divided into 10 portions, just a tiny bit, at every meal, does that count as meat? You can fool everyone else, but don't deceive yourself. Who doesn't lack meat now? Who doesn't lack food? Who doesn't want to eat ham? It's just a few bad words. If you give me half a ham, even if you kill my horse, I can still laugh it off and forget our grievances. Better to lose some wealth than to face disaster. Don't let them wipe you out, then you won't be able to keep your ham either. Captain Zhang slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon. He'll think about it. No one felt that Captain Zhang was losing his composure. Anyone would feel heartache, and some would rather die than part with their ham. Meanwhile, Wu Xin on the podium fell into deep contemplation. He had seen more than others. When Suen acted earlier, he hadn't even clearly seen what kind of ability his opponent had, let alone its level. However, it was undoubtedly a very strong ability, at least strength. Compared to others who trembled in fear from Suen's ambiguous threats, he remained much calmer. In his view, Suen was merely trying to show off and gain a bit of face publicly, which was normal for a young person. As long as he was still a normal person, he wouldn't dare to take on many foes alone, and even if the longevity adventure team was strong, they could not stand against the entire 100 Alliance. Captain Zhang, you should send the ham to Captain Su tomorrow. Not just Captain Zhang, we all should send something. Everyone ship and let's gather about half a ton of rice. Everyone was dumbfounded when Wu Xin made this suggestion. Sending a ham, and now also sending rice and flour. Even more. Half a ton of rice and flour. For 99% of those present, even emptying their homes wouldn't yield that much. That is rice and flour. Even if dozens of adventure teams pooled their resources, it would not be an easy task. Wu Xin noticed everyone's confusion. Everyone should have seen Captain Zu's strength. He's even stronger than the Mad Wolf. Right now, the most important thing is to bring the longevity adventure team into the 100 Alliance. In the upcoming counteroffensive operations in the city, the longevity adventure team can play a significant role. This extravagant gift is not easily obtained. Oh, whatever you take, you must contribute equally, or Wu Xin chuckled coldly as he spoke. Everyone's eyes brightened at his words. President Wu seemed to be pushing them into a corner. Sending so much food was indeed a lavish gift. Oh, anyone would be tempted and find it hard to refuse. But once they accepted it, they would be ensnared. They would either obediently act as the vanguard in the upcoming counteroffensive or face the wrath of the 100 Alliance. Half a ton of rice and flour was indeed a lot, but compared to the vast stores of resources hidden in the city, it was hardly significant. Suen was indeed strong, but in the end he was just one person against the 100 Alliance. He was merely a feather in the wind. A brilliant strategy, President Wu. I agree. I agree too. Let's go for it. Count me in. Soon all the adventure teams unanimously agreed to Wu Xin's decision except for the Black Rose, who refused to participate. Bailey stared coldly at Wu Xin, a faint smirk at the corner of her mouth. Those who survived in this apocalyptic world and established their own forces were not to be trifled with. Wu Xin seemed to want the longevity adventure team to take the lead in exerting effort, but in reality, he aimed to swallow the entire longevity adventure team. Everyone present was aware of this. The counteroffensive operation in the city would undoubtedly be extremely perilous. No one knew what the city center was like now, but danger was certain. As the vanguard, the longevity adventure team would face unknown and terrifying mutated zombie armies and would certainly suffer devastating blows unless they were intimately familiar with the city center. But was that even possible? Is the city center even a place where people can live now? The weakened longevity adventure team would be quickly devoured by others. Wu Xin appeared gentle and refined, but his mind was darker than ink, otherwise he wouldn't have risen to the position of president. Bailey said nothing, standing up with her guards and leaving the venue. Suin directly handed over 4 territories to the Black Rose. Although she did not understand why Suin did this, 4 territories amounted to a considerable fortune, while the Black Rose only had 1. This act of kindness was of great significance. She couldn't reciprocate with goodwill. Moreover, the Black Rose was a women's adventure team, which was already struggling in this chaotic world. Staying out of it was the best option. Seeing Bailey leave without a word, Wu Xin slightly narrowed his eyes and instructed a subordinate beside him, find out the relationship between the Longevity Adventure Team and the Black Rose. Also send someone to locate. Suin had just exited the Wolf Fang Adventurer Corps stronghold and returned to the recruitment point. He greeted the women briefly before slipping into the bus. He had spent less than an hour inside the Wolf Fang Adventurer Corps. In that short span of time, he had already annihilated the entire Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps. He had lost count of how many he had killed within that hour. The cries of agony and weeping still echoed in his ears. There was not a shred of pity or sympathy in his heart, only a faint flame of anger still burning in his chest, a lingering effect of the endless fury. But he had to admit the Wild Wolf's endless fury was indeed formidable, or else he wouldn't have wiped out the Wolf Fang Adventurer Corps so swiftly. The Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps, a top-tier large mercenary group, boasted 318 awakened individuals, including 18 rank awakened. It was fair to say the Wolf Fang Adventurer Corps was one of the most supreme forces in Sioux region. This time he had also acquired. He also gained a new function, Same Attribute Fusion. Same Attribute Fusion allows the fusion of abilities with the same attribute, resulting in a higher level ability. This Same Attribute Fusion was another bug level power. With this ability, he could now fuse those worthless abilities and refine them into superior ones. From now on, no matter the rank, any ability that came into his hands could be turned from trash to treasure. This is the true golden finger, he thought. With fusion, it was not impossible to forge an all-strength adventurer core. Thus, Suin spent the better part of the afternoon cooped up in the bus fusing abilities. Iron Arm F, Stone Skin F, Calcification E. Calcification E, Muscle Strengthening E, Iron Skin E. Steel Body, A, Diamond Skin, A, Radiant Body S. Fire Energy, A, Scorching Breath, A, Bone Melting Flames S. Water Energy, A, Extreme Freeze, A, Eternal Moment S. Infinite Perception, A, Toxin Enhancement, A, Fails Middle School Physics. By evening, he had synthesized 8 rank abilities and 40 rank abilities, leaving only that many. Hundreds of abilities seemed plentiful, but when used they were truly insufficient. After synthesis, only this little remained. Not all fusions of same attribute abilities could advance to a higher rank. Even among abilities of the same rank, there were high and low grades. Fusing 2 low-grade frank abilities would only yield a high-quality frank. A high-quality frank required pairing with 2 low-grade franks, or 1 high-quality frank, to fuse into a new E-rank ability of random quality. The further he went, the more troublesome the synthesis became. Especially when synthesizing rank abilities, it often required 4 or 5 rank ones. That meant the 40 rank ability. Within less than 10 minutes of travel, the tailgaters were left far behind, and they would be greeted by a massive horde of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Forget about finding the Eternal Life Adventurer Corps stronghold. It was uncertain whether these people could even make it back alive. The 3 buses returned safely to the stronghold. After handing the women over to Lu Hui, he went straight to his office to organize data and filter out the laboratories that would refresh tomorrow, categorizing them by safety factor. He now had 40 rank abilities and 8 strengths to bestow, meaning he could add 48 new tools, bringing the total to 68, including yesterday's 20. He planned to split these 68 individuals into 8 squads. Each squad would be led by an awakened with some ordinary people as support, and the 8 squads would tackle the laboratories separately. The ordinary people assigned should preferably be those destined for elimination, so their deaths wouldn't be mourned. Master, today we screened 60 new members. 60, that's enough. Bring 8 of them over first. Yes, Master. Soon Lu Hui brought 8 exquisitely beautiful fair-skinned women to the office. These 8 new members were all top-tier beauties, each with a unique charm, varying in age and style. It seemed Lu Hui had deliberately selected the most attractive ones. Lu Hui gave the same orders as yesterday. He knew Lu Hui was doing it on purpose. But he too felt a surge of irritation. He had been trying his utmost to restrain himself, not wanting to cause trouble, yet Lu Hui kept provoking him time and again. Coupled with the lingering anger from overusing endless fury, today, his temper flared. He simply let go. Then he said flatly, "Are you testing a cadre with this?" Lu Hui displayed an abject humility before Suin, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Her emotions, twisted over a long period, had transformed her into a different person, and she spared no effort in trying to please him. Suin reclined in his chair, a hint of headache creeping in. He had witnessed Lu Hui's gradual changes, aware that her feelings for him were twisted, yet he had never corrected or guided her, nor offered any comfort. Perhaps her loyalty bordering on madness was exactly what he wanted to see. He had always been a selfish coward to the extreme, afraid of betrayal. Like those on Sin Island, he was a coward who delighted in controlling others' fates. A villain. If a slave ability existed, he would not hesitate to shackle everyone around him. He too was twisted, harboring deep within a malice and cowardice toward the entire world. Despite having a cheat, he remained what he was, a weed cowering in a stinking ditch amidst the winter's chill, born ordinary, driven only by. Xiao Xiao walked over like a marionette. The night air was cool. Suin sat on the balcony flanked by his two maids. He felt no inner conflict, only relief and indescribable lightness in body and mind. All 48 abilities had been distributed, bringing the total to 68 awakened individuals, including the 20 from yesterday. Tomorrow 8 teams would simultaneously assault 8 different laboratories. 6 teams, each led by Shrank Awakened with 8 awakened assistants and 20 ordinary people, would tackle level 4 security labs. The remaining 2 teams, led by Li Xiaoyu and Xue Qingyu respectively, would take on level 5 labs. Suin would handle the level 6 lab alone. Lu Hui Xiao and Qing Xia were responsible for logistics and medical aid. They had to capture as many high-quality labs as possible before the main force could react. That night no one slept soundly. The girls with newly acquired abilities were busy familiarizing themselves with them. Xue Qingyu lay awake restless because Su An's room had a new occupant. Early the next morning before dawn, 17 trucks rumbled out of the stronghold heading for the city's outskirts. Suin led the convoy on Wonkai. The dog, excited after being cooped up for so long, bounced around until a few knocks on the head from Su and calmed him down, albeit with a pitiful whimper. By the time the convoy left the city, the sky was barely light. Look, so many trucks coming out of the city. Awesome. Seems like the Eternal Life Adventurer Squad. No wonder, only they dare to drive in and out of the city. They've got the chops for it. I heard even the Wolfang Adventurer Squad was wiped out by them just yesterday. Wow, that's strong. Too bad my daughter didn't make it into the squad. Where are they headed? Why are they driving into the wilderness? Who knows? Maybe Captain Su is taking the girls on an outing. I've heard he's the only man in the squad, the rest are all beauties. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Envy won't get you anywhere. Even if you had all those beauties, you couldn't support them. You can't even fend for yourself. Better get back to digging for roots. They're getting scarcer. Under the gaze of the survivors, the 17 buses passed through the dense camps and headed into the wilderness. A few curious souls tried to follow on foot, but they were quickly left behind by the vehicles and had to return in disappointment. After half an hour, the convoy slowly halted in a desolate field. Set up camp here, Suin commanded. The girls efficiently unloaded pre-prepared tents, fences, and simple building materials from the trucks, beginning to construct the camp. Lu Hui and Xiao Xiao led the logistics team in starting fires and cooking. Li Xiaoyu took a group of awakened to sailing. Yes, the scouts we sent should have returned by now. Wu Xian stood at the forefront of the team, his face dark and grim. No matter how hard he tried to fathom it, he could never have imagined that the Longevity Adventure Team would annihilate the Wolfang Adventure Team, leaving not a single soul alive. A complete replication of the Viper Adventure Team's fate. The Wolfang Adventure Team was far stronger than the Viper Adventure Team, with a comprehensive strength several times greater, yet their end was the same, even occurring within a single day. This filled Wu Xian with an acute sense of crisis, a faint premonition that his seat as the guild leader was no longer secure. Without a doubt, Suin was a formidable contender for the leadership. He grew even more resolute in his plan to absorb the Longevity Adventure Team. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. There could only be one ruler in this land of Su. However, the men he had dispatched yesterday to locate the Longevity Adventure Team's stronghold had yet to return, as if they had Vani. Under Wu Zin's encouragement, the crowd grew fervent. At the thought of sweet bread and food, they were as energized as if injected with adrenaline. Yes, they were fired up. For bread. For instant noodles. For the revered chili sauce. Charge. Roar. Charge. I swear I'll eat my fill today. Nothing will stop me. I said it, charge. Wu Zin's encouragement proved effective, but even more so for the zombies. The roaring crowd attracted an even larger horde. Though they were still on the city's outskirts, the number of undead rivaled that deep within. Wu Zin's scalp tingled at the sight of the surging tide. Was this what the city was like? What horrors awaited at its core? He wondered how the Longevity Adventure Team managed to camp and survive on the city's edge. No one had it easy in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, the Longevity Adventure Team's new stronghold was taking shape. Though crude, it was already habitable. Today's meal was 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and white rice, with plenty of meat to go around. Before a major battle, one must eat heartily. During the meal, Suin reiterated, in this lab raid operation, speed is key, but absolute safety comes first. Prioritize security. If a lab proves too tough, set it aside and move to another. Each of you is a treasure of our adventure team. Your lives are mine, your fate is mine to decide. You must not die easily without my permission. Understand. The death of ordinary people mattered little, but losing an awakened was a huge loss. They were abilities he had risked his life to acquire. Hearing Su An's words, which seemed like scolding, but were full of concern, the female members were deeply moved. Their favorability toward him rose significantly. They answered in unison. As for Su An's claim that labs would spontaneously appear, no one doubted him. In the longevity adventure team, Su An was the absolute core and pillar, even a source of faith for many. If he said it would happen, it would. This time Su An hadn't brought all the awakened. He left 2 rank awakened to guard the base and screen new members. For safety, he had used his sand and stone ability to build walls dozens of meters high around the stronghold, equipped with multiple traps. Additionally, the high-level zombies nearby had been mostly cleared, ensuring 100 safety. As for human threats, they would need the ability to reach the city center, find the stronghold's location, breach the thick walls, and do it all without being backstabbed by zombies. As time passed, the sun climbed to its zenith. Noon had arrived. Rumble. The earth trembled. One steel fortress after another burst forth like mushrooms after rain. These bastions varied in size, some as small as 5 or 6 stories, others as massive as several hundred material structures linked together. In the blink of an eye, the once barren wilderness transformed into a forest of steel fortresses. The female members of the longevity adventure team gazed at the colossal buildings sprouting around them, their awe beyond words. Nearly all the fortresses were a dark greenish-black, covered in unknown vines and fungi like monstrous beasts emerging from the depths of the earth, imposing and eerie. Remember what I said, do not attempt to pick any plants here. Every flower is highly toxic, and the fungi carry deadly viruses. Once poisoned or infected, death is certain, Su An warned. Inside there are many monsters, their types, weaknesses, and how to kill them. I've compiled into documents for you. Memorize them well. Bring back any supplies you find your squad. 1 squad remained to guard the stronghold, while the other 7 set off along the pre-planned routes. Before departing, the girls each gave Su An a warm embrace, and the more sentimental ones had tears welling in their eyes. For some, this parting might be forever. Each carried a resolve to die on this journey. Yet no one blamed Su An for his ruthlessness. This was their own choice as well. During their time in the longevity adventure group, life had been more comfortable than heaven itself. No more gnawing on grass roots or eating cockroaches and bugs. Every meal was a feast, and they drank meat broth daily as if in a dream. But that didn't mean they could take such treatment for granted. Now was the time Su An needed them, and also the time to prove their worth. Watching the 7 squads depart, Su An prepared to act alone. Xiao Xiao threw herself into his arms. He patted Xiao Xiao on the back and soothed her softly, "Don't worry, you'll be back soon." After exchanging a few words with Lu Hui, Su An mounted Wankai and vanished into the fortress jungle. It was the first day of the laboratory's refresh. Only 1 top-tier lab with a safety rating of 6 would appear. This lab lay deep in the southwestern part of the fortress jungle, a considerable distance from the temporary stronghold. Even with Wankai's speed, it would take at least an hour. He chose to tackle the top-tier lab alone precisely because of its immense danger. Ordinary people would face near-certain death, and even rank awakeners had to proceed with caution. In his past life, even by the end of the first apocalypse, the top-tier labs in Sudi had not all been conquered. The few that fell were taken by dozens of adventure groups working together at a staggering cost. This showed just how perilous these labs were. In other words, anyone accompanying him would be a burden, unable to help, and only. On the outskirts of the city, the 100 Alliance army had been locked in fierce combat in the urban area for 4 or 5 hours, yet their advance remained sluggish. Wu Xian commanded the troops to skirmish along the periphery, scavenging whatever supplies they could find. But the outskirts offered little, though after hours of effort the losses outweighed the gains. The seemingly formidable army of 1,000 awakeners appeared pitifully small before the tireless tide of zombies and casualties mounted. What infuriated Wu Xian even more was that they still hadn't located the longevity adventure group's lair. And that wasn't all. A sudden earthquake shook the very ground, lasting less than a minute before subsiding. But it toppled already precarious high-rises across the city, scattering the awakener army into chaos. The zombie horde seized the opportunity, pressing their attack with even greater ferocity. Even Wu Xian, known for his composure, felt his resolve crack. He had no choice but to ord. Su An had already entered the interior of the laboratory. As expected of a safety level 6 lab, he encountered bizarre mutant creatures every few steps. There were mutated spiders as large as millstones, hornets the size of basketballs, and cockroaches as big as stray dogs, all with a minimum level of LV4. Moreover, these were merely the most common virus-infected organisms, not bows. Just then a red figure slowly crawled out from the corner. It was a humanoid creature without epidermis, its muscles fully exposed to the air. Swollen brain tissue had flung off its skull, leaving the brain matter bare. Its elongated limbs ended in sharp claws. Liquor LV7. This was also not a bow, but an evolved zombie infected by the virus with hyperplastic brain tissue, degenerated vision, but extremely acute hearing and high leaping ability. It had evolved a retractable spiked tongue and claws, possessing a beast-like hunting instinct and strong aggression. It had completely transcended humanity, evolving. They were utterly useless. Having blueprints meant nothing without manufacturing equipment. In his past life, had never seen anyone find such equipment, turning these theoretically valuable blueprints into scrap paper. Still, Suin didn't mind and packed them all into his wide area space. What if he did find the equipment? Furthermore, not only the blueprints were useless, but also the 1,800 bottles of catalyst fluid, a specialty from chests after the second stage began. Drinking it would kill a human instantly, and animals would explode. It could only be used to irrigate plants for accelerated ripening, maturing a half-year crop in just 3 days. But they ripened too much. Plants watered with catalyst became highly toxic, lethal to anyone who ate them, and some would even mutate, rise up, and chase people as man-eating monsters. At this stage, the catalyst was worthless, even harmful, universally despised junk. Yet its yield was massive. But only for now. The catalyst's true purpose would shine only during the second apocalypse, when this former trash would become a gold mine. At that time, a single bottle of catalyst would be more valuable than a sack of meat. This led Suin to consider mass-purchasing catalyst fluid. At this stage, the price would be laughably low. How much catalyst could a loaf of bread buy? A sackful or a cartload? Or maybe 1 grain of rice per bottle? No 2 bottles. After surveying the entire laboratory, Suin still chose not to leave. There was too little, far too little. Was this the expected output of a hazard level 6 laboratory? Though there were hundreds of bows and thousands of mutated creatures enough to annihilate or severely wound any ordinary large adventure group, Suin deemed the danger level far from sufficient. The variety of bows was too scarce, and the unique items specific to a safety level 6 laboratory remained undiscovered. After circling several times, he finally found a vertical passage beneath a collapsed metal panel. Found it. Suin casually tossed a fireball down. The flame flickered as it descended to the bottom. A dense swarm of shadows surged toward the light, devouring the fire in an instant, plunging the passage back into darkness. By the dying embers, Suin glimpsed the creatures' forms. Giant humanoid toads covered in dense grayish-green horny protrusions. LV-9 Hunter Gamma Development Code MA-124 product of amphibian fertilized eggs fused with human genes and combined with the Typhirus gregarious cunning brutal fear of cold. This was a new BOW model superior in attack, defense, and SP. Thud. Crash. An ice sculpture shattered into chunks of frozen flesh. Suin waved his hand, conjuring a fireball to illuminate the dim surroundings. This place resembled a sewer. The water on the ground had frozen solid, surrounded by dozens of frozen toad statues. These Hunter Gamma seemed immobile, but were not dead, merely in temporary hibernation. Controlling his high-grade alloy battle blade, Suin sliced them into pieces one by one. Meow. Wang Kai jumped down too, grabbing a chunk of toad meat without hesitation. Suin's mouth twitched. Aren't you afraid that'll kill you? Meow. It's delicious. This creature was hopeless, shoving anything into its mouth. It had already eaten plenty of bows earlier. Only a mutated beast like Wang Kai could enjoy such delicacies. For an ordinary person or animal, even a lick would turn them into a walking corpse infected by the virus. Suin couldn't be bothered to care. Wang Kai might be dumb, but it knew what was edible. He turned and walked deeper into the sewer. Beside the door was a small screen, seemingly for fingerprint verification. Suin tried it. Fingerprint mismatch. No entry authorization. A mechanical voice came from the verifier. If his guess was right, somewhere in this laboratory there should be a fingerprint key capable of opening this door. It wouldn't be in the sewer, so it had to be in the offices above ground. That meant he'd have to go back upstairs to find it. I hate puzzles the most. They'll give you a puzzle. His body suddenly enlarged, transforming into a diamond form, and dozens of abilities activated simultaneously. Flames and lightning roared, ice and fire raged without end. Then he launched a series of military punches at the alloy door. There's your puzzle. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous echoes resounded continuously. Before long, he had smashed a massive hole into the alloy door, cracking the once seamless barrier wide enough to squeeze through. Puzzle solved. Suin deactivated his abilities and slipped inside. As he entered, a dazzling light struck him. He found himself in an underground plaza spanning hundreds of zhang. At its center, treasure chests were piled like a small mountain, gleaming brilliantly. The lowest grade was platinum, and there were even dozens of diamond-grade chests. In both his lives, this was his first time seeing diamond-grade chests, let alone so many at once. Suin spent half an hour opening each of the 842 treasure chests piled up like a small mountain. Among them there were 800 platinum-grade and 42 diamond-grade chests. What a bountiful harvest. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen so many treasure chests. The contents of the platinum-grade chests were almost entirely high-grade alloy equipment, along with blueprints and potions that permanently enhanced physical abilities. Just from these platinum-grade chests, he obtained over 120 pieces of high-grade alloy equipment and 1528 bottles of permanent physique enhancement potions. As for the diamond-grade chests, their contents were even more outrageous. Although there weren't many items in the diamond chests, each was exquisite. Each chest contained a permanently self-recharging handheld electromagnetic cannon. The cannon fired at an average rate of one shot every 5 seconds, with each shot's power equivalent to the full force of an grade lightning awakened one, capable of reaching up to 20 consecutive shots. However, after 20 shots, there would be a 3-minute cooldown for recharging. An ordinary person wielding a handheld electromagnetic cannon could even take on Insgrade A. With 8 savage wolves, if Insgrade awakened one wearing it engaged in unknown combat, they would be undefeated. The high-tech battle armor was indeed monstrous. Not only did it have explosive combat power, but it also featured a considerate self-adjusting function that could resize according to the wearer's physique and maintain the most comfortable body temperature in various external environments. Made of lightweight sweat-wicking material, it was both convenient and portable, an essential gear for home travel and illicit activities. In his past life, Suin had only caught a distant glimpse of such technology, and that was after the second apocalypse. A set of high-tech exoskeleton battle armor could almost be described as priceless, something that could not be exchanged for any amount of food. Yet now he had acquired 16 sets. Without hesitation, Suin took one set and put it on. The material was so lightweight, resembling silk underwear, and felt incredibly smooth against his skin. In addition to the high-tech battle armor, there was also a very special blueprint automatic defense turret for electromagnetic towers. It was evidently a remarkable item. Unfortunately, like other blueprints, it lacked the necessary manufacturing equipment and could only be admired, not utilized. Finally, there were 9 top-tier nano-cold weapons left. They could transform into accessories for easy carrying and could revert to the user's preferred weapon when needed. Suin was just in need of a handy weapon, and these 9 nano-weapons solved his immediate problem. Delighted, he put the items away and scanned the surroundings to see if he had missed anything. A large alloy canister by the square caught his attention. There's a big one. This large canister was over 10 meters tall and about 7 or 8 meters wide, made entirely of high-grade alloy. Just the canister itself was already quite valuable. Without a doubt, it was filled with good things. There was a barely noticeable fine line on the side of the canister, likely indicating an opening. Thus, Suin activated his powers again and attempted to tear open the can. This time equipped with the high-tech battle armor, he wouldn't rip his clothes. With Suin's brute force pulling, the alloy canister emitted a series of piercing screeches as the gap widened. It's opening, it's opening. However, at that moment, a gigantic fist suddenly shot out from the canister, sending Suin flying and crashing into the wall, unable to extricate himself. A massive figure emerged slowly from the canister, towering over 9 meters tall. Its body was covered in swollen, writhing flesh with 2 large hands protruding from its sides. Its neck was empty and headless. Strictly speaking, its head was integrated into its body, and there were more than one. Dozens of distinct heads resembling tumors were scattered across its body, their mouths incessantly opening and closing. At first glance, it appeared to be a colossal tumor formed from the fusion of many corpses, twisted, grotesque, and utterly repulsive. Goddess of Night LV-29, Disaster Level Creature Civilization Destruction, Threat Index LV-6, High Threat to Level 1 and below. Civilization's Intelligence Assessment 5, Low, possessing basic biological instincts, critical weakness, energy mutation, core skills, infinite proliferation, organic. A Level 29, Disaster Level Creature. It seems he inadvertently released something extraordinary. There is no doubt that this is the most powerful creature Suin has ever encountered. With an initial level of 29, even a bow is merely a trifle before it. Its skills are horrifyingly abnormal. Honestly, Suin regrets not controlling his own hands. How could he have let such a thing out? This is a terrifying creature that poses a threat to an entire civilization. No wonder there are so many treasure chests here. This must be a boss room, something he should have realized earlier. Just as Suin was lost in thought, the Goddess of Night charged at him like a mad beast, her massive body weighing several tons, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Suin, who had just emerged from the wall, could only respond in panic, taking a solid punch to the face. The several meter-thick wall, reinforced with alloy, was smashed through with brute force. Suin was sent flying into the sewer, rolling out for dozens of meters before crashing into the wall. The Goddess of Night, having smashed through the alloy door, rushed out as well. However, she did not immediately pounce on Suin, but instead reached down to collect the corpses of the bows on the ground, quickly absorbing and merging with them. Her body continued to grow larger, swelling several more meters in the blink of an eye, all while indiscriminately slaughtering other creatures in the sewer, such as cockroaches, bats, and spiders. Whatever she saw, she devoured and merged with. Her level increased by 1, reaching level 30. Suin felt a chill run down his spine. This was only in the sewer. If she got out of the laboratory and absorbed the tide of corpses and other organic matter, who knows how large she could become. It wouldn't be enough to have more people, as she could very well destroy the entire civilization of Earth. Suin had no time to think further and unleashed all his abilities: amplification, defense, elemental, and perception. He used everything at his disposal. First he incinerated all the Bao corpses on the ground with flames, evaporating the other creatures in the sewer before the goddess of night could grow stronger. Seeing the food snatched away, the goddess of night fell into a frenzy, locking her target onto Su-in and charging at him like a lunatic. Su-in had no choice but to brace himself and charge forward. At this point there was no turning back. Once this thing got out, he could overlook the destruction of 1 or 2 cities, but the annihilation of a civilization would leave him no escape. The saying "no eggs remain unbroken under the covering nest" perfectly exemplified this situation. Ultimately, it was his own impatience that had released this creature. The collision between man and monster was fierce. To Su-in's surprise, the other's defensive capabilities were much lower than he had imagined, allowing him to crash through directly, leaving a massive wound on her enormous body. However, within Su-in could only attack again and again, piercing through the goddess of night time after time. No matter how he attacked or how much damage he inflicted, even if he cleaved her into pieces, she could recover in the blink of an eye, as if the concept of being injured didn't exist. Upon seeing the information above her head, vital point energy mutation core, Su-in pondered. It seems there must be something akin to a core within this monster. To kill it, he must destroy the core, or else it will continue to regenerate. As for where the core is and how big it is, that remained unknown, and it might even change positions within her body. Finding the core would not be an easy task. With that thought in mind, Su-in steeled himself, fully activating his fire abilities. Scorching flames erupted, evaporating all the standing water around him, making the damp sewer extraordinarily dry. The temperature of the flames continued to rise, shifting from red to yellow, and then gradually to blue and bleach. At the same time, he activated super energy storage, further amplifying the power of his fire abilities. As the flames grew increasingly intense, the goddess of night instinctively sensed the threat and began to retreat slowly. Su-in could not allow her to escape. Controlling the flames, he charged forward. The flames in his hand transformed into a massive fire tornado, enveloping the goddess of night. Under the onslaught of blue and white flames, the goddess of night let out a heart-wrenching scream as her enormous body began to carbonize and evaporate. But this was not the end. Su-in again wielded his wind abilities. The fusion of fire and wind created a scorching blade, relentlessly shredding and tearing at the goddess of night. With 3 strength abilities working in tandem, super energy storage maximized the power of the flames, while the wind urged the fire to form a whirlwind hot enough to tear steel apart, multiplying the power at least tenfold compared to releasing them individually. In less than half a minute, the goddess of night's massive body was sliced into countless small pieces. These small chunks did not even have time to merge again before being burned to carbon ash. Moments later, the goddess of night was completely reduced to ashes, leaving only a blood-red orb the size of a fist on the ground. Su-in hurriedly extinguished the flames, took out a nano-weapon, transforming it into a tang knife, and sliced the blood-red orb in half. Thus, this disaster-level monster was eliminated by him, taking a full 5 minutes. So strong. To date, no creature has been able to withstand his attacks for this long. Of course, the main reason was that the goddess of night was limited by her environment, not having absorbed too many organic materials. Otherwise, whether he could kill her would be another question entirely. Ding Host has killed a disaster-level creature, gained title Guardian of Civilization, gained Divine Ability Civilization Fire Seed Unique. Civilization Fire Seed can randomly extract 10-12 level civilization items every day. Hearing the system notification, Su-in couldn't help but be stunned, his heart racing. Another Divine Ability. Though the face was rather dark, at least he had drawn a level 2 civilization item. It was just a faucet after all. Its appearance differed little from an ordinary faucet, somewhat resembling the automatic sensor faucets found in public restrooms. Water would flow as soon as a hand was extended beneath it. What was truly miraculous was that it required no connection to a water source. The faucet could generate water on its own. The only pity was that the flow was not particularly strong, a stream no thicker than a little finger, and even if left running all day it would collect only a modest amount. Nevertheless, Su-in was still quite satisfied and stowed it away. In the second doomsday, water resources would be more precious than food, and when that time came, this faucet would flow not with water, but with gold. With this faucet, he would have the most basic guarantee of water resources in the second doomsday. Just as Su-in was lost in his visions of the future, Wonkai emerged from Waknoshir and bounded over to the core left behind by the night goddess. Gazing at the blood-red core now shattered in two, Wankai's mouth instantly watered, drool streaming uncontrollably. Seizing a moment when Su-in wasn't paying attention, Wonkai gulped down one half of the core in a single bite. "Damn it, you idiot, do you want to die?" Su-in, upon discovering this, leaped up in shock. Although the core had been damaged, who knew whether Wonkai might still resurrect after consuming it? If the night goddess were to revive, wouldn't he have to kill her all over again, and then obtain another divine ability from the system? A light of inspiration flickered in Su-in's eyes, and he turned to Wonkai with a doting smile. "There's still half left, don't waste it. Eat it all." Wang Sai, who had expected a beating, was moved beyond words. Her master truly treats her so well. Not only did he feed her delicious leftovers every day, but now he was even letting her have this delicious treasure all to herself. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Wang Kai swallowed the remaining half of the core. Oh, that's right, just like that. Suin said, his smile growing ever brighter. Meow. With a strange yowl, Wang Kai collapsed stiffly, her limbs twitching uncontrollably as she rolled on the ground. Suin instinctively drew his nanotech combat blade. After a 3-second moment of silence, he was about to put Wang Kai out of her misery when suddenly her body began to swell and contort, shrinking and expanding until it stabilized at the size of an ordinary house cat. Wang Kai sprang up with a whoosh, bouncing around excitedly, controlling her body to grow larger and smaller at will. Super Mutant Creature Maniscale Cat LV-15 Skills Infinite Growth, Infinite Regeneration. The Night Goddess did not revive. Instead, Wang Kai had stumbled upon a great fortune, inheriting part of the Night Goddess abilities and evolving into a new mutant creature. Seeing the information above Wang Kai's head, Suin curled his lips in dissatisfaction and sheathed his nanotech blade, consoling himself that it was just an upgrade for his mount. Better than nothing. Let's go, you idiot. The laboratory. With the activation of the second phase, countless laboratories burst forth from the ground. The slow Toriak survivors gradually gathered around the laboratory zone, none knowing what these sudden steel fortresses were. The bold ones stealthily crept inside, hoping to find something valuable, but most never emerged. Unsurprisingly, they met with mishap. Driven by curiosity, more and more people ventured into the laboratories. Eventually, someone managed to escape. Inside, they had found a silver treasure chest, obtaining an unprecedented low-grade alloy combat blade and a bottle of nutrient fluid. The alloy blade was so sharp it could cut through iron like mud, cleaving hardened zombies with ease. Drinking the nutrient fluid instantly banished hunger and filled the body with strength. The people went wild, flooding into the steel fortresses like mad. Yet facing the bows and mutant creatures within the laboratories, most were helpless, often failing to conquer a single lab with hundreds. Hold a meeting. The meeting's content was roughly as follows: who should claim this laboratory, who should own that area, the order and qualifications for assaults, and whether to eat first. Everyone would vote. After a whole night of back-and-forth discussion, a decision was finally made. In the end, the 100 Alliance issued a public statement to build an orderly and harmonious society, and for the safety of survivors, the 100 Alliance would temporarily impose control over the laboratory zone. Any unauthorized exploration of the laboratories would be deemed illegal and improper. Violators would face punishment, with severe cases punishable by summary execution. To explore the laboratories, one must first choose to join an adventure group under the 100 Alliance, thereby gaining legal access. However, not all laboratories could be explored, only those within the group's jurisdiction. To compensate for the immense costs of maintaining order in the laboratory zone, individuals were required to pay. By the time Suin returned to the temporary stronghold, the sun had already set. All 8 squads had completed their explorations and returned. A total of 16 members had fallen, averaging 2 per squad, a casualty rate of 1/10. This was after Suin had briefed them on the laboratory precautions, the weaknesses of BOWs, and other essential details in advance. Fortunately, not a single awakener was lost, a silver lining amidst the tragedy. For any other adventure group, exploring a lab with a safety rating of 3 or above for the first time would result in at least an 80% casualty rate, even with Shrank Awakener leading. After a moment of deliberation, Suin instructed Li Xiaoyu, the best driver, to return to the city's stronghold at dawn and bring back 100 more people. This served 2 purposes: replenishing the fallen and creating more awakeners to conquer additional labs. If their abilities fell short, they could always pay a visit to other adventure groups. With his current strength, Suin could now roam the entire Su region with impunity. The 100 Alliance was nothing but a motley crew to be ignored. The 8 squads had brought back over 1,000 pieces of alloy equipment, hundreds of bottles of nutrient fluid, hundreds of physique enhancement potions, tens of thousands of bottles of catalytic fluid, and 4 sets of alloy equipment blueprints. Most of the alloy equipment was intermediate grade, with advanced pieces accounting for less than 1/10. Among the haul were 3 doses of antiviral serum, adding to the one Suin had acquired at the dawn of the apocalypse. He now possessed 4 doses in total. These serums were exceedingly rare, with an extremely low production rate, yet they were in the highest demand. Both awakeners and ordinary humans could be infected by the zombie virus. Awakeners merely had slightly higher resistance, not immunity. Thus, the serums were in desperate shortage. For doses could be traded for at least. The night passed with its own silent tales. The next morning, Suin and Li Xiaoyu temporarily left the stronghold, exiting the lab area. Li Xiaoyu drove back alone to the city to pick up more people, while Suin took Wang Kai for a stroll, pondering which adventure group to visit. Plenty of bread was left, but he wondered who might be fortunate enough to taste it. By now, the survivors had gradually shifted their camp from the city's edge to the lab's perimeter, forming an endless sea of humanity. Most of the Su region's population had gathered here. Yet progress on the labs was painfully slow. After a full day, even the labs with the lowest safety rating of 1 had barely been breached. Most Awakeners heeding the 100 Alliance's call had focused on sealing off the lab area and intimidating ordinary people from crossing the line. Anyone daring to trespass into the lab zone was mercilessly killed, their bodies hung high as a warning. Though the labs were far more dangerous than the city. Suin staggered toward the outskirts of the laboratory with Wang Kai now shrunk to the size of an ordinary house cat hopping and skipping behind him. As he emerged from the laboratory zone, 2 members of the 100 Alliance swiftly approached. What's your name? Do you have an Alliance-approved exploration permit? Hand over anything you've found. Taxes will be levied based on your exploration tier. Suin was utterly baffled by the barrage of questions. Are you trying to extort me? He was used to being the one with sticky fingers, not the victim of a robbery. Cut the crap. Show us your Alliance exploration authorization now. Can't produce it, can you? You've got some nerve. Kneel down and put your hands behind your head. We suspect you of illegally exploring the laboratory zone and will now administer punishment. You'd better cooperate or we have the authority to execute you on the spot. Suin couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Such grand authority you wield. Was this still the apocalypse? Did these people actually see themselves as officials? Without needing further instruction, Wang Kai abruptly swelled to several meters tall, and in 2 swift gulps devoured the 2 small fry. He chewed a few times before spitting them out. Not tasty at all. Human flesh has lost its childhood flavor. The 2 lackeys were not yet dead, so Wang Kai thoughtfully dug a pit and buried them. Witnessing their gruesome deaths, the 100 Alliance members maintaining order outside were horrified. Rebellion. Killing our people. Kill him, and hang his corpse as a warning. And that freak tiger, kill it too. A couple of Awakened brothers come with me. Well, crucify this brat. Immediately 2 Awakened lunged at Suin. Kid, I don't care if you're Awakened or some demonic fiend. Offend the 100 Alliance, and you'd better prepare to die. Before Suin could act, Wang Kai shot forward like lightning, biting one after another, crippling them before dragging them back to Suin. After Suin performed his triple plunder, he didn't spare them another glance. Wang Kai swallowed the 2 screaming Awakened, crunching them down with a satisfying crackle. Though they were hard to stomach, they were still Awakened, a great tonic. Seeing their comrades fall, the others grew even more enraged, roaring as they surged towards Suin. At a glance, there were 30 or 40 Awakened, but the highest ability rank was only Clevel. Faced with such rabble, Suin couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. He let Wang Kai charge in, crippling each one and dragging them back for the trip. You're dead. Someone's already gone to inform the leader. Just wait. You'll be strung up and flogged. A trembling 100 Alliance member pointed at Suin, hurling threats. Wang Kai didn't indulge him. A single claw sent him to his grave. To be honest, Suin was thoroughly fed up with this 100 Alliance. Living a second life, he saw they hadn't changed at all. In his past life, because of them, by the end of the second phase, not even a tenth of the laboratory had been conquered, and countless people had no chance to fight their way in. The Awakened, who should have been the vanguard, hid outside every day waiting for ordinary people to risk their lives and bring back supplies. In the end, many starved to death without ever entering the laboratory zone to seek a glimmer of hope. He didn't particularly care about the fate of ordinary people, but now he wanted everyone to throw themselves into conquering the labs. The Eternal Adventure Group focused on high-level labs, ignoring He couldn't very well lead his people to search each lab himself. Even if it was easy, time was against him. The second phase had a deadline. The best solution was to send all survivors into the low-level labs to fight tooth and nail, gathering catalysts like mad. Then he could buy them up at a bargain price. With that thought, Suin kicked down the fences surrounding the laboratory zone and shouted to the crowd, "I, in the name of the leader of the Eternal Adventure Group, solemnly declare here. From today onward, everyone is free to enter the laboratory zone to explore. No one needs approval, no qualification certificates required. Come and go as you please. Anything you find inside belongs to you alone. You don't have to hand over a single bit to anyone. Compatriots, to survive, for tomorrow, for your families, for your friends. Go fight. Let us live on together in this wretched world." Suin's rousing words ignited the crowd's emotions. To hell with the 100 Alliance. Why should they monopolize the labs? Why do we risk our lives while they sit back and collect taxes, taking 80%? Leader Su is right. To survive, we must fight and get through this together. With the Eternal Adventure Group backing us, what's the 100 Alliance? I'd rather die than let them exploit us. Yes. With the Eternal Adventure Group and Leader Su on our side, screw the 100 Alliance. Long live the Eternal Adventure Group. Long live Leader Su. Long live the Eternal Adventure Group. Long live Leader Su. Long live the Eternal Adventure Group. Long live Leader Su. The crowd's cheers swelled like waves, crashing one after another. Then boom. At that moment, a ball of flames suddenly erupted within the crowd. In the explosion, several still cheering people were instantly incinerated into black ash. The cheering abruptly ceased. Wu Xin approached slowly, leading a group of Adventure Group bigwigs, his face dark as a storm cloud. Yesterday, the 100 Alliance had paid a heavy price trying to find the Eternal Adventure Group's base, only to come up empty. Before they could locate it, Su and had mysteriously shown up to cause trouble, killing dozens of their awakened in one go. Wu Xin's blood pressure had hit the roof. Leader Su, who gave you permission to spout such nonsense here? The rules set by my 100 Alliance are ironclad law. You have no right to change them on a whim. At this moment, Wu Xian was followed by hundreds of people, all of whom were awakened ones, including several high-level grade awakened, and even 5th grade awakened ones. These individuals were either members of Wu Xin's Golden Crow Adventure Group, or key figures in various other major adventure groups, including group leaders. It could be said that the people accompanying Wu Xian had gathered the absolute core strength of the entire Su Di. It's no wonder that Wu Xian could dominate in this chaotic world. He truly possessed that capability. Wu Xian was also sufficiently prudent, making ample arrangements. Upon hearing that Suin was causing trouble, he immediately called up his main force and rushed over. As people saw Wu Xian and his entourage, they immediately fell silent, not daring to breathe. In the presence of high-level awakened ones, ordinary people were merely like grass and ants. Despite the large crowd, most of them were emaciated, pale, starving, weak, and devoid of any powers. Fa. A woman beside Wu Xian suddenly stepped forward. You little brat, don't be so arrogant. Just because you killed the Mad Wolf doesn't mean you can do as you please. In front of our 100 Alliance, you are nothing but a fart. Do you believe I can take your life today? Wu Xian raised his hand to stop the woman, signaling her to calm down. Suan's abilities were too strange, and he couldn't see through them at all. The Wolf Fang Adventure Group could be eradicated at will. He aimed to avoid direct conflict if possible. Although he was absolutely confident he could kill Suan would undoubtedly take many awakened ones with him in his final struggle. These people were all valuable pieces to him. Losing even one piece meant losing bargaining chips, and to exploit the ordinary populace, a large number of awakened pieces were essential. Otherwise, if the ordinary people revolted, he wouldn't be able to suppress them. He smiled at Suin and said, "We in the 100 Alliance, and you, Leader Su. If your adventure group is dissatisfied because it didn't join the 100 Alliance, I, as the president of the 100 Alliance, officially permit the Chongqing Adventure Group to join. The benefits and territory due to you will not be lessened in any way. To express our apologies, we are willing to offer your group half a ton of rice and half a ham as compensation. What do you think, Leader Su?" Wu Xin's willingness to compromise was entirely to stabilize Suin temporarily. When Suin had killed the Mad Wolf with one punch, Wu Xian had already harbored thoughts of killing him. Such a person who could threaten his status could not be kept alive. With half a ton of rice and ham as bait, it seemed Suin could not refuse. No one could turn down such temptation, even he couldn't. Suin looked at Wu Xian with a gaze that seemed to regard him as a fool. You think this little garbage is enough to make me follow you? Wu Xian, who do you think you're looking down on? Do I look like someone who lacks food? This amount isn't even enough for my dog to eat. Wang Kai meow. It's a cat, not a dog. Hearing Suan's words, Wu Xin's expression turned pale and then dark. Half a ton of rice and flour is considered such a small amount. His Golden Crow Adventure Group, as the largest adventure group in Su Di, was indeed envious of even that. Such pretentiousness is simply too over the top. It can only be understood as wanting to save face while suffering. Then what does Leader Su want? I don't want anything. Just as I said earlier, from now on these people can go in and out as they please, and no one can interfere. We have no grievances, and don't take advantage of the situation. Wu Xin's expression grew increasingly grim. Wu Xian, I'm not negotiating with you, understand? Suin let out a cold snort. As the negotiation was about to collapse, the awakened ones behind Wu Xian began to stir restlessly. President Wu, why waste time talking to him? Just kill him. With so many of us, are we afraid of a kid who hasn't even grown a beard? Just then a woman in black, named Bai Li Bing, emerged slowly under an umbrella. I agree with Leader Zu's opinion. Bai Li Bing calmly glanced at Suin. It wasn't that she wanted to take sides, but there was no other choice. Because of Suan's previous arrangement regarding the Black Rose's jurisdiction, Wu Xian suspected that the Black Rose and the Chongqing Adventure Group had private dealings. Therefore, this time the laboratory control did not allow the Black Rose to participate and excluded them from the 100 Alliance. Members of the Black Rose were also not qualified to enter the laboratory area for exploration and received no shares. To gain qualification, they could only choose to affiliate with Wu Xin's Golden Crow ADV. Those who agree, raise your hands. Upon hearing Suan's words, the crowd fell silent. Many wanted to raise their hands, but under Wu Xin's cold glare they obediently lowered their heads, not daring to make a move. I agree. A thin and dirty little girl timidly raised her hand and said in a baby voice, I agree. She hadn't eaten for several days. Her parents had starved to death days ago, and her sister had also been taken away. By the time she found her sister, only a naked corpse remained. Now she was living alone in this world. She didn't know how dangerous the laboratory area was. She had only heard that there were drinks inside that wouldn't make you hungry. She wanted to drink them to fulfill her parents' last wishes and live well. You little beast, you have no right to speak here. An awakened one with fire abilities behind Wu Xin hurled a fireball towards the girl. Just as it seemed the girl would be burned to a crisp, Suin signaled Wang Kai with a glance. Wang Kai leaped out like lightning, blocking in front of the girl and swallowing the fireball whole. Then he let out a belch and blew a big smoke ring full of mockery. Wu Xin, how bold of your 100 alliance to dare touch my Chongqing Adv. Suin also grinned widely. Wu Xin's teeth ground together in frustration. This was simply blasphemy. Suin, don't talk nonsense. She's not one of your Chongqing adventure group. Suin ignored him and waved at the girl. Come here. The girl, hearing this, had no choice but to muster her courage and walk over, lowering her head and not daring to look at Suin. This was what her parents had told her before they died, when seeing men, don't look up and avoid them if you can. Suin didn't mind. He placed a hand on the girl's head and patted it. From now on she is a member of my Chongqing adventure group. He then looked at Wu Xin and said, the 100 Alliance should give me an explanation. Now why did you attack my member? This is too much. You are bullying us too much. Seeing Su An's blatant sophistry, Wu Xin also grew enraged, completely abandoning any intention of appeasing him for the moment. He then spoke indifferently to the crowd behind him. Kill him, make it quick. This kid is peculiar. The moment Wu Xin's words fell, the crowd, who had been simmering with anger, charged straight at Suin. Screw him, I've been itching to off this punk. My blood pressure's through the roof listening to him. Should have done this sooner, why waste words? Don't break him, this kid's pretty decent looking. Leave a whole corpse for me to have fun with. Suin remained calmly in place, making no move. The crowd assumed he was frozen in fear, and their jeers rang out incessantly. Meow. Wang Kai suddenly dashed into the crowd, biting one awakened individual after another, either maiming them or tearing off their limbs, then flinging them before Suin. Instantly blood splattered and screams filled the air. Suin nodded with satisfaction. This was how a pet should behave. At the right moment it ought to step in and take a blow for its master. Under Wang Kai's wanton slaughter, dozens of awakened individuals were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Suin handled the plundering trio while Wang Kai dealt with capturing. Their coordination was impeccable. Wu Xin never expected this big cat accompanying Su and to be so ferocious. He had assumed it was just an ordinary mutated creature. A brank awakened was crippled in a single encounter, losing all mobility, and even Orangs couldn't withstand a few claws. His gaze towards Suin grew ever colder, laced with deep envy. Only he deserved to possess such a divine pet. How could a mere brat command such a powerful mutated beast? He had. Fine, I'll share the Eternal Adventure Group's resources equally with all of you, Wu Xin said, deeply resigned. He had originally planned to slowly maneuver and monopolize the Eternal Adventure Group, but now he had to give up a portion of the gains. Only then did the other 5 Strank awakened individuals set to work with satisfaction. 3 of them were close combat psychics, charging swiftly towards Su, and while the remaining 2 were elemental psychics, providing long-range fire support from behind. Seeing 5 Strank awakened simultaneously closing in, Suin grinned and advanced instead of retreating. Activating Radiant Body, his entire form transformed into a dazzling diamond physique. He used no other abilities. The 6 clashed instantly. The battle of 6 Stranks was nothing short of spectacular. The roaring explosions shook the ground, leaving massive craters everywhere. The onlookers had long retreated far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Watching from a distance, they, by libing, neither helped nor fled, watching calmly as Suin was besieged. But she wasn't just observing, she was waiting for an opportunity. If Suin lost, she would step in to rescue him. If he barely won, she would also act to eliminate the remnants of the 100 Alliance. Before, she would never have intervened regardless of the outcome, for once she acted there would be no room to stay neutral. But Su An's selfless act of carrying firewood for the masses against the behemoth 100 Alliance shifted her perception of this man somewhat. Foolish, yet possessing a certain chivalry. Were it her, she would never risk herself for strangers. Moreover, Su An's ability to hold his own against 5 Strank awakened without immediate defeat showed formidable strength, something Bai Libing admitted she couldn't match. Perhaps this man was worth a gamble. As long as Suin survived today, everything remained uncertain. With time to recuperate, he might yet rival the 100 Alliance. The Black Rose. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes, with Suin being suppressed at every turn and clearly at a disadvantage, drawing gasps from the survivors. Someone quietly began cheering for Suin, and the cheers gradually swelled into a tidal wave. Wu Xin sneered contemptuously at the impassioned crowd rabble. Then his figure flickered and vanished from sight. When Wu Xin reappeared, he was already behind Suin. He could see that under the assault of 5 Strank awakened, Suin was beginning to falter. The radiant body was showing gaps. The back was no longer covered in diamond, leaving a defensive opening. Wu Xin then used teleportation to reach Su An's back, drawing a dagger for a fatal strike. Coward! Guild leader Su, watch your back. Many cried out in alarm as they witnessed Wu Xin's sneak attack. The faint-hearted had already shut their eyes, unable to bear the gruesome sight of the dagger piercing Suin. Caught you, he. Suin, who had appeared on the verge of defeat, suddenly broke into a sinister grin. With lightning speed he reached behind and seized Wu Xin's throat with unerring precision. What? Wu Xian was stunned, instantly realizing he had fallen into Su An's trap. He immediately tried to activate his teleportation to escape, but was horrified to find his ability had failed. He couldn't break free from the iron grip around his throat. You've died with considerable honor. I never needed an excuse to kill before. You're the first, and you'll be the last, Suin said, then crushed Wu Xian to death with his bare hands. Even in death, Wu Xian couldn't fathom why his ability had failed, dying with eyes wide open in disbelief. He had held power and a bright future ahead. He truly refused to accept it. Why could someone be so overwhelmingly strong? This isn't fair. Wu Xian breathed his last breath. Unfair. Suin flung Wu Xin's corpse aside. No, this is perfectly fair. To Wu Xian and his ilk, Suin was an inconceivably formidable being. Yet to ordinary eyes, Wu Xian himself was an equally unattainable existence. In essence, this world had never known fairness, neither before the apocalypse nor after. He had willingly endured the brutal beating from 5 class awakened, all to deliberately create an opening for Wu Xin's ambush. Otherwise, with that old fox's teleportation ability, he would have fled beyond reach. With Wu Xian dead, Suin had no more worries. His feigned weakness vanished. A single punch pierced through 1 class awakened, and he immediately executed a triple plunder. Suin withdrew his bloodied hand, twisting his aching shoulder as his bones crackled. Had your fill of fun. Now it's my turn. In the blink of an eye, 2 comrades were slain, including Wu Xian. The class teleportation awakened. The remaining 4 were seized by terror. No good retreat. There was no need for deliberation. Even a fool knew they had met their match today. No, they had encountered a reaper. Able to instantly kill 2, he could surely finish them all. Without a second thought, the 4 turned and fled, each faster than the last, even launching abilities at one another. In escape, one need not outrun the enemy, only one's companions. To hell with the 100 Alliance and Sworn Brotherhood. If you're a brother, take a blade from me first. You can't escape. Su An's death sentence fell as he activated teleportation. In a flash he appeared behind one of them, ending him with a single effortless strike. His blade work grew ever more refined. A single cut left just a breath of life, perfect for a triple plunder. After the plunder, the victim passed peacefully without needing a finishing blow. Such skill made it hard to believe he hadn't trained for months at New Western Culinary. 1. Another teleport, another KO. Triple plunder. 2. Teleport again. 3. Teleport again. 3 with a kicker. You all play terribly. Suin flicked his nanoblade, scattering a spray of blood. Thus all 6 class awakened of the 100 Alliance were ushered into the afterlife by Suin. 6 class abilities secured. Of course, being thorough, he would help the rest find peace too. Better to let them start anew than suffer in this apocalypse. Suin felt a halo of Buddha light forming above his head, karma overflowing. He turned to Siwa. It's a cat, not a dog. At the mention of extra dinner, Wankai perked up instantly. Its wounds healed as if never there, and no attack could tear it apart again. It was on a roll. Given Wankai's strength, these awakened would need days of siege to subdue it. Suin teleported into the crowd, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter and plunder. With the 100 Alliance's class awakened dead, the rest would soon break and scatter. Pursuit would be troublesome then. He killed as many as possible before their morale shattered, chasing down the rest later. Screams rang out as the number of awakened dwindled at a visible rate. In less than 3 minutes, over half had fallen. And this was with Suin deliberately controlling his kill range. Had he gone all out for the plunder, he could have wiped them out in a minute. Seeing Suin as a god of death, the remaining awakened could hold no longer. They turned and fled. Help! Murder! Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Suin had no intention of letting them escape. Each one lost was a waste. He pushed his abilities to the limit, chasing and plundering. When he couldn't keep up, he crippled them and returned later for the finishing blow. Thus the scene became one of a man and a cat chasing hundreds of awakened, their laughter mingling with cries of despair. Onlookers were stunned. In under 30 seconds the tide had turned completely. The desperate pair now seemed divinely blessed, cutting down the 100 Alliance like weeds. A massacre, a massacre. Oh my heavens. All hail Captain Su. Long live Captain Su. Seeing Su An's miraculous comeback, the survivors leaped with joy, cheering and pumping their fists. This was what a savior looked like. This was a god descending to earth. The once untouchable awakened were now pitiful before Captain Su. Watching him slaughter, they felt an indescribable relief. The 100 Alliance had squeezed them dry, stealing even the roots they ate. Seeing Suin kill them was pure catharsis. Kill them all. Well done. 5 minutes later, Suin sent the last passenger off with a single stroke. Though late, he hoped they caught the last train to heaven. As for hell, it was probably already full before the apocalypse. Not a single awakened remained in sight. Only the dozen or so girls of the Black Rose huddled together, trembling. Even by libing that icy beauty couldn't stop her faint shivers. Su An's power had utterly shattered her understanding. As Class awakened herself, she felt acutely how helpless one was before such godlike might. Perhaps in his eyes Class mattered little. Her proud strength seemed minuscule beside his, like an ant gazing at a star. She had once thought to help. Now how naive and arrogant that seemed. Like the 100 Alliance, she had placed Su-in on the same level as herself. But his power existed on an entirely different plane. With all enemies slain and abilities plundered, Su-in leaped onto Wang Kai's back for the next stop. Many 100 Alliance members were still idling at their base. He had to visit before news spread. Delay would be fatal. After today, Awakened would flee at the sight of him, making it hard to catch so many at once. He aimed for a single massive haul. Seeing the survivors still cheering, Su-in rolled his eyes. What are you waiting for? Go explore the lab. No one's stopping you now. With that, he rode Wang Kai away, vanishing from sight. Soon after, a group of black-robed figures appeared. A small one approached the survivors, lifting their hood to reveal a doll-like face with a brilliant smile. Interested in the True God Church? Our God is Captain Su and Lord Su. Xian. Welcome to join us anytime. Become a loyal servant of our God. Since the 100 Alliance had been completely shattered by Su, and in a single strike all the rules and regulations had vanished into thin air. Thus the surging crowd grabbed whatever weapons they had and charged toward the laboratory area. Regardless of its safety level, they simply rushed in, seizing the chance to fight with whatever strength they had left. The result was obvious: a narrow escape from death, an exceedingly brutal affair. Yet even so, it was better than starving to death without hope. As more laboratories were conquered, more people obtained alloy equipment, and the casualty rate gradually decreased. For now, however, they had no choice but to sacrifice lives. Su-in's prestige soared tremendously. Whenever the name Captain Su was mentioned, everyone's faces were filled with admiration and reverence. After all, it was because of Su-in that they had the opportunity to explore the laboratories, and most importantly, they didn't have to pay exorbitant taxes. Whatever trees. Then you were done for. If you left, you were a heretic and apostate. The True God sect would be irreconcilable with you. Once caught, you would face the triple strike of heresy, judgment, skinning, tendon drawing, and bone scraping. With Su-in's reputation backing it, the True God sect quickly absorbed over 1,000 followers in a short time, including awakened individuals, and its momentum continued to grow. Soon it established a firm foothold in the Su region. With the 100 Alliance's collapse leaving many territories vacant, the True God sect took over a portion, hinting at its potential to evolve into a major power. At the same time, the True God sect dispatched its own exploration teams to venture into the laboratories. Faith alone couldn't fill one's stomach. It merely gave you more courage when wielding your blade, or made you more composed and accepting in the face of death. When death came, you could embrace your faith and momentarily forget the pain. Believe that the merciful True God would guide you to a beautiful land where there was no hunger, no zombies, and no suffering. Wasn't that a form of happiness? Meanwhile, Black Rose, one of the few remaining large-scale adventure groups, also embarked on I. It's the smell of pork. Yes, I smell it too. It's definitely pork, braised pork at that. I smell it every day in my dreams. Having not caught a whiff of meat for over a month, their throats bobbed and mouths watered at the scent. Just one sniff could make them devour 2 bowls of rice. Though they didn't have that much rice to eat. Drawn by the aroma, the group involuntarily moved toward its source. Even by Bing couldn't resist the urge to investigate. Turning a corner, their view suddenly opened up. Before them lay a vast open space within the laboratory fortress. A camp was pitched in the middle of the clearing with several poles erected around it, from which hung the carcasses of unknown monsters. Figures moved about the camp, all of them young and beautiful women. Every one of them wore smiles, either chatting or busy with tasks. And without exception, they all wore high-tech alloy battle armor that was blindingly dazzling and wielded weapons they had never seen before. Even more astonishingly, the camp seemed to be cooking over a fire. Some were stir-frying some steaming rice, and a large iron pot was simmering fragrant braised pork. The mouth-watering aroma of meat wafted from this very camp. The girls of Black Rose were collectively petrified. What in the world was this? Was it a paradise on earth? Oh my God, they have meat to eat. And stir-fried dishes. And fluffy white rice. Their gear is so cool. Thinking about their own meals, flatbreads made from withered grass mixed with coarse grains, and their defensive gear, mostly simple iron armor. The contrast was unbearably cruel. Each heart felt as if struck by a heavy blow. They had always thought that Black Rose offered the best treatment among all adventure groups. Yet here they were all human, but the disparity was so vast. How could this be? Bing's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. As the group's leader, she understood better than anyone what it took to support such a large group and still provide white rice and braised pork. To put it bluntly, it was absolutely impossible. At this stage, there was no fresh pork to be had. No amount of resources could buy it. Even cured meat would move one to tears. Not only fresh meat, but fresh vegetables were also unavailable. For vitamins, they had to forage wild greens and grass. Yet the people in this camp were genuinely stewing braised pork and stir-frying fresh vegetables. Who goes there? The camp's inhabitants had also spotted Black Rose's group. In an instant, they formed ranks with practiced discipline poised for action. A massive hand constructed of sand and stone suddenly rose from the camp, and atop its palms stood a girl of exquisite beauty clad in a maid outfit, who spoke coldly. "This is the territory of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Unauthorized personnel, please take a detour." Hearing the girl's voice, Bailini was stunned. This was the Eternal Life Adventure Group. It was her first encounter with them. For a long time, the Eternal Life Adventure Group had existed as a legendary entity. No one had ever witnessed their true form. Their reputation was merely built on rumors of generous treatment and the overwhelming strength of their leader Suin. Today's encounter proved those rumors were unreliable. They said the group ate ham sausages every day, but here they were feasting on braised pork. This wasn't good treatment, it was paradise. Was Suin merely powerful? He was utterly inhuman. In a daze, Bailini felt a crushing sense of defeat. She suddenly realized Suin hadn't been lying. If anything, the conditions he offered for recruitment were likely understated. Just then, another team of women, equally lavishly equipped, emerged from a different direction. Spotting the Black Rose members, they immediately assumed a combat stance. "We are the Black Rose Adventure Group. We mean no harm, we're just passing through," Bailini hastily explained. Not only was the girl standing on a giant stone hand in glass awakener, but even the ordinary members' extravagant gear was beyond their means. "Cousin, what are you doing here?" Xue Qingyu stepped out from the crowd and jogged over to Bailini. "Qingyu." Seeing Xue Qingyu, Bailini's eyes widened in shock. She never expected to meet her here. The two sisters embraced excitedly. They had always been close cousins, attending different universities, but in the same city, keeping in touch and meeting on weekends. After the apocalypse struck, they lost contact. Bailini had tried to find Xue Qingyu, but lacked the means. "Xiao Xiao, she's my cousin, don't worry," Xue Qingyu waved to Xiao Xiao, explaining. Xiao Xiao nodded. "Okay, Sister Qingyu." She then retracted the giant stone hand and descended. The camp's girls lowered their guard and resumed their activities. "Cousin, let's talk inside." "All right." Under Xue Qingyu's lead, the group entered the camp. Up close, Bailini realized the true meaning of luxury. Everyone here wore brand new clothes and shoes, unlike them who were tattered and torn. Everyone smelled fragrant, clearly having used shampoo, soap, and even perfume. It wasn't that they disliked cleanliness. What woman would willingly reek of sweat? But resources were scarce. They couldn't afford soap, let alone perfume. Clean water was already in short supply for drinking, so daily baths were out of the question. Not only were their clothes new, but their utensils were new too. Several rooms even had fresh carpets at their entrances. Some girls were even applying makeup. Makeup at a time like this. Wait, where did they even get cosmetics? Even Bailini, known for her resilience and composure, was shaken. "Qingyu, is this how you live every day?" Xue Qingyu smiled sheepishly. "No, we just set up camp here. Conditions are slightly worse than our main base." Bailini was speechless. This was worse. Bailini didn't know how to respond. If she didn't know Xue Qingyu's character, she'd think she was boasting. "By the way, Qingyu, how did you end up in the Eternal Life Adventure Group?" Bailini quickly changed the subject, fearing more shocking revelations. "It's like this." Xue Qingyu took Bailini's hand and sat at a table, recounting her experiences since meeting Suin. Bailini listened in astonishment, her expression turning strange. Something felt off. Xue Qingyu seemed to have suffered no hardship. It was more like a vacation. She had good food, good sleep, and no worries about safety or supplies. Was this what life was like in a world filled with despair? Her only worry was gaining a few pounds and how to lose weight. Listen to that. Was that something a person should say? "Wait, Qingyu, you're saying you're now the vice-captain of the Eternal Life Adventure Group?" "Yes, Suin appointed me." Bailini frowned. "He didn't force you to do anything, did he?" Xue Qingyu quickly waved her hands. No, he's very kind to me." In her heart, she almost wished Suin would force her to do something. Bailini raised an eyebrow, still doubtful, but she trusted Xue Qingyu's words. She knew Xue Qingyu was outwardly gentle, but inwardly strong, not easily coerced or manipulated. If threatened or defiled, Xue Qingyu's stubborn nature would rather lead her to suicide than submission. It was strange. What qualified Xue Qingyu for such an important position? She couldn't believe there was nothing between them. Just then Xiao Xiao approached with 2 glasses of juice. "Please enjoy, ladies. If you prefer soda or iced beer, just let me know." "Thank you, Xiao Xiao," Xue Qingyu said gratefully. Bailini's mouth twitched. She felt like a beggar. They were truly living while she and her group were merely surviving. "Cousin, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Xiao. You might have seen her on TV. She's quite famous. She's our group's logistics chief." Bailini nodded. "Hello." She had thought Xiao Xiao looked familiar and now remembered seeing her as a celebrity on television. "Sister Xiao Xiao, what is your relationship with Suin?" Bailini asked with hidden meaning. Xiao Xiao beamed, tilting her head. "I'm his maid." "Is there a problem?" "Your master?" "Yes, that's what most people call the master." Bailini turned to Xue Qingyu. "Qingyu, don't you think that's inappropriate?" Bailini assumed Xue Qingyu also addressed Suin that way. Calling a man master so casually. Was this still her unyielding cousin? Yu fell silent. It was indeed inappropriate. She still called Suin by his full name, the only one in the entire group to do so. She had considered changing her address preferably to husband like Li Xiaoyu. Other titles were out of the question, certainly not like Lu Hui. She had always held fast to her principles. At this moment Suin was slaughtering indiscriminately within the stronghold of an adventure group affiliated with the 100 Leagues Alliance. No matter the ability, he replicated and stripped it away. Wealth values were plundered without mercy, every last point scraped clean. Not just abilities and wealth. Anything of use was taken without exception. Chairs and tables. Gone. Beds and bedding. Handed over to Wang Kai as a doghouse cushion. Steel bars and iron plates. Who knows, they might come in handy. Refrigerators, televisions, washing machines. These were splendid. Take them away, even though his vast spatial storage already held tens of thousands. A beast leaves its pelt, a wild goose its feathers. Every adventure group stronghold he visited ended up with not even a patch of intact ground. One by one adventure groups fell under his plunder, and awakened individuals boarded the express train to heaven. In just half a day, dozens of adventure groups were utterly annihilated, especially the major ones at the top. Nearly all were wiped out. The remaining groups, whether or not they had grudges with the Eternal Life Adventure Group, fled in haste. Some clever awakened ones even buried themselves in advance, leaving only their heads exposed, covered with makeshift camouflage purely to evade Suin the Grim Reaper. This truly illustrated the concept of voluntarily half-buried alive. For a moment a bizarre spectacle emerged where all adventure group strongholds stood deserted. Suin could only curse and give up, blaming his own lack of speed, having only eliminated around 1,000 awakened individuals in half a day. His efficiency, and now at level 3 with 100 proficiency, it had met the upgrade requirement. Ding, congratulations host. Your plunder ability has leveled up with an additional new function attached. Under plunder, all beings are equal. All beings equal allows plundering of the innate skills of all carbon-based life forms. Hearing the system prompt, Suin's mouth twitched. While now he could plunder even things that were not human, he was straying further down the path of being inhuman. The question was, could skills plundered from mutated creatures or zombies be used by humans? Or rather, could they be used at all? Take for example the Night Goddess Infinite Proliferation. Once activated, it would surely lead to a Cthulhu-like elder god transformation, turning into an endlessly swelling meatball. The mere thought of that image made his scalp tingle. He still had so many beautiful girls waiting for him at home, he had no desire to become some unspeakable horror. Plundering it was fine, but using it himself was out of the question. Let me give it a try first, Suin said, immediately slapping Wang Kai on the head. Wang Sai meow meow meow. Hand it over. Detected a plunderable target, please select the direction of plunder. Copy skill, plunder wealth. Skill copy successful. Acquired mutated creature skills, infinite growth, infinite recovery. Wealth plunder successful, gained 1024 wealth points stored in the vast spatial storage. Please check promptly. Both of Wang Kai's main abilities had been copied, and even its wealth was plundered. Inside the vast spatial storage, several boxes of dried fish and numerous cat cans had appeared, along with a book titled Complete Guide to Pet Cat Breeding and Mating. It actually works incredible. The food items were understandable, but that book, this cat was not proper. At the same time, Suin discovered he could now see the favorability level above Wang Kai's head. 100. It was surprisingly high. But upon reflection, it was not strange. He was Wang Kai's provider of food and shelter. To this gluttonous cat, he was practically a god. Since he could plunder skills from mutated creatures, the next step was to test whether it worked on zombies. Suin promptly took out the dried fish and cat cans he had just plundered from Wang Sai, placing them on the ground. He instructed Wang Sai, go catch 2 zombies for me, 1 weak, 1 stronger. These are yours. Seeing so many dried fish and cat cans, Wang Kai's tongue lolled out, drool streaming down. Its big head nodded repeatedly. Then it dashed off toward the city center in a flash. Soon it returned carrying 2 zombies in its mouth. One was an ordinary zombie while the other was a witch. Both zombies had lost their mobility. The ordinary one was barely breathing, while the witch let out piercing shrieks through its ope. Wang Kai hurriedly gathered the remaining cat cans and dried fish into its embrace, guarding them warily, eyeing Suin's not so clean little hands. Suin first performed a 3-fold plunder on the ordinary zombie, but got no reaction at all. It seemed that beings without skills yielded nothing. Then he did the same on the witch, specifically instructing the system plunder it thoroughly. From the witch he obtained 2 skills, rend and tracking. At the same time, a dirty piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Damn! Suin quickly threw it away. Now his little hands were truly unclean. With matters mostly settled, the time had drifted to 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It was nearly time to head home for supper. Mounting Wang Sai, he made his way toward the temporary stronghold. As Suin rode the tiger to the outskirts of the laboratory area, survivors were streaming in large numbers, while many others returned laden with spoils. Seeing Suin astride the beast, the crowd could not help but pause and gaze, their eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Some quietly bowed their heads in silent tribute. Suin paid little attention to the others, his focus instead landing on a girl cowering in a corner. She appeared to be no more than 11 or 12, her face smudged with dirt, her large eyes darting about as if searching for something. When her gaze met Suin's, her eyes lit up. She started to rise and run toward him, but then glanced down at her tattered, filthy clothes and shoes, lowering her head in shame. Her small fingers fidgeted absently with a stain on her tiara. Earlier, to fabricate an excuse to deal with Wu Xin, he had casually taken on a new member. He beckoned to the little girl, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Come here. He'll take you home. Hearing this, the girl lifted her head in delight, dashed over to Wang Kai's side, and looked up at Suin with hopeful eyes. Get on, Suin said, leaning sideways to reach out his hand. The girl hurriedly wiped her grimy hands on her clothes again and again before daring to take his hand. Thank you, she murmured timidly. Suin smiled faintly. You're welcome. With that, Wang Kai leaped high into the laboratory area and vanished from sight in a few bounds. The onlookers, seeing the girl taken away by Suin, wore expressions of envy. Everyone now yearned to join the Eternal Life Expedition team, but the team had long stopped recruiting, leaving no chance for new members. That little girl had struck gold. Yet it wasn't entirely luck. Earlier, when Captain Su confronted the 100 alliances and sought the crowd's opinion, it was this naive girl who dared to raise her hand in support. Her exceptional recruitment was in truth quite reasonable. The crowd inwardly cursed their own cowardice. Had they raised their hands, then they might now be part of the Eternal Life Expedition team. Even without benefits, standing beside Captain Su would let them walk tall anywhere, commanding respect from all. Within a mere 10 minutes, Suin returned to the temporary stronghold. The girls rose to greet him as he arrived. A chorus of voices rang out calling him Captain and Master. Welcome home, Master, Lu Hui greeted him as well. Suin nodded and brought the little girl forward. She's my new recruit. Settle her in and have her handle some chores. A child so young could only manage simple tasks. Sending her to explore the laboratory was out of the question. Lu Hui looked from the girl to Suin. Master, do you fancy this type too? Suin was startled. No, that's not right. That would be a crime. I'd face heavenly punishment for it. Lu Hui covered her mouth with a sly smile, her enchanting eyes shimmering. She then turned to the girl. Little sister, what's your name? Hello, big sister. My name is Bingtang. Like the candy you can eat, Bingtang. Lu Hui laughed softly, her affection for the girl growing. Most children her age would call her Auntie. You're as sweet as your name. Come, big sister will take you to wash up and get some clean clothes. Bingtang followed Lu Hui, glancing back every few steps. The unfamiliar surroundings left the little girl somewhat frightened. She would need a few days to adjust. Suin, are you hurt? My cousin told me about what happened with the 100 alliances. Xue Qingyu rushed over, her face full of worry. Bai Libing followed behind her. Suin was a bit surprised to see Bai Libing. He hadn't expected these two women to be together. It seemed their collaboration in his past life was no mere coincidence. I'm fine, don't worry. Are you and Captain Bai cousins? Yes, distant relatives. That explained it. Looking closely, their features did bear some resemblance, and both were stunning beauties. But their temperaments were worlds apart. One warm as jade, the other an eternal frost, her cold face suggesting everyone owed her 800 tons of supplies. Suin had little interest in such women. He suspected they were cold in every way. Captain Bai, we meet again, Suin greeted casually. Bai Libing nodded, saying little. Her gaze towards Suin was filled with deep wariness. The strength he had displayed today had left her with a lingering unease. She had no doubt that if he wished, Suin alone could flatten the Black Rose, leaving them no chance to resist. And the Eternal Life Expedition team's power went far beyond Suin himself. Through careful observation, she had noted at least a dozen shrank awakened within the team. What an absurd lineup. Su Prefecture didn't have that many combined. If the 100 alliances had known the Eternal Life Expedition team would be. Bai Libing wanted to refuse, but the aroma of meat wafting through the air gave her pause. The hopeful looks from the other Black Rose girls made it even harder for her to decline. Thank you, she said, feeling a flush of warmth. She wasn't one to take advantage of others, but this meal was too tempting to resist. You're Qingyu's cousin. A meal is nothing to be polite about, Suin said before turning and heading to his room. He had much to do, over 1,000 abilities to unlock. Li Xiaoyu had already brought the people from the main stronghold. He needed to hurry and fuse abilities to create more awakened. The Black Rose girls, hearing they could have a meal at the Eternal Life Expedition team, jumped for joy. Great. Meat to eat. Am I dreaming? Long live the captain. Long live Captain Su. Xue Qingyu watched Su's retreating figure, her heart touched. Though it was just a meal, she knew how precious one meal from the Eternal Life Expedition team was. Maybe I should go thank him properly tonight, she thought. At the thought, a slight blush crept across her cheeks. After dinner, Bai Libing hurriedly led her team away. It wasn't that she wanted to leave, but she truly dared not stay any longer. If they didn't leave, soon the team members would be on the verge of quitting, each one seemingly eager to perish right there. The living conditions of the Chongqing adventure team had become so outrageous that she could barely cope. After dinner, they even had fruit to eat. Not to mention the team members, even she was somewhat reluctant to leave. Before departing, she really wanted to invite Xue Qingyu to join her as the vice leader at the Black Rose to prevent her from being mistreated by Suan. But she simply couldn't bring herself to ask. Would she really want to return and eat grass cake with them? Only a fool would be willing to do that. However, knowing that Xue Qingyu was doing well, she felt at ease, and even somewhat gratified. Her only concern was whether Xue Qingyu would be mistreated by Su, and who was a beast that wouldn't even spare a small candy. In the entire Chongqing adventure team, Suan was the only man, while the rest were all beautiful girls with fair skin and stunning looks. It was clear what Suan's intentions were. He might as well rename it the Harem Adventure Team. Thus, she repeatedly cautioned Xue Qingyu to be sure to protect herself. Xue Qingyu nodded repeatedly, but in her heart, she was planning how to thank Suan later that night, completely disregarding Bai Li Bing's advice. If Bai Li Bing found out, she would undoubtedly spit blood. Her cousin had already changed. At that moment, Suan was leaning back in a chair in the temporary office, quietly merging his abilities. Merging over 1,000 abilities was indeed troublesome and required a considerable amount of work. Fortunately, he had prior experience and already had a synthesis chart in his mind. He gradually figured out how to pair abilities of the same attribute to create new ones. In no time, he had synthesized 14 great abilities. Together with the 6 from Wu Xin and others, he had already amassed 20 great abilities. The overall quality of this batch of abilities was clearly higher than any he had obtained before, as the Bai Menghui was the strongest awakening force in Su Di. Even though it was already sent off, it still held some prestige. However, the resources of the Bai Menghui were pitifully scarce. Even with dozens of adventure teams combined, they only had around 200 tons. It was yet another day of missing Hu Yi. Once everything was synthesized, there would be at least 5th. For now, he could only retain some A and great abilities to make do. Great abilities were not given to just anyone, only those who performed well could obtain them, which also served as motivation, creating a powerful cohesion centered around him, making the Chongqing adventure team an unbreakable fortress both inside and out. Although the Bai Menghui appeared strong in Su Di in the grand scheme of the apocalypse, it was nothing, even falling short of the Black Rose. The apocalypse was a chaotic era, a time when many powers rose. When the apocalypse enveloped the world, the indomitable human spirit would eventually burst forth with brilliant light, and stars would rise to guide people through the darkness. The Chongqing adventure team still had a long way to go, not just to become the brightest star in the night, but to challenge the apocalypse itself, ultimately tearing apart the great hand that tightly gripped their throats. Just then Xue Qingyu pushed open the door and walked. Xue Qingyu nodded, her voice soft and sweet as she said, "Thank you, Suan." It was nothing, no need to take it to heart, Suan replied with a slight smile. It was just a meal, he truly didn't think much of it. But not everyone could earn a meal from him. On one hand, it was because the Black Rose had done him a favor, and on the other, because Bai Li Bing was Xue Qingyu's cousin. Xue Qingyu was still the vice leader of the Chongqing adventure team, and he had to give her this bit of face. His feelings for Xue Qingyu, the school beauty, were quite complicated. In his previous life, they didn't interact much. He vaguely remembered helping her carry her luggage on her first day at school. The moment he first laid eyes on that pure and gentle girl, he was captivated, but more than that, he felt a sense of inferiority, so much so that he couldn't even dare to look at her more than once. Moreover, at that time he had already begun to pursue Su Xiaoyan, making it even harder to devil. Looking back on the past, Suan couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia, and he waved his hand at Xue Qingyu. Unconsciously, Xue Qingyu walked over. Just as she wanted to turn and escape, Suan pulled her into an embrace. The next morning, Suan awoke on the soft bed. His DNA stirred early in the day. For the sake of physical and mental well-being, a session of morning exercise was both reasonable and justified. Thus, the large wooden bed, which had already been groaning day and night, finally succumbed to the strain and retired prematurely. Though he had yet to discover the kidney amplification ability, his diamond body allowed him to control the reinforcement of specific parts. His combat prowess had already reached explosive levels. While Suan felt frustrated, he also pondered when to replace the bed. Got it. He suddenly recalled the high-grade alloy door from the laboratory with a safety coefficient of 6. Wouldn't it be splendid to forge a large bed from that material? Not only could it withstand a game of cards on top, but it could even serve as a family heirloom. Without further ado, he found an empty patch of ground and retrieved the 2 alloy doors from his wide area storage. The quality was sound, although they had been deformed by the night goddess. A bit of hammering could correct them, and the dimensions were just barely sufficient. Each door was half a meter thick, 6 meters wide, and 10 meters long, requiring no cutting. After straightening, polishing, and finishing, a rough model of a high-grade alloy bed took shape. Yet Suan felt something was missing. Ah yes, 2 bedside tables were still needed. He then retrieved the high-grade alloy container that had held the night goddess from his storage and began tinkering with it. However, as he did so, he sensed something amiss. At the top of the container's interior was a treasure chest, one he had never seen before, appearing even more advanced than a diamond-grade chest. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon it by chance, otherwise who knows how long it might have languished in his storage. From now on he needed to be more meticulous when looting monsters and treasures. Filled with eager anticipation, he slowly opened the chest. After a blinding red flash, its contents were revealed. There was only one item, an iron ball the size of a basketball with a pitch-black hole in its center. Standard alloy equipment production line core, current activation charge 0, charging, material high grade, alloy. Holy crap. Suan's eyes widened. Good heavens, he had actually obtained an alloy equipment manufacturing device. This was somewhat absurd. With this he could leap from being a demander to a producer, crafting his own gear, without middlemen skimming profits. Moreover, he had numerous design blueprints at hand ready to use. Yet he had never encountered such an item before, nor had he heard of anyone obtaining one in his past life, so he was unsure how to use it. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Night Goddess initial level was as high as 29. An ordinary strength awakened, even with maxed out skill proficiency, could only solo bows around LV9. To defeat the Night Goddess, at least a dozen strength awakened would need to act simultaneously, and even that was a stretch. Furthermore, the Night Goddess was located in the deepest part of a laboratory with a safety coefficient of 6, with over 1,000 bows along the way. Even if a dozen strength awakened were willing to collaborate and advance together, people died every day. By the second apocalypse, survivors would number no more than 1 million, perhaps only a few 100,000. Suan felt a vague insight. Perhaps this sudden apocalypse wasn't a test of individual survival, but of whether all humanity could march forward hand in hand, seeking possibility amid impossibility. Of course, he just mused on this briefly with a sigh. He wasn't some savior, just a man brimming with desires and flaws. Keeping his group of girls alive and well-fed daily would be a blessing. Overthinking was pointless. He then turned his attention back to the standard alloy equipment production line core. It displayed an activation charge of 0, suggesting manual charging was needed with high-grade alloy as the material. Suan tried feeding it a high-grade alloy battle blade. In less than half a second the core devoured it, and the charge rose from 0 to 0.05. He fed it another high-grade alloy armor piece, and it became 0.075. A medium-grade alloy battle blade yielded the same 0.075. Based on this conversion rate, he would need to feed it 2 to 0 high-tech alloy battle blades, or 4 to 0 high-grade alloy armor pieces, to activate it. What kind of joke was this? Even a gluttonous beast couldn't eat that much. He currently had only about 400 high-grade alloy sets left. Even if he fed them all, had barely reached 50 charge. Where would he find so much high-grade alloy? In a daze, Suan noticed the high-grade alloy bed beside him. It seems I do have some. So much for that. The newly crafted alloy bed, not yet experienced, was about to be sacrificed. Suan reluctantly fed the alloy bed to the core along with the alloy container. As for the high-grade alloy equipment, he truly couldn't bear to part with it. With 800 girls in the entire group, there wasn't enough to go around, let alone surplus to feed the core. And if the output proved disappointing after feeding, losing the equipment would drop the group's overall combat power by a whole tier, slowing down lab rates. A loss that would make him spit blood. After feeding the 2 alloy doors and the large container, the charge reached 60. Suan chose not to feed it finished equipment, stopping there. There would be another day, another time. After temporarily setting aside the matter of core production, Suan arrived at the square of the temporary stronghold. The girls had already risen early with the logistics team preparing breakfast. The others were either organizing their equipment or doing warm-up exercises. After breakfast, the 8 squads would continue their assault on the laboratory. With the experience of the previous 2 days, the enhancement of high-grade alloy equipment, and most crucially Suan's vital guidance, it was akin to wearing in-game gear and following a strategy guide to clear a dungeon. The casualty rate had dropped to an extremely low level. Even the loss of 1 or 2 individuals was considered a grave misfortune. As Suan approached, everyone set aside their tasks to greet him in unison, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. Within the Eternal Life Adventure group, Suan's popularity was no longer a matter of degree. He was revered as a divine being. Nearly everyone considered themselves. All of this was given to them freely by Suan. It was nearly impossible for him not to be worshipped. Furthermore, they had learned of his feat in single-handedly challenging thousands of awakened from the 100 alliances. While they were awed by their master's formidable strength, the girls also felt an involuntary sense of shame and deep sympathy. Even when facing an army of thousands, their master had stood alone to shield them. Everyone's heart was filled with indescribable emotions, and they vowed to repay Suan with all their might. Suan was unaware of the intense inner drama of the girls. He only noticed that their favorability was skyrocketing without restraint. Almost everyone in the camp now had a maxed-out favorability of 100. Suan nodded in satisfaction, scanned the crowd, and said with a smile, From now on, everyone here, including those who previously failed the assessment, will officially become permanent members of the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Upon hearing this, alright, unbeknownst to all this had become a crooked trend within the Eternal Life Adventure Group. Anyone who entered Sue-An's office tacitly agreed to strip down completely. Sue-An couldn't be bothered to correct this unhealthy custom. Why not enjoy the view? After all, these girls were his people. The process of awakening was simple and effortless. 10 strength awakened were thus created out of thin air. Before the girls left, Sue-An specifically kept one behind, a tsundere girl with twin tails. He wanted to test whether with the same 100 favorability there would be any difference between an ordinary member and the women closest to him. Would their obedience be the same? An hour later, the tsundere girl left the office with a flushed face and slightly swollen lips. It turned out that 100 favorability was truly effective. Not only was her obedience no lower than that of the women by his side, but it was even higher. She was extremely tsundere with her words, but her actions were quite ho. With the strength squad leaders created, the next step was to assemble the rank and brank awakened members. Sue-An directly created 100 awakened, dividing them into 10 squads, led by the 10 previous squad leaders. Although he still had many abilities left, he didn't plan to distribute them one by one. This was a special period requiring special treatment. From now on, obtaining abilities would be subject to certain conditions and rules. As for what those rules and conditions would be, he left that to Lu Hui to handle. Lu Hui was far more adept at personnel management. With this, the assault squads expanded to 18, and everyone in the temporary stronghold was now engaged in the laboratory operations. Laboratories with a danger level of 6 would not appear again in the short term, giving Sue-An some leisure time. He thus mounted Wang Kai and returned to the headquarters stronghold in the city center. 500 members were still stationed there, most of whom were formal mem. On the 10th day after the laboratory's emergence, nearly 2 months had passed since the apocalypse descended. Time had reached the end of December, and winter was drawing ever closer. Fortunately, Suzhou was in the southern region, but even their winter temperatures would drop to single digits. As the weather gradually turned cold, people set up iron barrels in their camps, filling them with combustible materials to kindle fires for warmth. Survivors could be seen everywhere along the roads, huddled in small groups around bonfires. With the dissolution of the 100 alliances, everyone was now free to explore the laboratory zone. Over the past 10 days, many had retrieved high-tech alloy equipment from the labs, granting them a modicum of self-defense capability even against the most basic laboratories. Most people knew their own limits and only dared to venture into the lowest-level labs. Although what they obtained were merely low-grade equipment and nutrient fluids for ordinary folk. Even if you have to die in the lab. Yet all these changes were progressing in a positive direction. Since a new safety level 6 laboratory wouldn't refresh for another 4 days, and he had little to manage within the adventure group's internal affairs, Sue-An found himself with nothing to do. He spent his days basking in the sun, loafing around, and at night gaming with the girls. Life just drifted along. Today Sue-An planned to take a casual stroll outside, and maybe snatch something along the way. It had been a few days since he last used his Plunder ability, and his hands were getting a little itchy. Sue-An changed into a black tracksuit, and also wore a mask to avoid being recognized. Having too much fame was not a good thing, at least not for Sue-An. Now almost everyone in Siuland knew him. Even those who had never seen him in person had seen his portrait or photos. To ordinary people, he was a great benefactor, a hero who brought warmth to the masses. But to awakened individuals, he was a nightmare. By now everyone knew he was the awakened killer. Awakened ones would go out of their way to avoid him from afar. This undoubtedly brought Sue-An's plundering enterprise to a standstill. To be honest, he wasn't really in urgent need of plundering abilities at the moment. The number of awakened individuals in Siuland had dwindled to about 2,000, and these people were the main force for exploring the laboratory. Without them, the production of catalysts would inevitably drop several times over, which was completely counterproductive. Well, after all had to be sheared slowly. Before plundering, he still needed to conduct a small experiment. He didn't know if the skills plundered from zombies could be used, or if they had side effects. He wouldn't risk his own safety. The best approach was to find someone to test it on. Give a skill that seemed to have side effects to someone else, and see what happened. But gifting skills and abilities to others required a favorability index of at least 60. Using his own girls as test subjects was clearly not worth it. He needed to find someone else. With that thought, Sue-An slowly made his way toward the headquarters of the True God sect. As for his Mount Wang Sai, it had been spending time with the exploration team, working with Li Xiaoyu to eat B.O.W.S for evolution. Sue-An had heard of the True God sect before, a religious force that recruited followers under his name. It had risen very quickly. In terms of sheer numbers, the True God sect was the largest of all factions with over 10,000 followers. As for actual strength, what a coincidence, so am I. Does Captain Sue have many fans? The lean man looked at Sue-An with disdain. Brother, you don't get out much, do you? It's not just many. It's an overwhelming number. Let me put it this way, out of every 10 people still breathing, 9 are fans of Captain Sue. If the Everlasting Adventure team were still recruiting, I'd castrate myself just to try out. Suin gasped. This guy was a truly hardcore fan. Isn't that a bit much, brother? I heard they only accept beautiful women. The lean man deflated like a punctured balloon. Yeah, that's the problem. What can I do if I was born with an extra 2 ounces of flesh? Alas, that's why I can only join the True God sect. Does the True God sect really have no entry requirements? How could that be? Not only are there requirements, but they're also very strict. If there were truly no requirements, the place would have been overrun long ago. I really didn't know that. Tell me more. First, if you want to join the True God sect, your purity must be high. Purity. Purity. Suin was full of question marks. Yes, purity. The more devout your faith in Captain Su, the higher your purity. Soon someone will test our purity, and only if it's sufficient can you join. Suin was completely speechless. Could purity even be measured? Even he could only judge based on the favorability others felt toward him. What gave this True God sect the right? Before long the line reached its end, and it was Suin's turn. A robed figure recorded some basic information, and then led Suin into the True God sect's base. Along the way most of the people were ordinary survivors similar to those outside, men, women, young and old. On both sides of the road were makeshift houses that, while not great, were barely livable. Suin noticed that all these people shared one common trait: their favorability toward him was remarkably uniform, all between 60 and 70. Not a single one fell below 60, and not one exceeded 70. Suin frowned slightly. Could this True God sect actually measure purity? And then rank believers according to their purity? That was quite intriguing. Seeing Suin look around, the robed figure spoke slowly. Don't be too nervous. I will take you to the Hall of Truth to undergo the trial of the Oracle Maiden. As long as you are a devout believer of the true God, you will surely pass the trial. May the supreme, true God be with you. Suin was brought into a hall resembling a church. In the center of the church stood a reclining chair, at the end of which was a statue of a young man, riding a giant cat, looking down upon everything from a height. Upon seeing the likeness of the statue, Suin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wasn't this exactly how he looked while riding Wonkai? The great doors of the church slowly closed, and 6 individuals cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured. Each held a burning candle in hand. Please sit on the chair and accept the trial from the Divine Lord. Suin scanned the 6 figures before him. Among them 4 were ordinary people, while only the 2 standing prominently before him, one large and one small, were awakeners. Ability: Dream Creation, a wealth value 1000. Ability: Hypnosis, a wealth value 300. Both possessed mental type abilities. Seeing their information, Suin roughly guessed how the True God sect purified its followers. Most likely they hypnotized the believers first, then created dreams to conduct trials through the constructed scenarios. Since those trapped in dreams do not realize they are dreaming, all their actions within the dream stem from their true thoughts, making it impossible to deceive anyone. The purification efficiency is remarkably accurate. Suin couldn't help but mutter to H. Suin, bow to your grandfather. A counterfeit, and yet so pretentious. Is there anything real about him? How did he not realize? With a sudden gesture he shattered the first layer of the dream. He moved on to the next layers of dreams. The general content of the dream involved the trial taker swearing allegiance to Suin, the True God, and joining the True God sect. Following the development of the True God sect, they witnessed its rise and fall with both glory and decline. In the 9th layer of the dream, True God Suin directly lost all divine power, falling from grace and becoming a despised outcast, even viewed as a heretic by the True God sect, which issued a hunt for him. If one could successfully pass the first 8 layers by this point in the dream, the trial taker would have followed True God Suin for nearly several decades, already a high-ranking member of the True God sect. If they managed to capture the fleeing True God Suin, they would become the new leader of the True God sect. Moreover, they would be extremely fortunate to have discovered the hiding place of True God Suin. At this moment, if they could catch the already despised True God Suin, the dream. It shouldn't be. It seemed it was time to have a serious discussion with the higher-ups of the True God sect. He immediately exited the dream and stood up. As the dream dissipated, the awakeners trapped within it snapped back to reality, retreating several steps in surprise. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to our True God sect? The small figure in black pointed at Suin and shouted. This was her first time being trapped in the dream she had woven for someone else. Clearly the others' mental abilities were far superior to hers. The other black-cloaked figures immediately assumed an offensive stance, and one of them stealthily pressed a button to alert other followers. Soon the doors of the hall were burst open, and dozens of followers dressed in similar uniforms of varying levels rushed in, surrounding Suin. Among them was an shrank, awakened female knight, clad in heavy armor, leading the charge. She was a mixed-race woman with brown hair, blue eyes, and snow-white skin, exuding an air of competence and heroism. The small figure in black rushed to the knight's side, pointing at Suin, and saying, Sister Jean, this person is here to cause trouble. He disrupted the divine trial. Quickly capture him. The knight's face turned icy as she drew the knight's sword from her waist, pointing it at Sue-in with a cold tone. Yo! Sue-in helplessly shook his head, removing his hood and mask to reveal a playful smile. Having seen the true god, why? Oh no, wait. What? You don't even recognize your own true god? Upon seeing Sue-in's appearance, the believers were first stunned, then knelt down in unison. It truly is the true god. The true god has descended. Supreme true god, your devout servant offers you loyalty. We pay homage to the supreme true god. We pay homage to the supreme true god. The female knight also knelt, her gaze towards Sue-in filled with fervor and excitement. Although Sue-in was the true god worshipped by the True God Church, he had never appeared before them. This was the first time. Seeing everyone kneeling and kowtowing, Sue-in waved his hand. All right, get up. Call your leader here. He still couldn't fathom what the True God Church was plotting, so he decided to directly summon their leader for a talk. It wasn't that he minded them using his name to swindle others, but they should at least pay a protection fee, shouldn't they? Subsequently, the crowd of believers was dismissed, leaving only the female knight and two other figures in black robes. Before long, a middle-aged couple hurried in. Upon seeing Sue-in, they immediately knelt down. The middle-aged man, with tears and mucus streaming down his face, said, "True God, you've finally come to see us." Sue-in. He only felt that the man looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but couldn't quite recall. The man patted his own face, saying, "Have you forgotten? It's me, Chu Lao-san. Oh, it seems you never knew my name. Right after the apocalypse began, I even thought about having my wife, with you." The middle-aged man then pulled over the small figure in a black robe and lifted the hood to reveal a delicate doll-like face. "This is my daughter Xian. You once gave her a big cake. Have you forgotten?" With this reminder, Sue-in finally recalled. Wasn't this the family of three he had encountered in a small survivor camp on his way to Convict Island in the early days of the apocalypse? The man had been trying to solicit customers for his wife. At that time, he had copied the gray dream weaving ability from this girl. As a token of thanks, he had left behind some supplies. "I remember now. I didn't expect you all to still be alive." The day after he returned from Convict Island, the swarms of crows and bats had gradually increased, lasting for over half a month. That period had been the most difficult for the survivors, with half of them perishing under the crow attacks. He hadn't expected this family of three to survive intact. Seeing that Sue-in remembered him, the middle-aged man chuckled. "We owe it all to the things you left us, and your warning. Otherwise our family would have died long ago." On the day Sue-in left, following his advice, the man immediately took his wife and child and hid in a cellar. The next day, overwhelming swarms of crows swept through the entire camp, lasting for over half a month. Thanks to the supplies Sue-in had left, they were able to emerge from the cellar alive, the only three survivors from The man nodded, then shook his head. "The thing is..." The man then recounted the whole story. After emerging from the cellar, the family of three began wandering. Thanks to Sue-in's guidance, he knew his daughter was an awakener who could control others' dreams. Thus, they made a living in various survivor camps by using her ability to create pleasant dreams in exchange for food, until they encountered a small cult called the True God Church. This cult was a small sect that used the True God's name to swindle people everywhere. Its leader was a witch doctor draped in a white sheet who tricked believers into joining the True God Church, offering their food to the True God and praying for deliverance from the apocalypse. In reality, she embezzled the offerings for her own indulgence, moving from one camp to the next after cheating them. His daughter Xian immediately recognized the portrait of the true god they used. It was the great benefactor who had helped their family survive the crow swarms. So with a determined heart, he took his W. Joan of Arc devoted herself wholeheartedly to the development of the True God Church. With this great awakener, the church's expansion was unstoppable, quickly growing into a cult with hundreds of followers. However, due to the dream trial system implemented by the church, those with insincere hearts found it difficult to join. Thus, the church's growth temporarily stalled. After all, Sue-in had not yet appeared publicly, and his reputation was modest. Most who joined did so seeking protection under Joan of Arc's great status. It wasn't until Sue-in confronted the 100 Alliance single-handedly, slaying 1,000 enemies and wiping them out, that he became renowned as a divine being descending upon the world. The True God Church, which worshipped Sue-in, seized this opportunity to expand, quickly becoming a first-rate power. The reason they hadn't contacted the Longevity Adventure team to find Sue-in in person was that St. Joan of Arc firmly believed they should focus on their duties and After listening to the man's brief account, Sue-in came to understand the origin of the True God Church. He never expected it to be like this. When he had subdued Wongsai, the creature was being worshipped by a group as a divine beast, and the leader was precisely a shaman draped in a white sheet. That must have been the earliest beginning of the True God Church. Looking back, the True God Church was something that emerged from his inadvertent influence. It had developed smoothly and prosperously all the way. Sue-in couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He also noticed that the guards who had rushed in earlier, Joan of Arc, and even the family of three, all had a 100 favorability rating toward him. What was this? brainwashing themselves. For Suin this was barely a good thing. At the very least he wouldn't have to worry about finding subjects for the skills extracted from the zombies. Soon after Suin arrived at a spacious room lavishly decorated. There was a feathered carpet, a clean and soft large bed, neatly trimmed greenery, and walls adorned with portraits of Suin. This was a chamber specially prepared for him, the most secret and sacred place in the entire True God Church. Even the cleaning was done personally by Joan of Arc every day. Sometimes Joan of Arc would sit by the door hugging her knees lost in thought for an entire night. She seemed to be waiting for the true God to descend and bestow a mission upon her. Just as Joan of Arc had hoped, Suin truly arrived. This room, which had never been occupied, finally welcomed its long-awaited master. Not only Joan but the entire True God Church was thrown into fervor by Suin's arrival. Most believers had only seen Suin's portraits or heard of his deeds. Very few had seen him in person, and most had only glimpsed him from afar. Soon the believers of the True God Church were gathered, a dense sea of people. However, not everyone could meet Suin. The Church's doctrines were extremely strict. Only first-level believers were allowed to meet the true God and receive divine revelations. Based on the second-level believers had essentially reached the pinnacle of piety, willing to unconditionally sacrifice their lives for the true God. Finally, there was the management tier, also known as divine envoys. The number of divine envoys was small, fewer than 10. Xiangxian's family of 3 were among them. The mother was the high priestess, the father the high priest, and the daughter the saintess. As for Joan, she held a dual identity as both saintess and warrior of the divine. After resting briefly in his room, Suin went to the square to personally meet these so-called first-level believers. The True God Church had tens of thousands of followers, but only over 1,000 had reached the first level, a mere tenth. They were men, women, young and old, all looking up at Suin standing on the pavilion, their eyes burning with fanaticism. It's really the true God. This is my first time seeing the true God. Has the true God come to guide us? Many believers were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. They knelt down one after another, clasping their hands together and making the prayer gesture invented by the True God Church. Suin looked down and noticed that most of these first-level believers were ordinary people, with very few awakened ones among them. Thinking it over, it made sense. Awakened individuals mostly possessed power. Even in the apocalypse, they had the ability to survive and carried a certain pride. Ordinary people, however, were different. They were the truly powerless. In a chaotic world, they could only drift with the tide, and even getting a meal was extremely difficult. Thus these people were more devout, yearning for peace and protection and longing to gain power as formidable as Joan of Arc. At the same time, Suin couldn't help but view the doctrines of the True God Church with newfound respect. They had only one faith, the true God. Once you joined the church, you were family. As long as you were. However, as the exploration of the laboratory area progressed, the True God Church gradually showed signs of improvement. At the very least, the believers' lives could be sustained. Suin glanced at the smiling Chu Laosan family. He had to admit that this management style was unique in the entire apocalypse. Without his reputation backing it, it would be impossible to maintain. But if these people survived until the second apocalypse, they would become a force not to be underestimated. Because after the second apocalypse, there would be a severe shortage of people. Population would be a precious resource. Suffice it to say, the True God Church had a promising future. Suin, however, had no intention of concerning himself with the Church's future. He would let the Chu Laosan family slowly figure it out. But since they were using his name to develop, it was only reasonable for him to use the believers for experiments, wasn't it? Suin then casually selected a few believers and brought them to the hall to begin preliminary experiments. He currently possesses only a few zombie skills, having spent the last few days indulging himself in leisure rather than dealing with serious matters. It seems he will need to procure more zombies. The selected few disciples are all level 1 followers with a 100 favorability rating, 3 women and 2 men. The 5 of them appeared somewhat flattered by Suin's attention, kneeling on the ground, awaiting the divine oracle. Suin first bestowed a tier skill of a witch upon one of the female disciples. Let's see if there are any changes. Do you feel any abilities? The female disciple, filled with excitement, followed Suin's instructions to sense the changes in her body. I also have abilities now. The female disciple excitedly stood up, waving her hands as blood-red sharp claws sprouted from her fingertips, identical to the witch's claws. Suin took a large log from the spatial storage and threw it on the ground, commanding, "Try testing its power." "Yes, true, God," the female disciple replied obediently, scratching the log with her claws. The sharp claws immediately sliced the log, which was as thick as a person's embrace, into several sections, leaving the cut surface extremely smooth. "Can the claws retract?" "Yes, they can." The female disciple retracted her claws, which disappeared back into her flesh. Suin nodded in satisfaction, seemingly confirming that the tier skill was functioning well. He proceeded to test the next skill, Frenzy, which he had acquired from a tank during his visit to the old base in the city a couple of days ago. He bestowed Frenzy upon a male disciple. As soon as the skill was activated, the disciple's eyes turned red, veins bulged, and he fell into a state of rage. His physical capabilities surged several times, his body swelling by half, and his strength increasing significantly. However, a glaring flaw became evident upon activating the frenzy skill. His temperament became extremely volatile, displaying great battle intent even in front of Sue and the true god. Fortunately, he was still able to restrain himself and did not descend into madness. It resembled a simplified version of endless fury. The after effects were yet to be seen, but at least for now he could see. This has great potential. Calculating it this way, the potential of zombie skills might not be much lower than that of abilities. First, he would conduct experiments on the true God Church disciples, selecting skills without side effects of high value, and then grant his adventuring team members high-level skills, creating several hundreds-grade awakened individuals with top-tier zombie skills. Thinking about it makes me a bit excited. With this in mind, Suin could no longer sit still. He instructed old Sanchu to take several disciples down to carefully observe for any side effects before he directly left the True God Church base. Time to procure, time to procure. At the same time, St. Jean Dark followed Suin out. Throughout the process, Jean acted like a little follower, closely trailing Suin's side. Why are you following me? Aren't you returning to the True God Church? Jean knelt on one knee, earnestly stating, "Respected True God, please grant me a mission." Jean is already prepared to accept all trials. Witnessing Suin's ability to create awakened ones with ease reinforced Jean's inner thoughts. The disciples' devotion had brought rewards, and she finally welcomed her destiny. The true God was about to guide her to complete her mission. Observing the serious and formal expression of this female knight, Suin felt quite speechless. What mission? What trials? This is just latest stage Chinibu. He could only cough a couple of times to lower his voice, trying to cooperate with her performance. He himself was also quite a Chinibu after all. Jean, do you understand that the path you are about to embark on is filled with slaughter and bloodshed? Have you thought this through? Jean took a deep breath, her azure eyes filled with determination. Great true God, Jean is already fully prepared. Suin pretended to be gratified and nodded. No wonder you are the one I chose. I have been watching your performance closely. Jean, you are my most proud disciple. Saying this, Suin took out a nanoalloy battle sword from the spatial storage, transforming it into the appearance of a knight's sword, resting it upon her shoulder. In the name of the true God, I grant my most loyal knight, St. Jean d'Arc, the title of God of War's attendant. Grant her humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirit, honesty, justice, and virtue. She shall fear neither darkness nor strong enemies. Courage and bravery shall accompany her always. Suin felt he had scored full marks for this impromptu speech. Upon hearing Suin's words, Jean trembled with excitement, quickly responding, I vow to treat the weak kindly. I vow to bravely resist violence. I vow to fight against all wrongs. I vow to battle for those who are defenseless. I vow to help anyone who seeks my assistance. I vow not to harm any woman. I vow to support my fellow knights. I vow to treat my friends sincerely. I vow to love those dear to me until death. Jean spoke her commendation with remarkable proficiency, suggesting she had practiced it extensively in private. In this exchange of Chinibu, Suin found himself outmatched. Cough, cough, let's leave it at that. Go ahead, follow the guidance of your heart, and embark on your own path. Jean paused for a moment before hurriedly asking, kind true God, please tell the ignorant Jean what she should do next. Suin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who do you want me to ask? He casually waved his hand, dismissing her. You should understand even without me saying. Even if I told you, you wouldn't get it. Once you understand, you will naturally know. My beloved knight, you are special. The answer is already in your heart, isn't it? So just follow your heart. After Suin finished speaking, he quickly slipped away, feeling his awkwardness flare up. He found it hard to endure Jean, a Chinibu patient. Watching the direction Suin disappeared, Jean's heart raced as she murmured, I am special. True God said I am special. After leaving the True God sect, Suin plunged directly into the laboratory area. Nowadays, the peripheral low-level laboratories had been largely conquered with ordinary people visible everywhere. This period was considered quite favorable for the survivors. Zombies wouldn't emerge from the city, nor would the bows in the laboratories. The scattered mutated creatures outside had long been eliminated by adventurer groups venturing deeper into the lab area. As long as one didn't recklessly break into the laboratories, it was relatively safe. The survivors could rely on sheer numbers coordinating to conquer the low-level labs. Led by those with equipment and experience, they would kill a zombie, open a chest, and flee, then repeat the process. Repeating this cycle, a low-level laboratory could be conquered in just a few days. Moreover, low-level chests were more abundant than high-level ones. The equipment was somewhat inferior, but at least the nutrient solution was guaranteed. 99% of people raided labs for this very resource. Items like physical enhancement serums were merely unexpected jackpots. Finding one meant fortune, while not finding one was normal. One survivor once obtained a dose of viral immune serum from a silver chest. When brought to the trading market, it caused quite a stir, ultimately being acquired by a large adventurer group for 500 caddies of grain and a management position. Suin didn't waste time on the peripheral low-level labs, but instead darted deeper. Low-level labs rarely spawned bows of lickers, and berserk zombies were considered the ceiling there. His target for the day were the high-level bows. After trekking deeper for over 40 minutes, Suin finally stopped. The area he had to admit, plundering monster skills was incredibly satisfying, plentiful filling, and they wouldn't run away. It was much easier than plundering awakened ones. Now he even felt an unusual fondness for those grotesque bows. In 3 hours he had acquired a good 500 to 600 monster skills. Yet even so, Suin still felt it was a bit slow. The thought of other adventurer groups mercilessly slaughtering these little darlings made his heart ache repeatedly. These were precious skills. Others killed them and got nothing, not even a grain of rice. What a waste. With this in mind, Suin decided to stop roaming the labs and return directly to the Eternal Life Adventurer Group's temporary stronghold. The Eternal Life Adventurer Group now had a total of 34 rank awakened and around 300 a rank and brank awakened, divided into 30 teams. 28 of these teams were responsible for conquering laboratories. The other 2 teams were stationed in the trading dist. At the very least, Eternal Life wouldn't bother with labs below safety rating 3. Suin considered himself quite generous. After returning to the stronghold, he ordered all teams out conquering labs to be summoned back. Then, leading nearly 400 members, he set out grandly towards the depths of the laboratory area. Other adventurer groups they encountered along the way hastily made way for them. Good heavens, what is the Eternal Life Adventurer Group up to with such a big show? I saw Xueqingyu, the lightning goddess. She's so beautiful. I prefer Li Xiaoyu, the lowly, wielding a giant blade, so adorable and cute. Lu Shishir is the prettiest in strength, psychic, awakened, high heels, and black stockings. Step on me, sis. They're all good, let me whip one out first. The Eternal Life Adventurer Group was renowned not only for its formidable strength, but also for its bevy of beauties, making countless men drool. Looking over, one saw a uniform array of stunning women. Many girls and eternal. Everyone called him the fourth calamity. What more evaluation was needed? There was no evaluation to be made. He had already transcended the realm of humanity. Seeing such a large-scale assembly by the Eternal Life Adventurer Group, more and more adventurer groups gathered following behind to watch the spectacle. Not to mention the hundreds of eye-catching fairies, the terrifying lineup of over 30 rank awakened alone was enough to hold one's gaze. A beautiful and powerful legion of women. Every glance was a gain. Upon hearing the news by Libing of the Black Rose also brought her people to watch. Knowing Suin, she was sure he was about to pull off something major. Arriving at a high-level laboratory area, Suin gave the order for the 28 teams to stand before 28 lab doors simultaneously. However, they didn't start conquering immediately, but waited at the entrance for his next instruction. Suin jumped off Wang Kai's back and stretched his joints. Conquering labs alone was too slow for him, with 90% of the time spent on opening ch. Since it was the first time acting together with Suin, the girls from the Chongqing Adventure team were equally excited. Each of them straightened their backs, fully energized, eager to impress Suin. After all, if the team leader took a liking to them, they could easily climb the ranks and secure a raise. Suin waved at a long-legged girl in black stockings. The girl quickly jogged over and bent slightly to greet him. Team leader. This girl, Lu Shishir, was one of the 8 rank awakeners initially promoted by Suin. Her status in the team was second only to senior executives like Xueqingyu and Li Xiaoyu, making her one of Suin's direct subordinates. She enjoyed better treatment than other team members. Among these 8 girls, in terms of appearance and figure, they were the cream of the crop in the adventure team. As Suin's personal guard, they paid great attention to their attire and personal upkeep, gradually becoming the face of the Chongqing Adventure team. Consequently, these 8 personal guards had gained considerable fame in the outside world, attracting numerous fans. Lu Shishir exuded a mature, alluring aura, especially with her long and proportionate legs, which sparked many fantasies among the public. Many people daydreamed about being stepped on by Lu Shishir in high. Lu Shishir was intelligent, perceptive, and exuded charm. She often assisted Xueqingyu and subtly showed signs of rising to management. Suin took out a mechanical watch and tossed it to Lu Shishir. Please keep track of the time for me when I go in to see how long it takes from entry to exit. Okay, team leader. Lu Shishir replied with a smile, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she looked at Suin. Suin planned to exert all his efforts to conquer a laboratory with a safety rating of 4 to gauge how much time he would need. Having a concrete reference for time would help coordinate the team members in a systematic manner when they entered to open treasure chests and transport supplies. Otherwise, no matter how quickly he conquered it, if the team members were not prepared with a time plan beforehand, things could fall into disarray and slow down progress. After saying this, Suin headed towards the laboratory door. Multiple rank abilities were unleashed, causing the ground. This is the power of the 4th calamity. Terrifying. I fear that if it touches me, I would be done for. It's already said to be the 4th calamity, it's no longer human. Didn't you see how the true God sect treats him as a deity? What's so divine? He's just an awakener with multiple abilities. In essence, he's just like us, human. Should keep your voice down. If the true God sect hears you, you might get taken away for heresy trials. They might even strip your skin. Well, I'm not wrong. I'm also an awakener, so shouldn't I also be considered a god? Absurd. Haha, how many abilities do you have compared to him? Just a moment ago, I saw him unleash over a dozen strength abilities, and that might not be his full extent. Why don't you go test and see how many abilities he really has? Doing a little elementary math problem for seeking extremes. Regardless of whether he's an awakener, he's so powerful at this level that calling him a god isn't exaggerated at all. Many were amazed by Su-An's strength, while some speculated about his intentions. Only Su-An entered the laboratory, leaving the other members of the Chongqing adventure team waiting outside with no intention of helping. The long-legged beauty Lu Shishir was holding a mechanical watch timing. Could it be that team leader Su intends to solo the safety rating 4 laboratory? It takes our adventure team at least 4 to 5 days to tackle such a lab. No wonder team leader Su is bold and skilled. The safety rating 4 laboratory contains numerous BOWs which are much stronger than any mutated zombies. As an rank awakener, I would risk my life to fight just one, and it would take me at least 2 hours to kill it. With all this commotion, won't the bows swarm toward him? Just thinking about it makes me scared. Can team leader Su handle it? I think team leader Su will be fine at ITLL, just take a bit longer. He should be able to conquer this laboratory in 7 or 8 hours at most. Impossible. It will take at least 10 hours. Do you think a level 4 laboratory is a market where you can just stroll through? There are limits to human capability. The crowd expressed their opinions, and other large adventure teams were discussing among themselves. Finally, I heard you know team leader Su. You should have a clearer idea of his strength than we do. How long do you think it will take him? Li Bing shook her head lightly. She wasn't very clear about Su-An's specific strength. If the combat power of awakeners could be rated varying by ability rank on a scale of 1 to 100, she would give Su-An a score of 1000. This person was simply not from the same version of players as them. When estimating his combat power, one would have to add an extra 0 to the ceiling of current power levels. Within 3 hours, around 2 hours, Li Bing speculated after a moment of thought. A level 4 laboratory that took the Black Rose team 2 full days to conquer could likely be handled by Su-An in just over 2 hours. 2 hours? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? It can't be that absurd. The heads of various adventure teams couldn't help but gasp in shock. Li Bing offered no further explanation, as she was naturally a person of few words. She just had her subordinates take out a clock to time. Li Bing had a vague sense of the absurd. She felt Su-An could conquer the level 4 laboratory in an hour and a half. However, this speculation was too outrageous, she herself couldn't believe it. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after Su-An rushed into the laboratory, he stood frozen in place after killing a licker. Infinite growth activated experience points. 1 Su-An. Killing a zombie actually granted experience points. Not only did he gain experience points, but he also had his character panel. Character name, Su-An, level LV0, experience points, 1, estimated wealth 3.8 billion, including human resources. Territory, none. Abilities, Plunder, Divine Civilization, Guardian, Divine Lightning, Control, S Stone Master, S Wide Space, S Great, Dream Master, S Mind, Control, S Burning Corruption, S Brilliant Body, S Titan Power, S Momentary Eternal Mark, S Burning Bone Flame, S Super Energy Storage, S Frenzied Growth, S Raging Waves, S Teleport, S Sonic Speed, S Revitalizing Wind, S Warfire Roar, Sinless Fury, S All Area Detection, S Weakness Perception, S Fatal Strike, S Dark Corruption, S Terrifying Mark, S Lullaby, S Death Touch, S Whirlwind Skilling. Efficiency, S Skills, Tear, Normal Swift Strike, Normal Berserk, Normal Jump, / Normal Shadow Strike, Elite Defense, Enhancement, Elite Tracking, Bow, SS Super Recovery, Bow, SS Infinite Growth, Disaster, Infinite Recovery, Disaster. Seeing his character panel left, Su-An utterly bewildered. If he remembered correctly, everyone's character panel would only appear on the second day of the apocalypse. The first apocalypse and the second apocalypse were completely different scenarios. In the first apocalypse, there weren't so many flashy features. It was a hellish start with zombies running rampant, and the only principle was to survive. Benefits from killing zombies. None. Do you want a mutated package? Survivors chase zombies to kill them and drop items. Wrong. It is the zombies that chase people to kill and drop fresh meat. If it weren't for the sake of scavenging resources to survive, only a fool would provoke zombies. The only ways to enhance combat power are to improve ability proficiency and use the alloy equipment produced in the laboratory. Surviving until the next apocalypse is already a success. Only when the second apocalypse arrives will the situation for survivors completely change. By then, whether you are an awakened or not, you can level up your character through monster killing. Each level up doubles the initial combat power, with the maximum level being 10. This means that even if you are an ordinary person, reaching level 10 can increase your combat power tenfold, giving you considerable strength, not much worse than the current awakened ones. As for the awakened, their abilities will also increase tenfold, and in a Great Awakened at level 10 would be stronger than its Great Awakened from the first apocalypse. Once monster killing has positive benefits, survivors will actively seek out monsters, no longer avoiding zombies as they do now. But that is a matter for the second apocalypse. What does it have to do with the first apocalypse? He was clearly still in the first apocalypse, with one foot already stepping into the second apocalypse ahead of most people by a considerable margin. While others were avoiding the overwhelming number of zombies, he could already gain substantial positive feedback from killing monsters, earning skills and experience. Oh no, I've become a future warrior. Fortunately, he wouldn't be banned for cheating. A moment of hacks brings a moment of joy, and continuous hacks bring continuous joy. Suin couldn't be bothered with much else and immediately started killing monsters. Skills acquired. Experience gained. Although the experience points were quite low. A level 8 liquor only gave 1 experience point, while a level 9 bow only gave 5 experience points. Experience points from any small monster in the second apocalypse would be much higher than this. But given that he was killing monsters across versions, it was normal for the experience to be a bit low. Fortunately, the current zombies were avoided by everyone, and no one would compete with him, ensuring a plentiful supply. Not to mention the massive number of bows in the laboratory area. The city was still swarming with millions of zombies, more than enough for him to kill. Thus, Suin embarked on a killing spree in the laboratory, eliminating every zombie and mutated creature, even not sparing a mutated mosquito. Bow. The more the better, they were simply adorably greasy. However, due to the need to pay attention to the experience points of various monsters, the killing speed was undoubtedly significantly reduced. It took him nearly 40 minutes to barely conquer this laboratory. Suin kicked a hole in the wall of the top floor of the laboratory and jumped down, disregarding the 40-50 meter drop. He landed like a cannonball, creating a large crater upon impact. Upon seeing Suin emerge, the onlookers gasped in amazement. How long has it been since he entered? And he's already out. Could it be that he's already conquered this laboratory? Impossible. This is a level 4 laboratory. There are hundreds of rooms, and even a quick run would take an hour, let alone having to kill those mutated monsters. Could he have come out to catch his breath? And we'll continue the second half later. That makes sense. Li Bing from a distance trembled slightly upon seeing Suin emerge. Suin jumped down from the top of the laboratory, indicating that this laboratory had already been conquered. 40 minutes. He had conquered a level 4 laboratory in just 40 minutes. That was several times shorter than her earlier estimate of 1.5 hours. She couldn't help but doubt whether Suin had just walked around in there before coming out. On the other side, Suin had approached Lu Shishir and casually asked how long did it take. Lu Shishi's excited little face turned red. 37 minutes and 25 seconds. This was a level 4 laboratory. The captain had conquered it in just over half an hour, which was an astonishing feat. As the captain's property, she felt a genuine sense of excitement and pride. When one flourishes, all flourish. The other girls also smiled happily, filled with joy. Truly, their master was invincible. About 40 minutes, huh? Suin calculated in his mind. Most of the time earlier was spent recording the experience points from the monsters, which delayed him significantly. If he were to do it again, he should be able to shorten the time by several times, keeping it under 10 minutes without a problem. With the parameters of conquest time established, the next step was to gather resource time. Suin waved at Lu Shishir. The zombies inside have all been killed. You can take a small team in to search for resources as quickly as you can. Yes. Lu Shishir immediately took a small team and rushed into the laboratory. Suin took out a stopwatch to time it. You've worked hard, master. Please sit down and rest for a while. The little maid Qiqiao cleverly brought over a chair for Suin to sit down and rest while she took the stopwatch to keep an eye on the time. After a long while, Lu Shishir finally led the team members out of the laboratory. Everyone was carrying large and small bags of supplies, returning fully loaded. At this moment, the surrounding crowd finally realized what had happened. It turned out that Suin had truly conquered a level 4 laboratory in just half an hour, and the members of the Chongqing adventure team had gone in solely to transport the supplies. Otherwise, how could they come out so quickly? This is outrageous. Absolutely absurd. Oh my god, I nearly wet myself. Conquering a level 4 laboratory in half an hour. This is the 4th calamity. This is indeed the 4th calamity. Suin, however, remained oblivious to the crowd's astonished comments. Too slow, far too slow. The speed of collecting resources was painfully slow. Without any spatial abilities, a single team had to gather supplies while also transporting them out. Back and forth, it took over an hour. Moreover, he had to conquer the laboratory, leaving no time to individually store items in the wide area space. He had to send some people back to the base for transport. If this continued, the speed at which the team members gathered supplies would gradually lag behind his speed of conquering the laboratory. Once the team members couldn't free up their hands, the laboratory he conquered would be laid bare to the other survivors. With no zombies or bow obstructing them, anyone could swagger into open chests and take supplies. Wouldn't he end up being a free laborer for others? This simply wouldn't do. Thinking of this, Su instructed Li Xiaoyu to take a team back to the base to bring over the dozens of large trucks parked there to form a transport team. Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Qiao would be responsible for escorting the transport team to deliver the supplies. The remaining teams would be organized into 8 large groups with 6 teams responsible for moving supplies out of the laboratory. The other 2 teams would maintain order at the scene, keeping an eye on the other survivors to prevent anyone from sneaking in to steal supplies. As for loading the goods, Su and had Li Xiaoyu bring along some more people from the base. The distance to the base was about a 40-minute walk, but if they drove it would take roughly 15 minutes. Thanks to Qiaoqiu's ability as the master of sand and stone, she could flatten the ground and quickly create a direct highway to the base. The one-way trip could be shortened to just 10 minutes, including the round trip for unloading and loading if they were. Were they planning to dismantle the laboratory and take it back? In this day and age no one collects scrap metal. Food is scarce beyond measure, isn't broken iron and steel everywhere. Taking it back would be useless. Amidst the confused expressions of the crowd, Su gave a few instructions to the team members before charging back into the laboratory. Are they coming back again? Su the captain must be addicted to soloing dungeons. Half an hour for one laboratory is indeed outrageous, but leaving so many subordinates idling outside is just turning the game upside down. If it were me, I would have everyone conquer the laboratory together. With the strength of the Chongqing adventure team, how many laboratories could we conquer in a day? In just a few days they could achieve freedom in supplies and equipment with endless nutrients to drink. Wake up, buddy. You're not the 4th calamity, and the Chongqing adventure team has long achieved freedom in supplies and equipment. Everyone is wearing top-tier alloy suits and reportedly eats meat at every meal. They don't even drink nutrient solutions. Only people like us refugees treat nutrient solutions as treasures, savoring a sip for a whole day of joy. How could such a few words be so hurtful? While the crowd murmured among themselves, Suin had already transformed into a swift storm of abilities wreaking havoc in the laboratory. In just over 20 minutes, he conquered another laboratory and jumped through the broken wall. Upon seeing Suin emerge, Xue Qingyu and her team immediately rushed in to scour for supplies. A large truck quickly turned around to position its cargo box at the laboratory entrance, and the loading team hurried to follow and prepare for loading. Suin meanwhile feigned rushing into another laboratory. A cute girl with twin ponytails immediately led a team to guard the entrance ready to go in as soon as Suin came out. The spectators were dumbfounded. What is this? I can't understand it, but am deeply shocked. Another level 4 laboratory conquered in just 20 minutes. Is it reasonable? Is this even rational? My god, this is too insane, too monstrous. Just when people were bewildered, less than 15 minutes later Suin broke through another wall and headed towards the next laboratory. The ponytailed girl gave a command, leading her team to rush in to rapidly gather supplies, while another large truck came barreling up to assist with loading. 14.5 minutes. The crowd was left petrified on the spot. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Isn't this a race? For an ordinary person to enter a level 4 laboratory alone, that would be akin to stepping into a grave impossible to return. Yet here was Captain Su directly engaging in a speed contest. However, this was merely the beginning. 11 minutes later, he emerged again to switch to the next one. 10 minutes later, he came out again. 9.5 minutes. 8 minutes flat. 7 minutes. Ultimately, the time stabilized between 4 and 5 minutes. Not only ordinary people were left stunned, but even the leaders of those large adventure teams were equally dumbfounded. Li Bing's slightly parted lips wore a dazed expression as she murmured, "He really is racing."